On this episode of MythBusters, it's enough to drive you round the bend.
One toilet's probably as good as the other.
Our new host gets a hazing, then a blazing, as we turn up the heat on the exploding toilet myth.
He's still holding the cigarette.
The clothing gets kinky in the quest to answer an age-old weather mystery. And staring down the barrel, Adam and Jamie take aim at the myth of the magic bullet. Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths,
Farewell, cruel world.
they put them to the test.
Now, apparently somebody dumped some combustibles down a toilet. You know, bug spray, gasoline. There's a number of different variations on this myth.
At which point, her husband comes into the bathroom, sits down, has a cigarette, puts the cigarette out between his legs into the toilet, and it explodes, burning his sensitive parts.
Good, that sounds like a perfect job for the blast chamber.
It should be easy for the MythBusters to get this one in the can. All they have to do is buy a toilet, dump a range of combustible materials into it, drop in a lit cigarette, and watch the fireworks.
With your years of experience of exploding toilets and combustible gases, what do you think the hard part of this experiment's going to be?
I'm trying to think of various ways that we can actually make that toilet blow up. And, you know, maybe the gasoline or maybe the bug spray will do it. But if not, you know, there are other things that we can put in there.
Like a grand finale?
Yeah, one way or another, we're going to blow up that damn toilet.
Okay, good.
First step, down to the local junkyard on the lookout for a toilet. Now, you'd imagine that most toilets are pretty much the same, but Jamie's being fussy.
Well, there's less water in the closet.
This one's too shallow.
The explosive we're going to put in here is heavier than air, so it's going to rest in the bowl. The deeper the bowl, the more explosive force we get, the better the result.
I don't think it really matters. You know, one toilet's probably as good as the other.
This one doesn't have a top.
40 bucks later, Adam and Jamie have their toilet. Folklorist Heather Joseph Witham has seen enough exploding toilet stories to fill a small outhouse.
This narrative has been around at least since the 1930s, at which point it appeared in news clippings in newspapers. The early form of the story was probably some sort of rural gag. You have the wife of the house going and cleaning out the outhouse with some kind of kerosene or oil or other kind of volatile fluid, at which point the grandpa goes out and sits down and lights his pipe, and he gets blown right off the outhouse seat. And as he's lying there amidst the rubble, he says, "Must have been something I ate."
The bottom line is, Jamie plans to be sitting on the toilet when it goes up, so he'll need more than his trusty beret. He's measuring himself for a purpose-built protective suit made from football equipment and impact-resistant foam padding.
Ow.
If that toilet's supposed to launch me across the room, then, you know, it'd be kind of nice to have this. I'll integrate into the suit as much as I can.
Yeah.
But, you know, this, yeah.
Then you'll be like this. Go ahead, shoot me.
It's not long, though, before Jamie changes his mind about taking one for the team.
After all this armor and your big costume, you don't want to sit on the toilet anymore. Why not?
Well, that foam, you know, that impact foam burned kind of like napalm. And after a lot of thought about it, I'm more concerned about getting torched than I am about getting blown across the room.
I had a suspicion you might wuss out on this armor thing, so I've actually been making some calls, and I might have a very, very acceptable plan B. Ding, we got it. Ah, what a touch. In this box right here is the new star of MythBusters. Oh, look at that.
That's all I need is another dummy around this place.
Weighing in at 180 pounds, this Series 2 crash test dummy retired in 1998 after making quite an impact in his chosen profession.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
What part of the body is
that
this?
That would be the, goes into the torso.
Oh, that's the stomach, okay. Wow. Oh, that's beautiful.
This is like a giant-sized G.I. Joe.
But if it's the quiet life he's after, he's a bigger dummy than he looks.
He's not gonna upstage us. We just kick him back into submission.
All he needs now is a name.
I think we should call him Buster.
Buster sounds pretty good to me. It's kind of manly, a little, pretty descriptive.
He doesn't have any ears.
The next step, Jamie has to build a remote-controlled hand to drop the cigarette.
That's probably the best thing.
Okay.
Adam and Jamie have also had to build their very own blast chamber. It's made from a bulletproof material called Lexan, the same substance used in aircraft windows. Hopefully, it will survive its maiden voyage. On its first outing, the blast chamber is doubling as the world's most public bathroom.
Like an hourglass, the sands of time. Moving inexorably towards toilet explosion.
Inside, a high-speed camera has its beady eye trained on the bowl. It's running at 1,000 frames per second, 40 times faster than the average camcorder. The more frames exposed, the slower the picture. Normal camera, high-speed camera.
Perfectly. That ought to work. That ought to work.
The temperature inside the chamber is already climbing. The hotter it is, the easier it should be to ignite the fuel. While the chamber should easily contain any explosion, the MythBusters have called for backup, just in case.
Have you never heard this myth before?
No, actually I haven't heard this one. Found a few people on the toilet, but never because of a toilet explosion.
Falling off the toilet, a lot of
Something like
bathroom
that, yeah.
problems.
Falling
but
off the toilet?
Never actually exploding.
The local fire marshal's on hand to oversee proceedings.
So we've designed this with, it's covered with polycarbonate that won't shatter or go anywhere. It's securely bolted, as well as it's made in 2 separate halves so that if there is any kind of general explosion in there, it'll just open like a flower.
So there's nothing holding it together, in other words?
No.
The first product you're going to test?
We've got.
If we have an order.
You start with your cleanest.
Yeah.
You'll have your best progression.
Is there that much of a difference between, like a coal or an ember dropping into a propellant and an actual lit flame?
It depends on how much surface area you have on that coal.
So a coal can light like a cigarette
Absolutely,
butt?
yeah,
can
smoldering, yes.
Combustible number 1.
MythBusters hairspray. It's what I use to keep my dew in line.
How much of this stuff am I supposed to put in there?
The myth said that the can of propellant got stuck open. So not knowing what to do with it, she emptied it out in the toilet. So I'd put a whole bunch in there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, when you start to get dizzy, it's probably time to leave.
Okay.
A sensor measures the level of flammable vapor inside the chamber.
Would seem we have some combustible gases in here. We're loaded and ready for ignition. Come on, say something cool.
Release mechanism dropping by.
That's it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Nothing.
Not exactly hair-raising stuff. Well, time to move on to the next test. Bug spray.
All right.
All right. Well.
Aw.
This is powerful porcelain. It seems the smoldering tip of the cigarette is not producing enough heat to reach the flash point of the hydrocarbons.
I mean, we're totally duplicating the circumstances of the myth. lit cigarette, bug spray. It's not like anyone tried to reach an ideal air-fuel mixture.
Bug spray and hairspray aren't the most flammable things in the world. And also, you know, it's a cigarette with a coal on it. It'd be better to have a nice open flame to it.
It's time to move outside the confines of the myth and see if a naked flame can spark some life.
More bug spray. If it doesn't do it on this one, I don't think it's happening.
We still got a few more things to try, though, so be patient.
All right.
All right.
This time, Jamie's giving it both barrels, the sensors squealing.
Okay, here goes. There, go.
Did it go in the toilet?
It did, and there was actually a little poof in the toilet.
Well, hardly 4th of July.
Poof!
We have poop. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Time for butane to step up to the plate.
Did it go in?
It went right in, nothing happened. All right, match. Lighting. Go. There's a poof. Finally.
That is not enough to blast somebody off the seat.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't think so either.
The Mythbusters are struggling to make the exploding toilet myth anything more than a flash in the pan. But this isn't the first time someone has put this story to the test. Dr. Robert Slay first heard about the exploding toilet myth in the mid-70s. Intrigued, he conducted his own myth-busting experiment.
I myself in Texas, in investigating this with a large watermelon, and a full can of spray was only able to singe the bottom of the watermelon, not to have it leave the toilet.
Dr. Slay says these stories are invaluable in a field where every day is a matter of life and death.
I think they're therapeutic in the sense that it relieves stress. We know that humor used appropriately, particularly in tense work situations, tends to make people perform better. As you may well know, there are studies that show that people are more creative. They think of better solutions when they're working in what they call a fun environment or a place where there can be humor.
Undeterred, Adam and Jamie head back to detonate this toilet.
The myth is looking kind of unlikely at the moment, although, you know, gasoline is the big one. What do you think? Does that work?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Surely, dropping a cigarette into a pool of gasoline will produce some type of reaction.
Let's get a wet towel ready in case the extinguisher fails.
Silly housewife, pouring gasoline down the toilet. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Lighting cigarette.
Okay, I'm gonna drop it.
3, 2, 1, go. Nada.
But the pool of liquid simply put the cigarette out. Try again, this time using the naked flame of the match.
Lit, go.
Okay, so you'd get a shock and a blackened backside, but it's still not the explosive force mentioned in the myth.
So do you think that was enough to blow you off the toilet?
No way. No way.
It wasn't really like a concussive blast. I mean, it didn't, you know, I didn't see the chamber move very much at all.
Finally, the moment the Mythbusters have been sweating on. It's time for Solution X, gunpowder.
We have this black powder that, like, there's actually almost a full can of this. You think you could let us put it in the toilet and set it off?
Sure, go ahead. Try a capful in a metal container and see what we get out of it.
Okay.
Now this looks more like it.
The turkey basters.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So that made a nice woof, actually.
Yeah, it did make a very nice woof. I saw a movie like this once.
Getting him limp.
Time for our new host to make his Mythbusters debut. The fire marshal seems to be getting a little nervous.
How much? I put it all in there.
That's too much.
Half of it?
That's a hell of a lot. Should give you one hell of an effect.
Okay, lighting the match.
It left, didn't it?
Uh-oh.
I thought it went out.
No, it didn't.
Well, there is no match on the tinfoil.
Strangely, exactly what was explained as a possibility has occurred.
Well, what do we think? Time 5 minutes or something and then go in?
Reasonable?
6:09.
Sit tight, Buster. Your moment of glory has been slightly delayed.
Chamber is sealed. Are we good to go?
Yep.
Ready. Go.
Well, I tell you what, you know, that
That was great.
It didn't even move him.
No, he didn't even move.
It did blow his pants up, though.
He's still holding the cigarette.
That was fun.
Congratulations.
Not even half a tin of gunpowder could unseat our new star. If anything, it just enhanced his smoldering good looks.
There you go. Yeah, I've had days just like this too.
Another myth busted. Jamie and Adam are flush with success.
This is perfect amount of carnage. I'd say this, you know, there's no way that you can put any combustible into a toilet that would move you.
And what about their new co-star?
I think you work fantastically. In fact, we were able to set fire to his clothes, and he doesn't seem any the worse for wear. I mean, he smells a little bit, but I think he did fantastically.
What's this? Adam and Jamie browsing in a sex shop?
Your arms are totally inside of it.
What sort of depraved myth-busting challenge could possibly call for such kinky clothing? The myth that you stay drier if you run in the rain.
Basically, it's a bit of practical advice. Run if it's raining, and you won't get as wet than if you're walking. Seems to make sense to me.
Common sense? Since when have the Mythbusters let that get in the way of a challenge?
The idea is someone walking through the rain will stay in the rain longer, but the rain's only falling on their head and shoulders. Whereas someone running through the rain is actually picking up rain on their entire front.
So what? We just wait for the next rainy day and go for a stroll? No siree. The Mythbusters will need controlled conditions.
We're going to have to be really careful about this. It seems like a simple thing.
It seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, but there are actually a lot of factors to consider. You've got, you know, the velocity of the rain. You've got the speed that you're running. You've got all these different things to factor in there.
The setup, an indoor course 100 feet long, which Adam and Jamie will walk, then run through in a downpour of homemade rain. They'll wear identical cotton coveralls, which will be weighed after each test to see how much rain they've soaked up. Now, all that means they'll have to manufacture some very precise precipitation.
I think the hardest part's going to be getting really reliable, consistent rain, something that's realistic. So, you know, it's got to be the right velocity, the right drop size, a nice even spread over a big distance like this for us to get a good, consistent run.
At this early stage, what do Adam and Jamie think will happen?
If you walk, you spend more time in the rain.
That's your idea?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to disagree with you just for the hell of it, and I'm going to say the person who runs through the rain gets wetter.
When it comes time to run the test, Adam and Jamie will have to make sure their perspiration doesn't mix with the rain. So they'll have to wear something underneath their coveralls, something snug and form-fitting. Ah, so that explains the visit to the land of latex.
Have you ever worn latex before?
I've never worn latex before.
Okay.
I've heard it takes a lot of powder.
This one, you get in through the neck. This one, you open up the
Your
shoulders.
whole body fits to the neck.
This is called, a neck entry, and all you do is stretch. It doesn't tear. I mean, it's built very strong, and you just step inside of it. This is kind of a cool feeling because it completely closes up around you.
Do you want to try them on right now?
I'm not attached to trying them on right now. It seems like a lot of work. But apparently, we're going to try it on right now. That's enough of that. How do you feel?
Feel kind of sexy.
It's funny because you bend your legs, you can feel them spring back again. You can? It's like, boink, boink.
Though a little unsure at first, Jamie seems quite taken. The next step, buy some piping for their homemade downpour.
Are these things sealed just by screwing them in tight?
Teflon tape. You'd have to Teflon tape.
I'd rather
thread.
use the goop. You know, it goes together quick.
Okay, I was trying to accommodate you. You were like, we're gonna have to glue all these together earlier.
And when you've done special effects for as many sci-fi movies as Adam, you see irrigation equipment in a completely different light.
Ah, yeah, here you go. This I've seen in more than one movie as the business end of some kind of big gun. So we need like 40 feet of half-inch pipe and 150 feet of the 2-inch pipe. Right here.
We need to have at least about 60 feet of height for of the sprinklers so that the raindrops can achieve terminal velocity.
After falling 60 feet, a drop of water is traveling at maximum speed, around 22 feet per second. After that, it cannot go any faster, no matter how far it plummets.
We just go up there with a hose, you know, and squirt it down. It's not really going to be like real rain. It might be going faster or slower, we don't know.
Over the years, several studies have sought to answer the question of whether you should amble or gallop through the rain. Meteorologists Tom Peterson and Trevor Wallace conducted their own experiment at the National Climatic Data Center in North Carolina.
That's perfect.
They simply waited for a downpour and stepped outside.
We measured out an approximate course to try to get 100 meters, but we didn't feel like it was crucial to have exactly 100 meters because we weren't trying to see how much rain we absorbed in 100 meters, but the relative difference between running and walking.
Tom walked, Trevor ran. Then their clothing was weighed. We won't reveal their results just yet. Let's wait and see how Adam and Jamie get on. Ironically, the heavens have opened, just as Adam and Jamie find the perfect place to whip up a storm.
So here we are, Jamie.
An Alameda Naval Base.
Yeah, across the bay from San Francisco. You know, they used to paint C-130 planes in this room.
It's a big hangar.
Yeah.
Time to see whether or not Adam's rain delivery system is just a pipe dream. "150 feet of pipe with sprinkler heads every 6 feet.
I'm actually really pleased with the way things are going. We've got half up already. I'm going to do the other half right now. And I got plenty of high points. It looks really stable. And as long as Jamie holds up on his end, we shouldn't be here too long.
Jamie's working on getting water for the challenge. Not as easy as you might think on a rainy day.
It's legal to tie into these fire hydrants, but you have to go through the fire department and you buy or rent a meter that allows you to tie into it and keep track of your water usage.
Accessing water's one thing. Getting it to travel 60 feet straight up in the air is another.
There you go.
Jamie's calculated that the water will have to be pumped at 15 pounds per square inch. No problem for this pump. It can move H2O at a rate of 200 gallons per minute at 50 pounds per square inch. While they're setting up, let's see how Adam's getting on.
That might be enough, but you know what? I don't think so.
Guess that means he's finished the rain rig. With the pipes in place and the water pumping, the MythBusters are keen to give the rain a dry run.
Come on, keep coming down. No, it's okay, not too much. Okay, so what's next?
Well, we have to mark out a course, and it's 100 feet long, so we're going to mark it out with tape.
We need to get another roll and attach it to this so we can make it to the other piece of tape. Is that 100 feet? Are we too long?
Just a hair.
On some of the tests, they plan to add wind as a variable.
You know, I'm not getting this at all. It's like, you don't want one starting at the end line, or at the start line?
No. No, here, come over here. I'll draw it out for you, what I'm thinking. Probably here, blowing like this, or going like
Looks
this.
like they can't agree on a fan
We
plan.
want to get the fans as close to the course as we can anyway.
Not necessarily. Consistency is more important than the highest wind speed. Let's set it up my way first.
Okay.
Of course I want to set it up my way first. Do you want to set it up your way first?
I don't care,
Yeah.
actually, Adam.
For this experiment, they're looking to duplicate average rainfall, between 2 and 3 inches per hour. Digital gauges are set out along the course.
Oh, these are fabulous. It's almost like whoever invented these didn't want to get wet when they were measuring the rain. We're going to run it for 5 minutes. I can't tell how big the drops are. So currently we're getting just about 1 3/4 inches per hour. We want to goose up the throttle just a little bit, and we should have the perfect amount of rain. I'm ready to dress up. You ready?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
I must admit, I feel a little funky.
Step 1, make the rain more visible.
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Step 2, put on the coveralls. Each pair weighs 757 grams. Step 3, it's time to walk the line and find an answer to this age-old mystery.
Walking.
Our high-speed camera, running at 1,000 frames per second, captures every single droplet. Adam and Jamie will walk the course twice, once with wind, once without.
And stop.
Each take is timed. Then the coveralls are straight off and onto the scales.
785 grams. What was the original weight?
757.
757.
Cool.
So 18 grams of water.
And the results faithfully recorded. Now, Jamie's turn to be under the weather. Both walks clock in at around 18 seconds, and the coveralls have soaked up almost the same amount of water. But what happens when Adam and Jamie up the pace? That can't be right.
798, significantly more.
Adam's coveralls are 14 grams heavier after the run. Time to find out what our meteorologists gauged from their rain experiment.
It's much better to run than walk, according to our model and the experiment. The runner was 40% less wet than the walker.
On Jamie's run, the difference isn't as great.
793.
But the raw data is still pointing to an answer that flies in the face of science.
The results aren't what I expected at all, actually. The numbers are really close. We're only talking about a matter of a dozen grams here and there. So when we average it all out, I think it's going to show that running, actually, you get wetter, strangely.
The difference is minute. Wind-blown rain makes the coveralls only a few grams heavier. The overall result, however, remains the same. At the end of the day, 8 pink-tinged coveralls tell the story.
After the running, the rubber suits, the getting wet, crunching the numbers, what's the final result? What's the verdict?
Better to walk than run.
Really?
Yeah, it was very clear. Over a 100-foot course with 2 to 3 inches per hour rain delivery. We got more than twice the rain per foot running than we did with walking.
Is this one busted?
This one's busted. Fact is that it's better to walk than to run in the rain.
The MythBusters are aiming high. Adam and Jamie are unraveling the myth of the magic bullet. The bullet that delivers a deadly payload, then disappears. It's even been implicated in the death of a president. In the early days of the Cold War, movies and novels hit on the idea of a magic bullet, a bullet that dissolves, leaving no ballistics evidence.
Here's your ammo. This is ballistic H2O. It's an ice projectile, velocity of 3,000 feet per second, and an accuracy of up to 500 yards. No exit wound, the bullet's gonna melt inside the target.
In the action thriller movie Most Wanted, a bullet made of ice gives the First Lady the cold shoulder. That seems a good place to start. Adam and Jamie will try and make an ice bullet.
One of the problems that it seems might occur with an ice bullet is that whereas lead conforms to the tapering shape of a barrel, ice might not, and thus block the barrel, and the gases might explode the barrel itself.
Now, it's not going to be easy. The guys will have to make a bullet mold, fill it with water, freeze it, then fire the ice projectile from a high-powered rifle. Step 1. Adam fires off a letter to the CIA requesting details on the existence of magic bullets. Then it's off to the local gun store. The guys want to fire the ice bullet from a Mannlicher Carcano, the same rifle the FBI alleges Lee Harvey Oswald used.
We called earlier about a rifle that looks kind of similar to the Mannlicher Carcano.
It's not exactly the same, but it's close enough.
Have you ever heard of anyone trying to fire a bullet made of ice out of one of these?
No, I haven't. I know it's a myth.
You know it's a, you've
I know
heard
it's
the
a
myth.
myth, but I've never actually heard of anybody trying it. I don't think it's feasible.
So why don't you think it's feasible?
Because ice melts.
When buying a weapon in California, there's a 10-day waiting period, so it's back to base.
So we did pretty good there. We got most of what we need, I think, to get rolling.
We got our loader, we got our manual, we got funnels for putting powder back in if we spill some, we got our bullets, we got our impact bullet.
The trip to the gun store has brought it home to the guys just how dangerous this project will be.
We're working with high explosives, we're working on objects and with machines specifically designed to kill people. That safety's got to be paramount through every step of this.
Anytime we modify a gun, even the slightest variation in loading the bullet into the cartridge can cause the thing to explode in the gun. It could be very dangerous.
A big X factor is gunpowder.
You know, what they told us was if you got the gunpowder 22 degrees below zero or less, that it wouldn't even fire, it wouldn't even ignite. What Jamie's looking at doing is casting it in such a way as to isolate the tip of the bullet from the rest of the bullet.
While Jamie starts making a bullet mold, Adam's hard at work on their intended victim.
This is actually a model of my face that Jamie and I did probably about 10 years ago. I was bald and clean shaven, and I figured, you know, it's a perfect time to cast her head.
The dummy will be made from ballistics gel, a substance used by the FBI. Made from animal products, the gel mimics human flesh. Time to get sculpting. The dummy will have to be chilled for 48 hours. Where are they going to find a big enough freezer?
Wow, that's made of Jello?
That's made of Jello, 200 pounds of Jello.
Ooh, it feels good. Right over there.
It's over to the cool room at the local deli.
Thank you very much, Suhail.
Sure, no problem. You guys coming for lunch? We got Jello on special.
How's the bullet mold coming along?
I'm trying to find a drill that will replicate the size of the bullet itself so that I can make a mold. Rather than pouring rubber around this and replicating it that way, I'm going to just drill a hole that is shaped like this in a block of aluminum that I can separate.
A real bullet sits in a case, which is loaded with gunpowder. When the trigger is pulled, a primer ignites the gunpowder, and the explosion drives the bullet out of the case and down the barrel. Jamie will have to load his ice bullet into a cartridge for firing. That means getting the real bullet out.
I barely see anything down there.
That's a rimfire.
Now, you're only supposed to use this tool on certain types of ammunition. But Adam never reads instructions.
You know, I could have read the directions and it wouldn't have made any sense to me because I don't know what a rimfire bullet is. I would have been blissfully proceeding without thinking I was in danger.
Well, I was raised up on a farm. Them's varmint bullets.
Hey, be careful, you got stuff in there.
The ice bullet mold is ready to go. The two aluminum blocks screw together, forming a perfect bullet shape. Jamie pours water into the mold and dunks it in liquid nitrogen.
Looks good. Looks like a bullet to me.
But getting the bullet out of the mold in one piece is proving a problem.
You know, it didn't come out all in one piece. I need to put a coating on the inside of the mold so that the ice comes out easily because it's very brittle. We don't want to break it before we get it in the gun.
The alarm bells are ringing already. If an ice bullet is too brittle to survive the mold intact, how could it be fired from the barrel of a rifle? A bullet does not stop accelerating once it leaves the gun. It actually gets propelled by heated gases exploding from the barrel. Is it really possible that a simple ice projectile, no matter how cold, could withstand such forces and reach its target intact? This man says no. Dr. Roger McCarthy is the chairman of Exponent, a company whose success comes from the failure of others. He spent his life investigating everything, from faulty massage chairs to major disasters. He's also studied the magic bullet theory. In particular, the idea that JFK was killed by a magic bullet, fired by a second sniper on the grassy knoll. But Dr. McCarthy's magic bullet isn't made of ice. It's metal, hollowed out, and filled with liquid.
A liquid bullet was one of the few ways to guarantee that all the energy of the bullet would be dissipated in the target and there would be no exit wound. Because a bullet exiting the target is a complete waste of energy. You never want to see that as a professional assassin.
In the wake of JFK's assassination, the magic bullet theory was dismissed for one simple reason. The sniper would have been on the right of the motorcade, but there was no exit wound on the left side of the president's head. But because it has less mass than a conventional bullet, a liquid bullet wouldn't exit the target.
I was able to show in my experimentation that the pressure wave being introduced by the bullet into the skull and then bouncing off the other side will in fact expel all the parts of the bullet out.
Ice projectiles. What do these people think of next? Fruity flavors?
No.
What's this?
But the MythBusters aren't beaten yet.
There's stuff to make a bullet out of.
Imagine you're an overworked forensics expert. Would you be looking for a slug made of meat?
What did you do today, honey?
I made a meat bullet. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? That's a hard little steak.
That's a loaded meat bullet.
The result? Well, Adam's mouth's watering.
I would bet you that this is the most successful test we have.
Jamie's on a roll. He tries again. This time, a bullet made of simple gelatin.
I've got a cold.
This is looking really promising because it's not at all brittle. Why don't you mess with that? That's sealed up.
That's pretty good stuff right there.
Yeah, it's
a little bit flexible, a little bit hard. It's a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll.
Meanwhile, some interesting mail has arrived. A reply from the CIA.
Operational files of the CIA are exempt from the publication provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. The files that would contain responsive records, if any exist, are not subject to search.
What that seems to say is there's almost definitely something like this, but because it's being used, they can't tell us about it. It's not subject to a Freedom of Information Act request.
Request denied.
Jamie, let's put up a dummy.
Time to see if the MythBusters' magic bullets are at home on the range.
How you doing there, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, you're doing so good. We're gonna shoot you
To make sure everything's above board, we've had to call in one of San Francisco's finest to oversee this shoot.
I have a concern about what we do if the rifle doesn't fire, actually. If we get the round too cold and when we pull the trigger it doesn't fire, is it in danger of actually going off if it warms up?
Yes, it can. That's why just wait a few minutes before trying to take it out.
Wait a few minutes, don't approach it, just go back. Okay.
Just in case, the guys will fire the rifle using a remote rig. In this case, a piece of string tied to the trigger.
Well, that's a nice meat bullet if I ever saw one. Which I never have.
Back in the Army?
But will it make mincemeat of the dummy?
3, 2, 1.
Let's go take a look.
The beef bullet exploded. Specks of meat are embedded in the torso. Unfortunately, there's also plenty of ballistics evidence left behind.
It looks like half of the cordite didn't even explode, didn't even ignite.
Yeah, I
It
guess
was less loud than before.
Needs a certain amount of, stay in there-ness. Like needs to plug the cartridge.
Stay in there-ness?
Yeah.
Is that scientific?
Maybe a gelatin bullet will have that elusive stay in there-ness. The gel is colored with food dye, so it'll show up in the dummy.
Here we go.
Ready to fire, guys. Everybody ready?
We're all ready. Let's go.
There we go.
Good. Grab the cord.
And 3, 2, 1.
Bullseye.
That was a bigger boom.
But there's still a problem. The gel bullet struck the dummy at 3 times the speed of sound and with a force of more than 2,000 pounds per square inch. But even so,
It went in about an inch.
that's not much penetration. If you compare the gel bullet with the effects of a real Carcano or a 6.65 millimeter round fired from the same rifle, you can see that the frozen gel just won't work if firing over a distance.
Now, how do I know which one's in the chamber?
The guys have more success with a smaller firearm at close range.
Judging by this, it's the best of all of them. That it stayed intact and went all the way to the bone there.
Yeah, point blank range.
But if you have to be that close to the target, then you have to fire your magic bullet from something that doesn't look like a weapon.
So, Jamie, what are your thoughts about turning one of these into a gun?
Well, do we want to shoot it like a rifle, like that?
In 1978, an umbrella was the weapon in the sophisticated assassination of a Bulgarian defector.
Georgy Markov was the victim of the most bizarre murder of modern technology, a sophisticated metal pellet fired from an umbrella into his thigh. Analysis showed the poison to be ricin, 70 times more lethal than the cyanide on the right.
That umbrella insertion was brilliant and much more effective than an ice bullet. The ice bullet, bullets are not subtle. And the best bullet draws everybody's attention, including the victims, immediately.
In true MythBusters style, Jamie's going to build his own umbrella gun from scratch. A chamber near the handle will be charged with compressed air from a dive tank.
That's great, Jamie.
The air will drive the gel bullet from the umbrella tip at supersonic speed. It's a big call. The CIA would spend years developing such a weapon. Jamie's got 3 days.
I have no idea how fast that's going to propel something, but...
I mean, in the realm of what we've done for MythBusters, isn't this kind of one of the most dangerous things we've tried yet?
Probably. I mean, there is a lot of energy in there, and it's not to be underestimated. Like I said, it will remove flesh from your bones. We're making a super high-pressure gun here, and so I'm trying to keep it really simple and also make sure that it's safe. So I'm overbuilding it a little bit. So much stuff and it's still not enough. Just can't get there from here. Gotta make everything from scratch. Pain in the butt. I'm gonna try one more thing.
It should hold a little better than that, shouldn't it?
One would think so.
Jamie's getting frustrated. Air from the scuba tank is getting into the chamber. Unfortunately, it's getting out again almost as fast.
I'm a little pissed off. This thing's taking way too long.
What's going on with it?
One stupid little seal. I have to walk away from it.
Yeah.
I've been doing this all day, wasting way too much time on it.
And when the troublesome gunbrella is finally tested with a BB,
and
watch out, watch out.
Adam's far from impressed.
Yeah, it's only like 3/4 of an inch in there. Here, we can, okay. About like that?
Yeah. Interesting. It looks like it went in deeper.
Say 7 inches.
That's interesting.
What, did you waste your time? Did you just waste 3 days on this?
Could be.
Right off the bat, I think it's actually kind of disappointing. I mean, I spent 3 days working on this like super high-powered air reservoir to fire this thing, and this, you know, $50 BB gun outperformed it right off the bat. I could have modified this to fit in that umbrella in a couple of hours.
Adam scavenges a CO2 canister and trigger from an old air pistol.
We're loaded and ready to go. CO2 cartridge from the pistol.
Yeah.
Loaded into the barrel, which goes up the center of the umbrella's chamber and comes out the tip. And the trigger mechanism will be like a ball bearing on a leaf spring going, because that gun fires the same way the other one does, just a weight against that thing.
Okay.
That pretty cool?
Yeah.
So umbrella's at 30 paces.
Looks like we're going to be pitting your umbrella against my umbrella.
My umbrella's going to take you down.
We'll see about that.
Absolutely. You won't even know it's an umbrella. I mean, you won't even know it's not an umbrella.
In California, a weapon like this is illegal, but we have police permission and supervision.
Umbrella guns loaded, point blank, in 3, 2, 1. Wow. That was really effective. That went all the way into the sternum. I mean, that went all the way in.
The projectile is tiny, but could easily carry a lethal dose of poison. Both umbrellas worked better than the real guns.
Looking at this 22 hole, Jamie, I see burn marks around the edge, whereas our 2 umbrella guns left absolutely no evidence at all that it was even a ballistic hit. It's just a hole.
Yeah, and they did just as much damage.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they're the cleanest things we got today.
I'd go with the air gun.
I'd go with the air gun myself.
And the magic bullet? It seems any substance that would melt inside a human body is too fragile to be successfully fired from a high-powered weapon.
So, myth busted?
Absolutely.
Does Roger McCarthy believe JFK was killed by a liquid bullet fired by a second sniper on the grassy knoll?
And the answer is, we'll never know until the National Archives finds President Kennedy's brain. Because President Kennedy's brain was not buried with his body. It was put in a specially sealed container and given to the National Archives for safekeeping. They have subsequently lost the president's brain.
In this episode, the MythBusters are going far beyond their comfort zones.
Did I tell you I was afraid of heights?
Could you survive falling 200 feet into water by throwing a hammer in first? And multiple myths for soft drinks. Does cola have miraculous power?
Your side sucks.
You might bust a myth from the other side if you could survive the burial.
I can feel it coming in.
Roger that. We're gonna get you out.
Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh!
And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
More than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Are you ready?
It's been nice knowing you.
See you later.
Okay. She thinks I look great in Naughty Pine. What do you think?
How long could a human survive in the confines of a coffin 6 feet under?
Farewell, cruel world.
Adam's plan is to bury Jamie alive.
How you doing, dead boy? Are you okay in there?
This experiment is risky, asphyxiation a real possibility.
I don't know if I'm gonna like this too much.
Well, we're gonna bring our science to a really old one this time, Jamie. And the idea is that someone could be mistakenly declared dead, put in a coffin, and then put into a grave and buried while still alive.
Well, it seems like that'd be possible, but I don't think they'd last very long.
There are multiple legends about being buried alive because apparently there have been stories about this since the ancient times.
Heather Joseph Witham, resident folklorist. Social myths are her specialty.
One version of the narrative is that your friend's great-great-grandma was very ill, and in fact she was lying in a coma for several days, at which point she died. Now when the doctor pronounced her dead, her husband came and was looking at the body and said, "She's not dead, she's not dead. We've been married for over 50 years. I can feel her innermost thoughts. I know everything about her. She's not dead." Now every night, this man is having a recurring nightmare. He wakes up, he sees his wife clawing at the coffin, screaming, "I'm alive, help me, help me." He has this dream every night. So finally, after a week of these hysterical calls, the doctor, together with the local authorities, dig the woman up. And when they open the coffin, what they find is all her nails are bent back, and there are very clear scratches all along the inside of the coffin lid.
First of all, I don't think anyone has ever been put into a closed casket unintentionally and alive. I think that is fiction from overheated Gothic writers.
At Mission Dolores, San Francisco's oldest church, Brother Guire Cleary takes a very skeptical view.
Well, I've heard stories that some people would insist on perhaps having bells, ropes going to bells from the coffin, so if they woke up underground they could ring it, or perhaps they would have their veins drained of blood to make sure they were genuinely dead.
So if they weren't dead of natural causes, they'd like...
They were dead from their undertaker.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder also, was this a myth that was encouraged by people who produce and were selling such products? You know, the great American skill is not satisfying needs, it's creating needs.
Burying Jamie alive is a dangerous experiment. It requires an above-ground chamber and a casket strong enough to withstand the load of dirt. Meters will monitor his pulse and blood oxygen levels and the amount of potentially deadly CO2 building up inside the casket. And for safety, a night vision camera and emergency oxygen.
You know, the CO2 level is going to build up really quickly in the volume the size of a casket.
How long do you think the average person might last?
I'm guessing around maybe 3 hours tops.
How long do you think you're going to last?
Well, 3 hours is like on the verge of death, and I don't think I'm willing to go quite that far. So, you know, maybe an hour and a half, I don't know, maybe 2. It sort of depends on how I can control my breathing, I believe. Kind of like that, you know.
You like the cash drawer?
Yeah, keep my wallet and valuables in there.
The first item required is Jamie's coffin. His concerns are size, strength, and comfort.
This is a 18-gauge steel casket and velvet interior.
Kelly Gillespie works closely with the bereaved at the Arthur Sullivan Funeral Home.
And this is the pillow, so you'll feel how soft that is.
Oh, that feels nice.
All right.
Are they going to be comfy for you?
Yeah.
And this is the spring bed mattress underneath, which does rise up and down. And then these notches up here go right into the hole, and then you can lock it.
So if you were inside here and once it's closed, you're not getting out by yourself, right?
I don't see any way of getting out from the inside.
Bummer.
You're gonna have to trust us.
Not very comfy. This actually feels kind of lumpy.
It's a press board that's covered in fabric.
Kind of concerned about getting crushed.
I don't know about a couple tons of dirt on there.
It seems sturdy enough. It's 20 gauge steel. Maybe to make sure that I do come back intact, we should buy the Astral Phoenix.
Well, then what do you think about this one, Jamie?
I think I'd be okay with 20 gauge. I would feel a little bit more comfortable with, loading all that dirt on it.
Your comfort, Jamie, is our first priority.
I need to be able to rest in peace.
Exactly.
The choice is made. A preference for steel over wood.
There's something vaguely disturbing about this, and I'm not sure what it is.
You want to ride back in the back and I'll drive?
Sure.
This is the carbon dioxide and oxygen meter. This is the pulse oximeter. This is the night shot camera. And this is our emergency supply of oxygen. Basically, we have to get all of this in here, with Jamie included, so that all the systems are up and running. We can monitor him, we can know if he's okay, we can give him oxygen if he needs it, make sure he's going to be safe.
The casket will be buried inside a chamber. It's constructed to come apart easily for quick access to Jamie in an emergency. Safety is the first priority, so the casket is prepared for a trial run at the workshop with Jamie inside. The casket is sealed. 2 emergency medics will be on hand at all times. Jamie's survival may depend on their skills.
Pulse is 81, and his blood oxygen level is 98.
Hey, Jamie, you want to run through how you're feeling in there?
Any change in the state of your head, i.e.
Lightheaded, dizziness, seeing lights or anything?
No, I don't think so. Everything seems
fine? I'm just kind of
thinking about sex a lot.
Okay, that's only interesting if it's change in state.
The medical profession is doubtful anyone could survive a burial. Dr. William Miller, medical director at St. Luke's Hospital, believes no one would live to tell the tale.
Well, I think that when I was a Boy Scout, we used to sit around telling each other stories around the campfire about, bodies that had been dug up and scratch marks on the inside of a coffin. But when I became older and a physician, I have never given any of those stories any credence.
Do you think it would have been any more likely in the past? I mean, given that the technology was a lot different then?
I think certainly that in the 1800s, for example, at that time we did not have an agreed upon set of criteria. And so you might have a physician whose idea of death was, for example, very flimsy and not very solid, and they themselves might pronounce somebody dead who, by today's criteria, we would not say was dead.
Most of the macabre stories belong to the dark days of medicine, when pronouncing someone dead was a hit or miss kind of science.
So you have the story in the 17th century, Marjorie Elphinstone of Scotland gets actually buried. A few hours later, at nighttime, robbers come, they dig her up, and they are going to take the jewelry off her when she groans. And they all go running off into the night in terror, and she sits up, walks home, and outlives her husband.
Modern medicine avoids uncertainties of the old days by using 5 different factors to pronounce someone officially dead.
Well, the first thing that we would do is to induce some significant stimuli to see if there's any neurological response. And the way many of us do that is we take something scientific like a car key and we push very hard on the thumb to induce pain. Then we check for a pupillary response, usually using a pen light, and see if the pupils react. Then we would take our stethoscope and we would listen for a heartbeat, and usually while listening we also check for a pulse. And we use the carotid artery And then finally, we would listen over both sides of the chest for any respirations. So if a patient is not breathing, and there's no pulse, and there's evidence that the brain is not functioning, then that's the determination of death.
Are you okay for another 7 minutes there, Hyneman?
Feel perfectly fine. It's hot. That's the only thing that I don't like.
Back at the workshop, Jamie's test run in the sealed casket has lasted nearly 50 minutes. His blood level of carbon dioxide peaked at 3%. 4% is getting dangerous. 10% is lethal.
Waking up in a coffin, surprise, I think it would be a pretty scary experience. This stuff is like what gets you. It's all, being in a box is one thing, but you got all the stuff that's supposed to make it real nice and pleasant, and it's actually really kind of creepy, I think.
Many of these stories are relatively recent. You have a man in South Africa in 1993 who is pronounced dead after a car accident. He spends 2 days in some kind of metal casket above ground, at which point he wakes up, and unfortunately he's not very happy apparently because his fiancée won't take him back, believing that he's a zombie come back to get her.
So the next step is to load this up on our forklift, lower it down into our makeshift above-ground grave, fill it with earth, and monitor Jamie until he begs for mercy.
The MythBusters are about to defy nature in an attempt to bury Jamie alive.
How you doing? Hey, what the hell are we supposed to do with all this dirt?
So buried alive, huh?
Buried alive. You ever heard about anyone being buried alive?
Well, I've heard of them. I've seen movies, but I've never really actually seen it happen.
Yeah.
Stop. I'm a little apprehensive at the moment. I'm hoping that the box won't collapse, but I think it'll be all right.
His dry run lasted 50 minutes. But now, under real conditions, Jamie will be feeling stress, producing more CO2, reducing his survival time.
Are you comfy?
Ah, yes.
Good deal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got your walkie, you got your mic on, that's your emergency oxygen, you have your pulse oxygen meter here, camera, thermometer, humidity sensor. Are you ready, Jamie?
Farewell, cruel world.
Bye-bye, Hyneman man.
With Jamie laid out in his casket, Adam gently lowers him into the chamber.
Watch yourself, it's gonna go down.
He's about to undergo a rare ordeal. He will be buried alive. To match a burial as closely as possible, Jamie's temporary grave will be covered with several tons of earth.
I got a fair amount of dirt in here, and it actually crushed the container a little bit.
Roger that. Are you nervous about it? Over.
No, I think I'm fine. It definitely had an effect on the casket, though.
Loading earth on the steel casket is a calculated risk. It's up to Jamie to make the call.
Well, all I got to say is be gentle on those dumps, because I'm worried about the lid slipping off of its sides or something like that.
Jamie, would you like me to come in and check the lid out? Over.
You're not going to be able to tell anything more than I can at this point. I'd say just keep going. I wish I had a light in here.
He's a trooper, man, I'll tell you. Oxygen levels?
Oxygen, he's at 98%.
The medics are watching his vital signs closely. Any indication of acute stress, and he will be exhumed.
I imagine my heart's beating a little faster than it was on the test, over.
You'd be correct about that. It's at 95 right now, buddy. You are almost officially completely covered now, Jamie.
The casket is getting so warped from the pressure that it's popped up the corners a little bit.
Suddenly, the major worry is the very real possibility of Jamie being crushed inside the metal box.
This thing's really starting to creak, and it's feeling like it's changing its shape.
They decide to halt the Bobcat. They hope the casket can withstand the force pressing from above.
The thing is buckling and changing shape on him. Truly. That's the last one we're doing.
Because it's, I can feel it coming in.
You want out?
Roger that. We're going to get you out.
Pull that back.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Will?
Yeah, it buckled. Here we go.
Just ahead. Hey, Jamie.
Hey.
Here he is.
Oh. And he's still alive.
Did it do anything, or is that all my imagination?
Oh, it definitely was crushing it in.
It was just sitting there going.
Yeah!
Jamie persisted inside the casket for 30 humid minutes, breathing only the available air.
I started to panic a little bit there at the end. I mean, it's pretty scary. I mean, I don't have any particular fear of enclosed spaces at all, and you know, feeling those walls starting to cave in, it really gets you going, as I'm sure my pulse rate will testify.
Here's where your pulse started. And at the point you asked us to get you out, you were off my chart. Your pulse was about 115.
Okay.
Which shows, I mean, because of your pulse, you were using up a lot more oxygen.
So what are the chances of surviving 6 feet under?
I think the myth is sufficiently busted. I don't think it's possible for someone to survive a couple of hours in the panic state of being buried with their coffin crushing and all of that stuff, let alone a couple of days until they're exhumed and found to be alive. That's just patently ridiculous to me.
Well, there you go. Myth busted.
America's favorite drink has always attracted its own share of popular myths. Some of them true, most of them baloney, but all of them challenges for the Mythbusters.
Jamie, how many things can we do with cola?
Lots. We can clean up blood.
You can dissolve a T-bone steak.
You can clean chrome.
Clean the corroded contacts on your battery.
You can free a rusted bolt.
You can clean your greasy laundry.
Car paint work.
Dissolve a tooth.
You can clean your car engine.
And it also might be an effective spermicide.
This should be fun.
Some of these sound actually like they're pretty reasonable to me. And some of them just sound absolutely ridiculous.
So it would seem.
Well, let's go get some blood and steaks and chrome and rusty bolts and get started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will cola shift those hard-to-remove bloodstains from the Mythbusters crime scene?
Lie still, I'm not gonna hurt you.
I don't trust you.
Well?
You realize that this white line thing is all a myth. They don't actually do that.
No, you're kidding me.
Yeah, it would contaminate the site.
When did the myth start? Was it ever used?
You know, I don't know. I think it just looks good.
It definitely looks good. Oh, yeah! You know, every Thanksgiving, it's the cranberry sauce that makes it special.
Animal blood was used to keep the test as authentic as possible.
Okay, so how long do we have to wait? Is it like the amount of time that it would normally take for an ambulance to get here?
For the realism and effectiveness we always strive for. There we go.
After 2 hours in the California sun, only Jamie's crime scene outline gets the cola treatment.
It's kind of rejuvenating the blood, isn't it?
Isn't that what they advertise it to do?
That was a lot of blood. Check the truck out. Like, it really dissolved it on that.
Yeah, took it right off the truck. Well, most of the blood is washed away. What do you think? What's the final verdict on this?
The cola helped. Not by a whole lot, but it did help. This area is cleaner than that one, and this is the one with the cola on it.
Yeah, I still see a blood streak on mine after all the washing we did, and it took it right off the bumper.
Well, it works.
All right, cool.
No one was willing to volunteer their car for the cola cleaning and rust test. So Jamie rolled in a junker to see if it could take all that cola could throw at it.
That was good. I didn't know it had brakes until you stopped.
I didn't either.
Sure.
Will cola and aluminum foil shine the chrome on your car? We'll compare the cola against a leading brand of chrome cleaner.
I'm not sure exactly what the aluminum foil does with this.
Well, I think it ionizes the cola particles and brings the rust to the surface.
I think the cola's doing a great job. The rest is all gone. It kind of has like a foaming, scrubbing bubble kind of thing going on there. Leaving a sticky mess, but that'll wash off. Hey, Adam, you missed some spots.
Yeah, I know. There we go.
Your side sucks.
My side sucks. I gotta say, if you ask me, cola is a fantastic bumper cleaner.
I agree.
High marks for shining the chrome. But what about freeing a rusty bolt?
The myth is that it's a cola-soaked rag.
But could cola's low phosphoric acid content be effective against rust?
All right, why don't we give it 5 minutes?
Okay, let's go drink some cola. I don't see any real way that that's going to do anything.
Oh. You want to give it a shot? It ain't moving.
I got it, Adam.
You got it?
Yeah.
Was it hard?
Yeah. I don't think it really penetrated that well.
Well, I think this one was a total failure in that regard.
Well, I'd agree. Maybe it removed a little surface rust on it. That's about it.
So, what's next?
Everyone's heard about cola's so-called corrosive qualities. Time to test the myths with 2 pennies and some teeth. And one more. Can cola dissolve a T-bone steak? In this test, the cola will be compared to pure phosphoric acid, an active ingredient in cola that gives the drink its sharp taste. Most food contains naturally occurring acid, much of it stronger than phosphoric. So how will the cola react with the chosen test items?
That looks yummy.
Now that's a marinade. I'll have to try it. And you know what? It might actually be really, really tasty.
Yeah.
Jamie, I think we've got something really important here. I notice that the steak tends to float in the acid, but not the cola.
That's amazing. I would have guessed the other way around.
Penny, cola. Penny, phosphoric acid. Tooth, phosphoric acid. Tooth, cola.
The teeth and the pennies will soak for 24 hours. The steak will stay for 48. We'll be back later for the cola results.
Did I tell you I was afraid of heights?
Busting the hammer jump myth involves G-forces, terminal velocity, surface tension, and a helpful crash test dummy named Buster.
Oh, no. Poor guy.
Well, there's this myth that if you fall off a high structure like a bridge or a crane or something over water and you throw a hammer in front of you, that it'll save your life because it'll break the surface tension of the water.
No way.
This story's been told about the Sydney Harbor Bridge and also about the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, California. The story's told among people who work on bridges, construction workers, people who might fall off of a bridge and like to have the idea, at least subconsciously, that there's something they can do about it, that there's some way to save themselves.
I guess this is based on the idea that if you fall from a really large height, hitting water is pretty much like hitting concrete. I mean, it doesn't move out of the way like we expect it to. It actually resists impact at that speed.
Yeah, and so by throwing a weight in front of you, you're going to break the surface tension or possibly simply aerate the water to where it slows your deceleration down. You don't stop so quickly because that stop is what kills you.
Right. The stop is where you incur all that G-force that like makes your organs go crazy.
Yeah.
Surface tension is what keeps water-striding insects afloat. It allows them to make indentations without getting wet. The apparently invisible skin is formed by water molecules creating even greater tension at the surface. And that's why belly flops hurt.
In consideration of the myth, I would think it'd be very reassuring to believe that if you're working high steel, you misstep, it would be nice if your tool bell went first, broke the fall, and you survived.
According to author Stephen Cassidy, the hammer myth may have originated during construction of the Golden Gate Bridge. In 1937, 12 men fell when a bridge section crashed into their safety net. Only one man survived. Did his hammer break the fall?
The tool belts that those guys used had, among other things, spanners and hammers, so they might have 100 pounds of tools around a tool belt. Certainly enough heavy metal at their disposal in the form of tools to equate to a hammer or many hammers.
At 220 feet above water, the Golden Gate Bridge would be ideal to test the myth of a hammer breaking an accidental fall. These days, for security reasons, the massive structure is off limits. So, to bust the hammer jump myth, Jamie and Adam need a way to get some serious height.
That's what the crane's for.
So we'll take the dummy to the top of this crane and drop him into the water a bunch of times?
That's it. Dummy's gonna get to go swimming.
Oh, I love this job.
The MythBusters are at Mare Island, the former naval shipyard just north of San Francisco, where the Pacific Fleet used to put in for maintenance. Mare is the home of the Whirly, a huge crane that can turn through 360 degrees. At full extension, it reaches up around 150 feet, the height Jamie and Adam need to drop the hapless dummy, Buster.
Well, we'll always have a rigger with you. And the rigger will signal the operator. I mean, the operator can't hear you.
Cooper manages the massive crane and is supervising safety aspects of the experiment. He's a little dubious about the story.
I hadn't heard it. I thought it was kind of different. But two of the guys in my office were very familiar with it. One of our fellows has got an advanced degree from Stanford in construction management, and he definitely had heard it. So it seems like it's something within the industry is common knowledge.
When the experiment is underway, Jamie will have the job of rigging Buster the dummy and the hammer, all while working hundreds of feet above water.
My gosh. Wow.
Snug as a bug in a rug up here. This thing ain't exactly flimsy, you know?
The view up here is incredible. You know, the simple fact is that when he hits the water, the margin between life and death is going to be very small.
Yeah, it's only a tiny fraction of a second, and I suppose this hammer thing actually could make that difference.
The critical science requires calculating the force at impact. Adam will fit Buster with an accelerometer, the same type used by courier companies, to see if your packages are being treated gently. It measures the energy generated by sudden stops.
We've got to put this in his head or in his torso, wherever it will fit. This is an accelerometer. This will measure the G-force when he hits the water. Oh, look at that. That's really pretty. All right, let's see. Do you want to get hit in the head? You're going to anyway.
Buster's cavities are designed to hold smaller instruments for auto industry research. He's a crash test dummy after all. Adam's task is to make room inside the dummy to accommodate a larger accelerometer.
I like this. I'm quite pleased with this. Let me get your chest back on. I'm sure there's a crash test dummy expert out there who's watching me do this and going, no, that's not how you do it, you idiot. Ah! Ha! Yeah. You can do better than me. Hey, this guy's almost ready to throw off the roof. Come on there, buddy. That's it. I get to drop him the next time, you know.
Before dropping the dummy from towering heights, they need to test the accelerometer from a little lower down.
All right, go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
That's really horrifying to watch. 3, 2, 1. That was perfect. Dude, we've cracked his entire head in. No, we can't go again.
I guess we weakened it a little bit by...
Yeah, I mean, just some big old welds along here should be fine, but, you know, our accelerometer, we should take it out and just read the events.
Despite the mishap, Adam found the accelerometer was still functioning effectively.
So, download.
In addition to the head repair, Jamie needs to modify Buster before the big fall.
The other thing that we've got to do to him is that we have to rig some sort of a slide that will allow him to travel along a cable so we can guide him precisely where we need to.
To predict exactly where and when Buster and the hammer will hit the water, Jamie is rigging a quick-release cable and guide wires for the descent.
All right. So let's say it's from 6 feet. All right.
Buster's in for more pavement punishment while the quick-release mechanism is tested.
Ready? 2, 1. Oh, oh man. In 3, 2, 1. These quick releases work great, Jamie.
Yeah.
Let's go for another one.
Okay. Upsy daisy.
But the dummy is not designed for this type of rough handling.
Something's wrong.
Uh-oh.
Not again.
Oh, well.
All right, well, let's lift him by his head and get him back on the operating table.
Okay.
And get to work on him again. I can get the data out and we can see what the drops were like.
Okay.
This is our last intern.
Back at the Mare Island Docks, all is ready for Buster's big day out. Will his dramatic drop prove that a hammer could break a fall and save a life?
I just tested all the systems of the accelerometer, and they're all a go. So it's now recording events. It's probably recorded more than a few jostles on the way out here. But we should be able to see which ones are the events we really care about, because there'll be lots of G's.
With the dummy's accelerometer on board, it's time to drop. The massive crane is rolled into position.
It's a strange combination of like sheer terror and delight. I'm not sure. Looking at the ground a couple hundred feet away, and I don't know, it's really cool. I think my fascination is overriding my terror.
He looks good. Take him all the way up.
The crane is raised to 180 feet. A guide wire will keep the dummy on target. A high-speed camera will record the moment of impact.
Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh no, poor guy.
I think it was a back flop. I was looking for a belly flop, but this was a back flop. He probably experienced the full G-force that's possible from this height.
Oh no, no, no.
Somebody didn't remember to clip him into the cable. You know, there's a lot going on though, and we just forgot, or somebody forgot.
We didn't forget to hook the legs on. In fact, Jamie forgot to hook the leg on. I said, by the way, I put a pin in the knee, but because the threading is stripped out, there's nothing there. You're gonna need to take a long bolt and put it all the way through that to make sure the leg is connected. Never got taken care of. Not my fault.
There's only one answer. Someone's gonna get wet.
Adam will use any excuse to run around in his undies, I think. Oh, God. Probably like 5 feet down in the mud.
I had absolutely no success finding the leg. I'm really disappointed about that. I really wanted to come up holding the leg. That would have been beautiful. We would have been able to keep on going. I did a good effort, but it's gone.
Despite the setback, they hope Buster's remaining limbs will survive more drops.
We are all good to go. Release at your leisure.
3, 2, 1, go.
No.
Whoa! He's completely trashed. The cast aluminum of his thigh bone right here absolutely just shattered into contact with the water. It's pretty obvious that from that height, you're completely screwed.
Jamie, atop the crane, is coping with a personal fear. Right now, he would prefer being on terra firma.
It's kind of an intense rig up there. I mean, reaching out and hooking up the dummy to the quick release, you know, seems pretty simple. You're just a couple feet away, but when you're at a 40-degree pitch, 160 feet in the air, it's less than pleasurable.
When I'm up there on that height, I'm over and over seeing myself like, whoa, that's all there is to it. And so, you know, I can do it. I don't have to like it, though.
Buster has been falling an average of 60 miles an hour. Because of the missing legs, to get consistent data, they decide to start again.
Another test, we'll do a control without legs and without a hammer, and then we'll do another one with the hammer. All cameras are rolling, it's a go.
3, 2, 1, go.
That's so radically hardcore.
So hardcore, the accelerometer registered a force of 287 Gs, a devastating impact, considering an average car crash rates around 70 Gs. Time to attach the hammer. Will it break the surface tension and help prove the myth?
We're ready on your count.
3, 2, 1, go.
Even with the hammer falling first, the dummy still registered a shattering impact of 239 Gs.
Take a look and see the little yellow pieces of foam over there. The force is so great, it's yanking foam out of his butt and like rendering it all over the place. We're seeing little scraps every time he falls.
3, 2, 1.
You know, if I was to crash this dummy, I think that would have hurt more than any of the other falls.
Go.
I'm enjoying this more every time. You know, I think Jamie's getting a little sick up there. Oh! Oh! I'd say that's a good day's work.
I want to get the hell off this crane.
All right. I don't think that losing the leg affected our results. We got a good control of 3 drops without the hammer and 3 drops with the hammer. That's a reasonable data set to make an assessment as to whether or not the hammer helped or didn't do anything.
My gut feeling about this is that the hammer is probably having somewhat of an effect on the impact that the dummy receives. I don't think it's all that much. I don't think it would save your life, personally.
That's our first one with a hammer. Did a face plant at a slight angle, butt first.
Back at the workshop, Adam and Jamie are comparing the different impact curves downloaded from the accelerometer.
Yeah, there's effectively no difference in the length of that curve, just between 200 and 300 Gs. Even if the hammer helped a little bit, when he hits the water, he's going 60 miles per hour plus, which is like twice the speed that they test auto crashes at.
You know, the thought that jumping off something and hitting water is going to like literally rip your limbs off your body is surprising. I never would have thought that.
It blew my mind, actually.
Yeah. And then bottom line, our data doesn't show any effect of the hammer at all.
No, it doesn't. I would say that this myth is busted.
I'd agree.
There are plenty of legends associated with cola. Some of them sound feasible. For instance, can it clean battery terminals?
That is a pretty corroded battery.
That is a very corroded battery. So let's try out the cola on it.
Well, let's try cola on this one and baking soda and toothbrush on that one.
Cheers.
So, should we line them up and take a look-see?
Sure.
Personally, I don't really see any major difference between them.
Yeah, but the cola actually does work.
Let me see something here. I'm gonna actually just try straight water on this one. See, given what the water does, it might just be that the cola is simply a liquid.
Yeah.
Not that it has any special properties, because the water without anything just cleaned up that terminal pretty fine.
That's true.
Is cola the great grease stain remover?
So I kind of figured before we clean the engine, I should sort of like get it.
If there's an easier way to dirty a pair of coveralls, this is not it.
Wow. I must say it's kind of exciting. Oh, there we go. It's only gonna hurt a little bit. There you go.
So, one sample in cola and the other in a leading brand of detergent. Both left to soak for 4 days.
So, well, we've rinsed these, and I don't know, for my money, the unagitated laundry detergent didn't really do squat.
Cola turned the material brown, but it didn't do anything at all to the grease.
So,
strike another one off the list.
Okay.
A real cola cleaning challenge. An old greasy engine.
So we're the cola on the left side, right?
Yeah.
There you go. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't do this to my car. What, should we let it sit like 10 minutes or so and then come back?
Yeah. So it's blast time. What do you reckon, myth or not?
It cleaned off a lot of the dirt, but the grease was all still there, same as the cola as the water.
Yeah, I think it removes a little bit of corrosion here and there on the aluminum or certain metals, but not a whole lot.
So I'd say that as an engine degreaser, it's busted.
Yeah.
No way.
Will spilled cola damage car paint if it's not cleaned off in 24 hours? Once again, the cola is competing against the concentrated power of phosphoric acid.
Wow, look at what it's doing to this Sharpie.
Yeah.
24 hours later, what's the verdict?
Not much going on there. Try the phosphoric. The phosphoric acid's bright and white. It's actually like, I might use it on my car.
I think it actually changed the color of the truck, though.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely ate through the paint, the phosphoric acid, but as an ingredient in cola, it's definitely not effective in ruining anybody's paint job.
No.
Another one busted.
Yes, indeed.
All right, let's get that penny out of there.
Back at the lab for the cola soak test. What happened to the teeth, pennies, and the T-bone steak?
Well, I see something interesting here, Jamie. I know for a fact when I looked at it that this penny, which was in the cola, this is the side that was down, and there was an air bubble right here. So we can see where there was air, it didn't clean, but where there was cola, it did.
Wow, that's neat.
Clearly see the difference that it actually did brighten up this penny.
The cola did a better job than the phosphoric acid did.
Yeah, I'd say it did a much better job, actually. I mean, it doesn't look like the phosphoric did very much at all.
That surprises me.
Well, you know, to me, it looks like the myth's true. The cola cleaned this penny really well.
Now the teeth. Will they still be there after an overnight soaking?
I still hear it rattling around in there.
Well, it made it a yucky brown.
Ugh. That's just disgusting. That's one sat in the phosphoric acid, did effectively nothing to it.
Actually, Adam, there's a lot less of that other tooth than there was to begin with.
Really?
Yeah, it ate maybe half of it away.
Wow, no, I didn't have any idea about that.
Looks nice and white in comparison, but it's mostly gone. I don't think I'd want to put either of them in my mouth based on that.
Yeah, in a 24-hour period, I'd say cola could never dissolve a tooth.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's busted.
Yep.
Okay.
What's next?
So this is the myth that cola will dissolve a steak in 48 hours.
Well, it's done something in 48 hours.
Oh, man. I mean, we've given it a little bit longer than that. And you've put the steak in just phosphoric acid.
Ooh, did you see that?
Yeah, this kind of fell apart.
It's totally breaking it down.
Ooh.
It's funny, it didn't look like it did anything to it, but it did.
Ugh. This is the cola steak with our fine glaze of mold. Well, there's nothing remotely dissolved about it. I'm trying to speak through my mouth so I don't have to smell this.
It doesn't smell bad at all. It smells kind of good. It might have tenderized it a little bit, but it, you know, because I don't know that I could do that with that if it was fresh.
Yeah.
And I don't smell anything bad at all. It smells okay. It smells like food.
Nah, I wouldn't eat it.
I wouldn't either, but.
Ah, so, after all your talk, you wouldn't eat it.
It's true.
So
the myth busted.
Myth busted, cola did nothing to a steak.
Yeah.
Next myth, could cola be an effective spermicide? They will combine one small sample of sperm with cola and another sample with a control substance. Under the microscope, they will estimate the score between alive and dead.
Let's try the cola.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Wow. I mean, this is really exciting. This is like those films in high school.
Maybe they like the caffeine. What do you think? That's amazing.
What are we going to use for our control?
Well, I have some saline solution here. I think that ought to be kind of easy on the sperm.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, 2 drops of saline. There it is.
Certainly look very lively to me.
Yeah, they look great. And 3, 2, 1, count.
For 60 seconds, Jamie will count live sperm in the saline.
And stop, we're done. How many live ones did you see?
53.
53 live ones in a minute. Okay, and go.
And now a 60-second cola count.
And stop.
85.
No way.
Yep.
85.
This is an occasion when Jamie and Adam bow to superior knowledge. Dr. Paul Turek is a male reproductive specialist at UCSF. He's heard hundreds of similar claims.
I think it's a great myth. To summarize, I think the experiment kind of shows what I thought would happen, which is cola will serve as a diluent. It will dilute the sperm, but it won't be necessarily toxic to it. And a spermicide is different. A spermicide actually stays in there, so it doesn't really dilute anything. It just kills the sperm on contact.
3, 2, 1, and done.
96.
96.
Clearly, cola is not an effective spermicide. It's just not.
Well, so I'd say this myth is busted too.
Absolutely.
Cola's going down. So, Jamie, we've been testing cola for a week. What did we end up with? Not a hell of a lot.
Well, the only thing that it really did well was it did a great job of cleaning crumb.
I agree. That's the best thing it did of anything.
Yeah, otherwise it kind of sort of cleans up blood. It cleaned up a penny kind of okay, but nothing really spectacular. The cleaning crumb was great.
Then that's it. I mean, none of these others were really effective in any way.
No.
This episode of MythBusters. Get ready to rot.
That pig's gonna be one big bag of maggots.
Heard about the car with a big smell that won't sell?
The smell from over here is horrifying.
There's a terrible stink as an experiment goes too far. Plus, Dummy and Dumber. A MythBusters superstar chases a raccoon down the drain to test the myth and blows a hole in the story. Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. For our myth-busting heroes, testing tall tales is a mix of danger and stupidity.
Oh!
Shocks and shakeups. And a liberal dose of their old favorite, explosions.
Well, I tell you what, you know that.
Usually it's a laugh and a test of wits, with the occasional tantrum.
I don't care, actually, Adam.
But are they about to meet their myth-busting match?
All hands on deck.
This experiment will take them into a world of putrid pain.
Christ, now I just got a really bad whiff of it.
Adam and Jamie want to test the myth of the stinky car.
This actually is perfect for us, this one. It's kind of gross, but it's excellent. It's been told for years. And the idea is always the same, that a really valuable car is on the market for a great price. No one will buy it because of the smell. Turns out that someone has died in the car, and even though they've attempted to clean out the smell, it still persists, and even at this great price, no one will buy it.
Our queen of folklore, Heather Joseph Witham, picks up the scent of this story.
You've got a young guy who wants a really hot car, usually a sports car. And young guys can't afford sports cars, and they can't afford nice cars, certainly. So this is the only way that this sort of blue-collar, working-class young guy is going to be able to get such an awesome car. But sort of the moral of the story is that the blue-collar guy never can get something that he won't be able to afford like this unless it literally stinks.
So what are the ingredients in this recipe for rankness? We need a car, and to simulate a rotting human, a pair of pigs that have died of natural causes. The method to the madness is simple, on paper anyway. Put pigs in car, leave to simmer for 2 months, then see if you can clean up the mess and sell the car.
I expect that this is going to be pretty bad, actually. I'm not looking forward to it, and yet I am.
Let's work on the least disgusting part first, buying a second-hand sports car.
Boy, are you guys on schedule or what?
Are you Tom?
Yeah, I recognize you two.
Tom has an '87 Corvette for sale that looks about right.
This is my baby. Looks pretty good.
This is Tom's 5th Corvette. It's a love affair that's been running since the 60s.
Has anyone died in this Corvette?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge?
No.
Have you heard about the myth of a car that was so stinky that no one would buy it, even though it was a really good deal?
No.
Okay, time for a test drive.
I always like a car that's got 4 or 5 controls just for your ass. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
That Corvette is a nice looking car. You know, it's a really sleek, really sexy Americana.
Okay, there's some power there.
Oh,
more than I'm used to.
The Corvette was the first all-American sports car. Chevrolet began production in 1953, and these stylish muscle cars quickly became classics. They've been building Corvettes ever since, 1 million on the road today. And at the wheel of every one of those cars is a very passionate Corvette fan.
What we're about to do to that Corvette is going to make a lot of veteran Corvette owners all over America squirm. You know, I mean, it's This is an absolutely horrible thing to do to a beautiful car.
Okay, that was fun. You'll enjoy driving this back to San Francisco. I think we should get it.
Yeah, I like it, and I think it's hot.
It's a done deal. But for Tom, there's a little twist in this transaction.
Farther than that.
Oh, really?
You want to tell him?
Oh, we have, waiting eagerly for this car, a recently dead pig that we're going to put in there and let it sit for about maybe a month or two. And I wondered what you feel about that.
Well, not real happy, to tell you the truth. I mean, because it's a really nice car.
What do you think all the other Corvette owners across America are going to be thinking about this when they see it on air?
When you put a dead pig in here, they're going to think you're nuts.
They may be right. Yeah, baby.
Time to take this machine back to the MythBusters workshop and get it ready to rot.
Adios.
That's the last time this thing's going to be driving for a while.
Well, we've got wheels. Now we need squeals. To find a pair of pigs, Jamie and Adam have to go on safari. Welcome to Bischoff's, taxidermists to the stars, supplying stuffed stuff for films and TV. Gary here has an animal for every occasion.
Have our jaguars and our leopards here, and our whole bird area. Some of our favorite stuff is our stand-ins, like this little guy over here, one of our stars you might recognize from one of the movies. It's our little pug. This was Men in Black 2. He's been taxidermied and preserved for the movie industry.
So these things, by and large, are dying of natural causes, then?
Yes, yeah. These animals are all natural causes. We don't go out and get animals and kill them for the movies at all.
He's got little pockets in his claws.
This is a scary freezer. Do you keep a separate freezer for, like food? Popsicles.
Yeah, does anyone have their lunch in there?
Ice cream.
No sign of the other white meat in there. Maybe it's time to pop the question.
We need to get a hold of some pigs for this project that we're doing. Pigs that have died from natural causes.
We'll put in a call and say we need 2, 3 pigs, whatever it is, and they'll search and they'll call us when they come up with it.
We ask Gary for the whole pig. That means the guts, the animal, everything that a pig naturally dies with. Because as it turns out, it's not all that easy to get a hold of that through like a butcher or other things. We want to replicate what a human would be like if that person died in a car.
It's a whole new fashion statement.
A week and a half later, the pigs are here.
Oh. I've got a dead pig in the truck.
They have just died of natural causes on a farm. The funky phase of this experiment is about to begin.
No, I'm gonna tape these up, man. I don't want this touching me anywhere. I'm ready to put on a second painter's suit. We're also gonna test how good these actually are. There we go. I feel ready to tackle the pig.
Oh, yeah.
As the boys struggle to get a grip on their stunt hogs, a nose-withering stench begins to take hold of them, the air, and everything these putrid porkers come near.
Hey.
I think it's already hard to sell this car.
All right, let's close it up.
Well, we'll come back in 3 months and see how it looks.
Not so fast, Adam. There's still a few little ham-fisted hiccups coming your way.
How come the lights are on? Are they pressing on a brake or something?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The pig is pressing on a brake. In fact, I'll say that there's nothing we can do about it.
Rather than face the horror of more pig wrestling, Adam decides to disconnect the battery instead of moving the pig off the brake. It's a shortcut that will come back to haunt him. Next step, seal the vehicle.
That pig's going to be one big bag of maggots, and at some point I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't kind of like start to inflate and then explode, spewing stuff everywhere in the car.
I still don't have a problem with pork. I can go right out tonight and have, you know, some glazed ham.
Damn, it still stinks.
That guy missed the party. He's all like, yo, let me in, dudes. Yo, I know you got some good snacks in there. And they're all like, yo, dudes, we got all our kids in here. We can't let you in.
The Corvette is finally locked and loaded, but there's still a hint of trouble in the air.
Yeah, now, Christ, now I just got a really bad whiff of it.
My main concern is that the car seal them up. I really would just as soon not have that horrific odor in front of my shop for the next 6 months. I don't want the smell getting out of the car.
And right now, Jamie is convinced that smell has broken out and is making a dash for freedom. He reopens the car and tries to seal it even further.
What's going on, hombre?
Hop in, you want to take a ride?
Thanks, but no.
Well, it seems that the car's not as well sealed up as we thought.
Someone's sloppy work is a little stinky, too.
You didn't really do that good of a job of taping it up.
No, I didn't.
The smell, well, it's not like really, really powerful. It's just extremely pervasive. So the tiniest bit of it drives everybody nuts.
The car also has to be moved, and that turns one of their earlier quick fixes into a big problem.
The hardest part about this whole deal is we got to get the little pig off the brake.
We got to get the little pig off the brake?
Yeah.
Oh. Damn.
It's going to be kind of like surgery getting that damn thing out of there. And it's not pretty.
Ah, yeah.
Jamie and Adam thought parking 2 pigs in a car would be easy.
We're going to need more people.
But it's turned into a marathon with more to come.
Hey, all right, that's good. Stop. Okay, well, I'm now going to be lifting that up.
You're going to be licking that up?
Yeah, that's it.
Did he say he's going to be licking that up?
Even taping this Corvette into a modern-day sarcophagus isn't going to be enough for Jamie. Next, he calls in a pyramid for its burial, a hopefully smell-proof shipping container.
We're just turning it hard. Push it back a little further.
That was incredible, you people. Fabulous. I didn't think it was possible.
Ominously crawling around the floor of the container are first maggots, a taste of the trauma to come. For now, the car is sealed and set to stew for 2 months. Will it set a new benchmark for stench? Find out later in the show when the real horror of the stinky car begins.
Woo! This is horrifying.
Roll up for the greatest MythBusters show on Earth. How could a rat up a drain pipe, a roasted toy raccoon, and a sharp-dressed dummy turn into a disaster area? Take your seat as we ride the raccoon rocket.
In 1998, in Carbon County, Pennsylvania, apparently some good old boys, from the sounds of it, were hanging out on their porch, drinking beer, and they saw a raccoon go by, and so they all opened fire on it.
So they noticed that the raccoon's taken refuge in a drainage pipe. So one of the smart fellows goes over to the drainage pipe and he pours gasoline down there and he tries to light it.
Unsuccessful at doing this, one of them decided to go down into the pipe to better light the gasoline and get the raccoon out, at which point the gasoline actually did ignite and it shot this guy out the tube at a high rate of speed.
He goes shooting straight out of this pipe and he flies about 200 feet right over the house and falls and manages to get up relatively unharmed.
Well, it sounds like we have all the information we need to proceed. What is the plan? Have you got a plan?
Well, we need a big-ass pipe, I guess a sewer pipe. It's got to be 20 feet long, 3 feet in diameter. We got to have 5 gallons of gasoline. We have to have some means of igniting it safely from a distance.
I have one more question about this.
What's that?
Which one of us is going to get launched from this pipe?
Well, you, of course.
You know, much as I'd like to do it, it sounds to me like it's a job for Buster.
Buster is the silent partner of the MythBusters team, a long-suffering crash test dummy.
I am making a new knee for the crash test dummy. We have busted him up so fully that both of his knees are completely shattered.
Weighing in at 180 pounds and standing 5 foot 10 inches tall, Buster represents roughly 95% of the United States adult male population. His role is to behave just like a human would in extreme situations, something he excelled at for many years when he crashed cars for a living. Since joining the MythBusters, he's been through hell and high water, all without a word of complaint.
Well, what's next in line for Buster is to put him in a 3-foot pipe with a bunch of gasoline and maybe even gunpowder and see if we can launch him like a cannonball.
Before Buster becomes a cannonball, Jamie and Adam need to find the cannon. That means a trip across town in search of some monster drainage pipe.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Andy.
Adam.
Nice to meet you guys.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
I think we're here to pick up some really big pipe.
It's a pipe lover's paradise.
What's this stuff normally used for?
Storm and sewer drain, mostly stormwater.
Bingo! Stormwater drains, 3 feet wide. Exactly the kind of drain a terrified raccoon and its boozy pursuer might stumble down. Adam tries it out for size.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You know, it makes me want to like... All right, that's enough of that.
After a peek at the pipe, Jamie's mustache is twitching.
It's all a whole bunch of stupid stuff.
The more he thinks about this wild raccoon chase, the more he thinks it's the truth that's gone down the drain.
The biggest problem that I see is that you can see that I fit pretty easily in this pipe, and there's a lot of room around me, a lot of air room. And so even if there is a big blast, all this air is just going to go right past me if there's no seal.
Thank you. This is one of the rare occurrences where Jamie and I agree all the way down the line on this. He's right. It's the problems are myriad. The myth is almost patently ridiculous just on its face.
But when there's a hint of flames or explosions in the air, the MythBusters will make it happen.
I think one way or another, we are going to propel that dummy quite energetically out the end of this tube. I don't think it's going to work quite the way the myth says, though.
Let's bring on this raccoon.
Back in the workshop, Adam creates a remote you won't lose under your couch.
I've got this lighter rig, which we've used before on MythBusters. It lights a lighter remotely, and in the past I've always used cable, like bicycle cable, and it's never been quite reliable, so this time I'm going to actually go with a small pneumatic cylinder, which will go and light the lighter that way.
This will let him light the gasoline in the pipe from a safe distance.
It works. Excellent. So, it is the world's most complicated lighter.
fully recovered from knee surgery, Buster needs to be dressed for the occasion. This stylish woolen sweater and slacks outfit will protect our dummy from looking unfashionable and save him from melting. The fabric of choice for firefighters and Formula One drivers, wool is one of the most fireproof fabrics you can wear. It does not melt, and it does not support a flame.
Yeah, you know, I don't think Buster's ever looked so fashionable. I mean, dude, you are looking sharp.
Time to grab a $25.98 toy raccoon and put this myth to the test. Our firing range is an abandoned airfield on the outskirts of San Francisco. Job number 1, get that pipe into launch position. For this, our boys will need a nice new toy.
I think this is the biggest thing we've driven yet. Very, very, very cool.
Yeah. But does anyone know how to drive this thing?
So did you get any instructions on it?
I did not.
A few quick tips from the backhoe delivery man, and Adam is an instant expert.
This goes side to side to side. You can drop this pin in the center.
Okay.
And it'll
lock it.
Yeah, it'll lock it from going like this. That was fun.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit more.
Yep. It's like a secret escape hatch. Woo! Ah! You know, he's taking an awful long time to do this. I think he's having just a bit too much fun.
Finally, our cannon is in position.
Well, we've just covered the pipe with dirt, and so I guess we're going to pour some gasoline down there and light it with the dummy in the tube. We pretty well know that nothing's going to happen.
We'll get a big whoosh of gasoline out of both sides of this tube, but besides that, it's not going to launch this dummy in any way.
The stunt is ready. So where's the fall guy? For extra fireproofing, Buster gets a dressing down with a special flame retardant gel.
Okay, so we're gonna shove him about 3 feet up in there?
Yeah, feet first, because his head's got to be down, like he scooched down the pipe with a lighter and was like, you know, that kind of business.
The scene is set exactly according to the myth. We have one not-so-smart man, Buster, who's crawled down a 3-foot-wide drainage pipe, chasing a raccoon.
Like that. There we go.
Like this?
Yeah.
The raccoon's probably all the way at the very end, you know, up against like a steel grate or something like that. So he's probably like right here, trying to be as threatening as a raccoon soaked with gasoline can be.
Okay.
Let me get my automatic match.
The MythBusters team gets ready for launch. Cameras will cover it from every angle. Sensitive equipment is protected by a bulletproof plastic shield. A baby fire truck is at the ready. And it's Big Daddy, just in case.
Excited, we're gonna blow some stuff up, then we go home.
Now, Jamie adds the final element, 5 gallons of gasoline.
Okay, it's kind of a lot. Oh, it's kind of really a lot. It's a lot of gasoline pouring out of there.
That's it.
That's it. All right, get out of there. Okay, here we go. Standing over here with me, Jamie?
Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1.
0. Nothing happens.
Tell me if you see it lighting.
Yeah, I don't see any flame.
Seems that pesky raccoon slipped down onto the lighter. He's repositioned, and we are clear for launch.
Okay, here we go. There we go. We have ignition. Put it out now. Go. Well, that wasn't nothing at all.
Nope.
That was like a little campfire.
Well, it probably would have set the whole tube on fire after a while. It singed the heck out of our raccoon.
Let's see how our raccoon did.
That's one piping hot toy raccoon, all right. but not much else, and certainly not enough to satisfy the destructive desires of these two strange men.
The myth is in fact busted.
But there's always two parts to a MythBusters story. There's replicating the myth, and then there's duplicating the result. And we replicated the myth, we got nothing. Now it's time to see what it takes to launch him out of that tube. I think we're gonna have to go back to the shop and think this one through. It's not trivial to turn this 20-foot-long tube into a human cannon. We can't just put gunpowder behind him and hope it'll launch him. It's just gonna blow him up.
Back in the shop, Jamie's mind contorts around a devilish conundrum.
We pretty well know that the dummy's not going to get launched out of the tube, you know, just by sitting there. So we've got to put a container around it that actually remotely seals the dummy in the tube.
He needs to make a tricky device called a sabot. In the world of weaponry, a sabot is used when a specialized bullet or projectile is too small for the barrel of a gun. The sabot fits around the bullet to seal the chamber so the blast from the gunpowder can send it firing out of the barrel. It's hard enough remembering how to say sabot. Now, Jamie has to work out what to make one from.
That's about 2 feet, so darn, that tube's big. It's gonna make me work.
What about stretching a car inner tube around that and inflating that and squeezing that between a couple pieces of ply?
These two professional problem solvers go into the MythBusters mind meld.
Put two of them around there and then they gasket to each other. We fill them just up enough.
Stretch it out onto there. We could probably
back it, I'd say, with one piece of ply.
Around that would make a very dense thing.
Suppose it's just like 4 gaskets of plywood.
Out of the brain blender comes a juicy plan. The sabot will be molded from foam.
Oh, Jamie, that's beautiful.
Easy as pie. But, usually things don't work this easy.
35, geez, you're within a 1/4 inch.
Yeah, seems like it should be perfect. So without this thing, gases would just go past the dummy and not propel him. With it, it blocks the chamber, and hopefully it will carry the dummy with it out of the barrel. The sabot will fall away in its 4 parts as we've designed it, and the dummy will continue on his trajectory.
Let's hope the plan stays on target, because back on the firing range, we are now working with dangerous explosives.
Second circuit, just to the end of the tube here, and then if we have a problem with the first circuit, we'll just tie into this.
Sounds good. So I'll tie this on for
yeah.
We want to fire a 180-pound projectile 200 feet. So, how much gunpowder will we need? Well, in World War II, the guns of the mighty U.S. battleship Missouri used 660 pounds of explosive powder to launch 2,700-pound projectiles with a range of up to 23 miles. There are no records of raccoons being present on the USS Missouri.
Back up on the backup. Preparing to launch.
John McLeod normally creates pyrotechnics for Hollywood films. Today, he's cooking up a different kind of blockbuster.
We're using 10 1-pound cans of the GoX black powder. That should give us a pretty good bang.
Buster is locked in the sabot and loaded into the pipe.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, baby.
Okay, we need a little more push here.
All right, here we go.
Okay, ready? That's good, right?
Well, that's tight, huh?
That's pretty good.
Cue the bomb.
So that's the 10-pounder, isn't it?
It's a 10-pounder.
Don't look like much.
Not until it goes off.
The local geese are heading south to safety.
You think they can tell we're about to blow something up?
John will use an electric detonator to ignite the powder. With the wiring all checked, it's time to seal the end of the pipe.
Look at that, that's perfect. All right, I'm gonna bury it.
The pipe must be plugged to direct the force from the blast towards Buster and send him out the other end of the tube. Will it work? That's in the lap of the gunpowder gods.
I think the worst thing that could happen was it would rupture the back end of the tube and maybe shoot dirt and sand and possibly little rocks.
It's also, I'd say, 50% likely that it stays back there in the tube and the whole thing just blows up. That's totally acceptable to me as well.
The whole damn thing could blow up for all we know, but our best shot is that it's going to come out of there and it's going to come out really fast and it's going to look really cool.
Jamie is so confident, he's parking Buster's wheelchair right where he thinks he'll land.
Jamie, you hoping to catch him?
Yeah.
All right, that's about the most optimistic thing I've ever heard. If you catch him, I'll give you $100.
Okay, let's put this Big Bang Theory into practice.
You got some? You want to put some protection on there?
I think I'm all right.
He thinks he's all right.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God!
I almost made the chair.
You almost made the chair.
We've got two very excited MythBusters on our hands.
He survived! Buster survived!
Oh.
Woo!
Came out there with some horsepower.
How you feeling, buddy?
It worked absolutely perfectly. I was off by about 5 or 10 feet.
Buster heroically executed a textbook superhero-style exit from the cannon.
Oh my God!
You know, I gotta say, I think we planned this whole thing really well. The sabot worked. He did launch a significant distance out of the barrel.
The myth says 200 feet that the guy lived. I tell you, watching that dummy land, there's no way he would have lived at that distance, let alone that distance again. This myth is just, I mean, complete and utter lunacy to think that it's true. Well, Buster, how you feeling, man? What do you think? Raccoon rocket, true or busted? What do you think, Jamie?
I'd say it's pretty effectively busted. You know, we would have died if we'd been in Buster's place, that's for sure.
Man, he is a little worse for wear.
You've heard the fairy tale of the 3 little pigs, right? Well, in this myth-busting moral, one got away, and the other 2 have been quietly decomposing in a 1987 Corvette for 2 months. Huffing and puffing? You bet. The moment Jamie and Adam open the doors of that car. And it might be the MythBusters house that gets blown down. They're testing the myth that if someone dies in a car, it can get so stinky you can't clean it and you can't sell it. Time to call in an expert in extreme cleaning. Neil Smither runs a business called Crime Scene Cleaners.
It's a cleaning maintenance service specializing in biohazard, primarily homicides, suicides, accidental deaths. We're really known now for doing just extreme cleanups, stuff other people just won't mess with.
He knows exactly what the stinky car of the myth would smell like.
And that smell, you can taste it. You just can't even describe it. It's such a unique flavor, but you know instantly what it is.
Time for Jamie and Adam to get their hands dirty on a training run with the Crime Scene Cleaners.
We're here cleaning up a coroner's van.
I expect to learn a lot about their protocol, how they approach moving through a vehicle to find the smells, and I think that's going to be invaluable to cleaning out the Corvette.
That's not residue from melted popsicles, you know? It's the real deal.
I'm afraid I'm not quite as enthusiastic as the owner of this company is about this kind of work, but it'll be interesting.
Let's start with cleaning the top of it.
Have you heard the myth of the stinky car that can't be sold?
I have heard that. It's a fallacy. Totally.
What was that?
It's a fallacy.
You can get the smell out? Wait a minute. Now that's a big news flash for Jamie and Adam.
So what you're telling me is that there's no smell that you can't get out, is that right?
Yeah, I think if you clean it correctly, there's no smell that we can't get out so far. And we've done some radical smells.
There's a methodical, meticulous approach to this kind of cleaning.
Thanks. Knock yourself out.
All right.
Any speck of scum that's missed will keep on stinking. The boys have discovered that Neil uses a special enzyme-based cleaner to wipe out really bad smells.
The enzyme secret mix that we haven't been informed the contents of.
This may just hold the key to getting the Corvette clean. The enzymes create a chemical reaction with organic materials, speeding up their breakdown into smaller, simpler pieces. Just like the enzymes in your saliva start breaking down food from the first bite.
It's hot.
This warm-up bout with the crime scene cleaners is a success. Invaluable training for Jamie and Adam's upcoming fight against the funk.
Well, it's really helpful to talk to a professional about this kind of thing. We just kind of go in and start doing it.
I thought the myth was entirely possible and plausible when I first heard it, but talking to Neil and seeing how well this stuff works, I think we might be able to clean this car out, and it might not smell at all.
Either it is cleanable with the enzyme or it gets ripped out, and we will get that car clean.
Brave words.
We will get that car clean. We will get that car clean.
So, let's put that confidence to the test. It's been 2 months since this car was turned into a stink bomb. Now, it's Judgment Day. Time to terminate any fresh air on the MythBusters doorstep and open that awful container. Watching on is the nose that always knows, Neil, the extreme cleaner.
I'm catching whiffs here and there, and it's pretty typical. I'll have a better indicator once we get in, but right now it just smells like standard death.
All right, well.
Oh, man.
And while our rookie cleaners look like they're ready to enter Chernobyl, the pro calmly knocks back even a nose clip.
No, I'm okay. It's not that bad.
Now the car has to be rolled out of the container and into the yard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's foul. They're not going to bite.
You should see the comments.
Climb in.
All right. Here we go.
Go for it, Hyneman. Oh, man.
Well, one thing that bothers me is that it's raining in there. Like any place that I move around, I'm like going to get covered with, I hope these things are waterproof. Are these waterproof?
Not really. Those are more than anything else. I would just hurry up, just get it done.
Oh my God. That is horrible.
The pig's sort of like sealing off the whole area. It's like flowed over the parking brake.
He's gonna have to think awfully fast, coated with gore.
All right, removing the sandbag here.
Yeah.
Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes.
Then, an unforeseen drama. The decaying pigs have given off ammonia, a potentially fatal gas that almost overcomes Jamie.
Woo! How you doing, Jamie?
It's the ammonia. It's not the smell. I was not getting any air. It's not a spew. I was going to pass out.
Because the Corvette was sealed so carefully, the gas was trapped and concentrated inside the car.
Stop.
Oh, man.
It's the ammonia. It's not, the filter's not handling it. I need a separate air source.
Oh my God.
This thing was useless.
As the whole grotesque reality of this car lover's catastrophe hits home, the MythBusters are reeling. Jamie looks like he's about to pass out. And our own Mr. Confidence is going a little weak at the knees.
No way. No way. There's no way we're cleaning this thing. This is horrifying.
I think, having to get in there and close the car with these two remnants of creatures was probably one of the more horrible things I've ever had to do.
What's the worst thing you can imagine?
Hey, Adam.
I can't get past this. Oh, it's disintegrating. Oh.
The ever-helpful Neil is just glad it's not him.
I would just put a bunch of paper towels in and let the paper towels soak up as much of that liquid as you can, because you're going to have to get in there.
Yeah.
You know, literally laying down to get to the bolts. Are you going to lay in that puddle?
I really, you know, I won't be sad when this day is over.
This is a severe cleanup, no doubt about it.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
They're not prepared for this cleanup at all.
I gotta say, this respirator works really good, because the smell even from over here is horrifying. Oh, my glasses are on. I'm gonna move over here.
When you pull the seats, you better have something to contain them, because they're going to pour liquid.
The carpets, the seats, the door panels, all history. And there's a lot of work left.
Well, we got all of the wet stuff out of there. There's still little dribbles here and there, but, you know, shoot, we must have removed about 300-400 pounds of wet something.
I have to say, I didn't expect that this would happen, but I see myself as a vegetarian for at least the next couple of weeks.
Don't want to do that again.
Now, Jamie and Adam try out the tip they got from Neil, the crime scene cleaner, using a special bioenzyme fluid to cut through all the organic gunk. They're praying this might give them an edge in the war on stinkiness.
The quantity of flies has decreased. We've been doing something.
Well, I know we've been doing something.
Something the flies don't like.
Something's really bad right here.
Now it smells like a diaper, a really bad diaper.
If my baby's poo smelled like that, I'd take him to the hospital immediately.
After a full day of frantic, forensic scrubbing, the boys are coming to grips with a grim possibility. Corvette lovers, cover your ears. This car may never drive again.
Are we actually cleaning a car to get the stink out, or are we just removing all the stinky bits and ending up with a parts car?
Seats were so bad that they were just falling apart. So what are you going to do? If they cost $6 grand, the car's not worth that.
I think we can get the stink out, but I'm not sure that we end up with something that's really a car.
We can safely say one part of this story is true.
It is possible for somebody to die in a car and ruin it.
But can it be completely clean?
Even Neil said it would take his boys several days to get rid of every last thing and put it back together again.
There's no doubt in my mind that we could resurrect the car. The only question is whether it's practical or not.
I mean, the place where I think you would never get it out is like all the air conditioning system and the ducts and stuff. I know all that stinks. We can clean the car perfectly and be like, it's done. And we turn on the AC and be like, ah, you know.
Given the way the car smells now, even selling it for parts is going to be pretty difficult.
I tell you, if I took one drop of the juice we cleaned up yesterday and put it in your car, you'd want to sell your car.
So what's the final verdict from the Mythbusters? Jamie would be quite happy never to see that car again.
Oh man, that is nasty.
That myth's busted. There's no way you're going to sell the car after that.
You know, Jamie, I want to get away from this smell as much as you do, but unfortunately, we said we'd make a stinky car, that we'd try and clean it out, and that we'd sell it. So we got to go through the third phase. We got to try and sell that car, even if it's only for parts.
Bummer.
1 week after an infernal cleanup, it's time to sell. But will they find a buyer?
Knowing how bad it was, it's not nearly that bad. But it's worse than anything anybody else but me and Jamie have ever smelled.
It smells more like a barnyard now.
No, the smell hasn't gone, and the car isn't going anywhere either.
What is that? Ready?
Yeah.
Nothing. I'm not sure I'm getting any power at all to anything. Really would it be helpful to get it started to sell it?
The fuse box is fried.
Yeah, this is all corroded. It's all green in here.
Maybe some more scrubbing will work.
How is this doing over here? I'm gonna try and start it again. I'm not getting squat. Are you sure it's hooked up?
Yep.
Positive and all that?
You bet.
Adam is ready to raise the white flag.
Now we push.
But Jamie is determined to get this car started.
It's just a little bit of corrosion is all we're talking about. It's a real simple thing if we can find the spot.
Like the engine's fine. We should be able to sell it better if the engine's running.
You know, you can't really ask a lot of money for a car that doesn't start with no interior.
If I can find the starter solenoid, then we can jump it.
It's a total Jamie thing to like pursue these avenues that seem completely ridiculous and end up with total success. It's really unnerving.
Eventually, Jamie admits defeat.
You gonna help push?
No, I was gonna watch from up here. You guys doing any work at all? I think I'm carrying this whole thing.
It seems like we trashed this car, and that's all we did. Like, we put some pigs in it, it ruined the car, and it's junk.
I think the question is, how much money can we get for a big piece of stinking junk?
Not very much.
Let's clean it, close it, sell it off.
It won't start, and it stinks of dead pig, but it will look good. Time to place an ad on the internet to entice some buyers with an unbelievably cheap '87 Corvette.
All right, so we're gonna sell this car. What should be in the ad?
Well, I guess we should just list the good things about it. It's like shiny, it's got a good finish on it.
Shiny.
It's got good wheels and tires.
It's a great parts car. We lost the interior.
Yeah, we just lost it.
Hidden cameras are set up to secretly record the reactions of unsuspecting buyers. So, who will buy this slightly soiled vehicle? Maybe a die-hard Corvette lover.
I didn't know it was gutted.
Yeah, well...
Is that how you bought it?
No, don't like that, huh?
Jamie will have to do the hard sell on this one.
I mean, we're only asking $3,000 for it. You could, yeah. So you could take it for parts. The wheels alone are worth like $700-800, and still not impressed.
No, I wonder how much that smells seeped into the fiberglass.
No sale. The guy from the junkyard has a sniff.
Jesus, that stink. Right. Well, I think it's worth about $500.
Well, we're definitely going to wait for better offers than that.
So does it even start?
How about this gentleman?
So is there an interior for it?
No.
What's that smell?
He seems kind of interested.
How many miles does it have?
It's got I think it's got a $250,000, but it's only 50,000 on on this engine.
Well, I'll let you know if I'm interested.
All right.
After sleeping on it, he becomes our buyer.
Yes, sir. What are you going to do with the car?
We're probably going to part it out. I'm interested in the engine and the transmission.
The stinky car is going cheap.
There's a couple of things.
Only $2,000.
There's the title and the keys.
But at least it's finally gone.
So there you go, man. No shortage of buyers. I don't think that there's a car in the world that's too stinky to sell.
If somebody dies in a car, it can easily get so bad in there that you're not going to just kind of wash it with some Windex and some stuff like that and be able to sell it like it was.
I think we busted both halves of this one.
I guess we did, didn't we?
I still can't get that taste out of my mouth, though.
God, what a horrible thing that was.
Absolutely.
Horrible.
Horrifying. Horrifying.
That was something else. I'll remember that the rest of my life.
This episode of MythBusters.
Whoa! Like that.
Sparks are flying.
Totally me. We finally get a reasonable experiment here, and he's like,
and trouble's brewing.
I would say that the rig is not safe at all.
Adam finds out that the falling penny myth can really be a pain in the...
Oh!
We'll see why these guys don't have their own cooking show. And find out the link between Japanese spies and Lucille Ball's teeth.
The Morse code.
Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants big boom.
More than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. This myth originated in the Big Apple, atop an architectural icon, the Empire State Building.
The myth is that if you throw a penny off of a building this height, that it'll either get going so fast that it'll embed itself in the concrete at the base of the building, or it'll hit somebody in the head and kill them.
Lydia Ruth has worked here for 18 years. She's heard the penny myth many times.
I know one gentleman who worked in the lobby, was with the building from late 1930s, right after the building opened, and he had heard it. So I think it's just one of those myths that belongs to the Empire State Building.
Tossing a coin off the Empire State is not as easy as it sounds. Tall buildings like this can generate their own unique weather conditions. Some updrafts can reach cyclonic speeds.
It's 8 a.m. in the morning and the wind's already starting to pick up. And there's every possibility that if you hurl this thing off the edge of the building, that it'd just blow it back over.
When the wind blows against the face of the building, the wind blows up. And you might have heard the story of it raining up or it's snowing up. Well, that actually does happen. It will blow against the side of the building. There's an updraft. So if you throw something off, no matter how far away you throw it, the wind is going to catch it.
Of course, there's also the possibility that the story might be true, in which case you risk killing some innocent pedestrian.
We need to figure out how fast a penny would be going if it fell 1,280 feet, what kind of damage it would do. I think we need to go back to the shop and test it.
Adam and Jamie need to find out what is a penny's maximum speed when falling. In other words, its terminal velocity. Once they've done that, they'll shoot the coin at concrete, asphalt, and a head made from ballistics gel.
Nice.
Step 1, finding out a penny's terminal velocity. Now, we know a person's terminal velocity is about 120 miles per hour. But is a penny's the same? In his quest to find out, Adam's willing to jump out of a perfectly good plane for the first time. As he plummets, he releases handfuls of pennies.
Well done. How'd it go?
That was amazing. I mean, it's unlike anything I've ever tried before. You really should have done it.
What'd the pennies do when you let them go?
The pennies flew right out of my hands. I opened one hand and then the other, and the pennies just like shot out towards the sky. Out of one hand, they hovered for a second in like the burble above my hand, you know, the air bubble vortex, and other than that, I was traveling way faster than they were. I want to do it again. That was awesome.
The guys have seen complex equations that put a penny's top speed at somewhere between 35 and 65 miles per hour.
I used to be able to juggle them.
But Adam's not taking those figures at face value. He wants to test them in his own penny wind tunnel. At the bottom, wind speed is clocked at 65 miles per hour. Holes in the tube allow the air to dissipate, so the speed at the top drops to 35 miles per hour. If the penny stays in the tube, then the equations are correct. Bingo! Adam's one happy Mythbuster. If only Jamie were as excited.
This matches the math, the complex equations that we have showing the velocity. I think we should go for a worst case scenario, like 65 miles an hour.
Okay, works for me.
This is excited, Jamie?
Yeah, this is
We got a world first. It's going out on television that we did the experiment that showed exactly how fast a penny goes. No math, no ideas, no timing off a building. We got it right here in the lab.
That's great. Good job.
Totally me. We finally get a reasonable experiment here, and he's like, oh, well, that's great. You know, it's like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna please the guy?
I don't consider it an enormous feat to be able to, you know, elevate a penny in a wind chamber.
On that note, the Mythbusters go their separate ways. Jamie's looking for a way to fire a penny at 65 miles per hour, while Adam begins work on the dummy head.
I decided to use the staple gun because, you know, when we're experimenting with things here in the shop, a lot of times I don't like to go through a whole elaborate process and days of machining something only to find that it was the wrong approach or didn't have the right speed. I like to kind of find something that will allow me to move into it quickly.
To make the penny fit in the staple gun, Jamie lops a little off each side.
Whoops. We should get out of here. That's mercury vapor there.
Okay.
Well, the good news is it works.
I guess I should look up before I shoot those things. Well, that worked.
Next, Jamie has to measure how fast the penny is going.
We've taken a staple gun, like what you would have in a normal wood shop. We put it in front of a chart that we can track the speed of the penny with. We've got a concrete block and a high-speed camera. So we've modified this staple gun to accept the penny. We're firing it and tracking it, recording how fast it goes based on this information.
It's time to see if Jamie's penny can achieve terminal velocity.
Okay,
the modified staple gun blasts the coin from 3 feet at the concrete block.
Look, you can see the penny imprint.
The penny traveled the 3 feet in 16/500ths of a second.
The rig has shown that we can fire this penny at about 65 miles an hour, which is at the upper level of what studies have shown that the terminal velocity of a penny would be.
Jamie's strong points are that he'll try a solution that seems ridiculous, chewing gum and, you know, chewing gum and nails to do something, and it will seem really inelegant, but he'll have grasped by trying that a central thing about the mechanics of what he's doing. And his solution, therefore, it won't be too clever. It'll be very unadorned, very simple, but it'll work.
But the staple gun's not perfect. It has to fire a whole penny.
Obviously, it was really easy to nip the corners off of this penny to make it fit in the gun, and it's not that much different in mass than what a real penny is. So I'm pretty sure, based on that if I widen the channel or the throat of this staple gun, that I should be able to make it fire a full-size penny just as well and with the same kind of speed. Well, it took relatively little work, and this is it's a high-velocity penny shooter. Terminal velocity gun right here.
Meanwhile, Adam's mood has changed dramatically.
Oh, screw. No, that's total wash. I'm going to argue against this. I don't have it today. I'm just going to get really frustrated.
He's vacuum forming a mold to make the ballistics bust.
It's a female skull, which is why I used the female head here.
The skull is placed inside the mold and ballistics gel poured in around it. When it sets, the gel has the same density and elasticity as human flesh, which is why the FBI uses it to test weapons.
Screw.
The mold has sprung a leak. Paper toweling and glue stem the tide of gel. Most coins thrown from the top of the Empire State Building don't get very far. They wind up here, just 5 stories down on the 81st floor. It proves one thing, though. A lot of people have heard the penny myth.
So it would seem that even though the myth is prevalent, people are pretty cavalier about testing it.
Yeah, they do it all the time, and it scares me because if they really thought that their penny was going to kill somebody, what are they thinking?
And it seems penny-related myths have always had plenty of currency.
Pennies have long been associated with luck. In this case, really bad luck, but normally very good luck. If you find a penny, pick it up, and all day you'll have good luck. If you pass up a penny, you'll lose $1. If you find a penny that's heads up, it's particularly good luck, and you should carry it with you as a charm. A bride should always have a penny in her shoe, and following the wedding, she should take that penny and get it made into a piece of jewelry, a pendant or a bracelet or something like that.
Back in the workshop, Jamie's showing off his penny gun. Adam can't hide his approval.
Oh my God. Damn, that is some serious impact there. I mean, are you sure this is 64 miles an hour?
64.4.
Of course, now he wants to have a turn. He also apparently wants to do his own narration.
Adam loads a penny into the lethal penny shooting device.
This time, the penny is launched at a block of asphalt. The penny bounces right off. So the test shows that a coin traveling at terminal velocity cannot penetrate concrete or asphalt. But what about flesh and bone? Remember, the penny myth talks about a penny shattering someone's skull. Enter Norma, Adam's ballistics dummy. Norma's cranium will take the full brunt of a penny traveling at terminal velocity.
Lights. Perfect hit. Lights off.
Yep. The penny broke through the thin layer of ballistics gel, but the skull is intact.
So, you ready to put that to the ultimate test? We've tried it on all the other stuff we've got. Want to try and catch it in your hand?
The penny is leaving an imprint in the concrete when it hits, so, you know, I'm a little hesitant about catching it, actually.
The MythBusters are about to find out what happens when a penny traveling at 64 miles per hour hits skin.
I'll do it.
Okay.
But you got to do it too, otherwise, you know, you're like a wuss.
Okay, you first.
Okay. Still a wuss.
I'll kick your ass.
Penny for your thoughts right about now, Adam.
I'm scared.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Ow! That didn't actually hurt that much. We can try again. Okay.
Looks pretty good. Are we ready? Ready, Adam?
When you are.
Okay, 3, 2.
You hit me in the same exact place. It didn't hurt that much before, but now it really hurts.
Oh, you baby. It looks like it's swelling.
Yeah.
It stings, but there's no bruising or broken skin.
Well, I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain. I'm not sure what it is.
All right, Hyneman. Are you ready?
Now, it's Adam's chance for revenge.
Go.
That was totally off.
I felt it on my wrist.
If it hurt, he's hiding it well.
Adam.
And you know how Adam wasn't having a good day? Well,
go ahead, shoot me in the ass. Come on. I can take it. Oh! That hurts. Oh, man. Ouch. Oh.
Well, you said I could.
I did. No, I was prepared for the consequences. Whew. So you made that great gun. We made the pennies go 64 miles an hour. What did we end up with?
Well, it didn't penetrate the asphalt. It didn't penetrate the concrete. It didn't penetrate the skull of the ballistics dummy. And it didn't hurt your butt.
Thank goodness.
I mean, it kind of stung when we hit the bones on our hands. But, you know, the myth's not looking good.
But that doesn't faze the MythBusters. It's time to see how fast a penny has to go before it does serious damage.
Anytime we get to play around with explosives and gunpowder and, you know, cool weapons and things like that, here at MythBusters, we're happy campers.
Adam's modifying a high-powered rifle so that it will expend a penny.
That's not chambering around, I'm just test firing.
The coin will be fired from a special aluminum barrel attached to the rifle like a silencer. The rifle itself will be loaded with a blank round. When it's fired, the expanding gases from the cartridge will explode along the barrel, propelling the coin from the slot with bullet-like speed. It's a bold plan and a potentially deadly one. Jamie's far from convinced.
I would say that the rig is not safe at all. There's a significant chance that there will be an explosion and either the breech of the rifle will blow out, or what may well be likely is that the whole head of the rifle, the device that Adam has constructed on here, may just shoot off the end of the rifle.
Well, Jamie, take cover, because Adam's taking aim.
All right. Firing. And 3, 2, 1. Well, that seemed to work like a charm.
Look at that imprint. You can clearly see where it hit.
The penny is shot from the slot at almost 3 times the speed of sound.
The high-speed camera result apparently is 3,000 feet per second.
That's like a bullet. That's the speed of a bullet.
The coin still did not end up embedded in the block.
Where's the penny?
This is one penny, however, that has been well and truly spent.
The detail on the face of it is flattened. Work like a charm.
And Jamie's forced to eat his words.
Yeah, congratulations, Adam.
Thank you.
I wouldn't want to get hit by that thing.
1 penny down. 1 to go.
Even at supersonic speed, a penny weighing just 2.5 grams simply doesn't have enough mass to break through concrete or bone. Unlike, say, a real bullet, which in this case is 6.65 millimeters of solid lead. The penny drop myth isn't worth a dime.
Oh man, I hate when that happens. Eliminating all the things that are in the penny's way from just reaching the ground. 64 miles an hour just wasn't enough to cause any kind of damage to a person. And then when we made it go almost 3 times the speed of sound, it still wasn't enough to break the bones.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing I can come up with is if you were looking straight up in the sky and you got hit in the eye, it probably wouldn't be very good for you. But even then, I don't know whether it'd take your eye out.
I think we busted the heck out of this one.
Myth busted.
Yeah.
That's really disgusting.
What sort of foul play is this? Chickens soaking up the rays on a tanning bed? What urban myth could be solved in such a paltry fashion? The humble microwave oven. Is it a handy cooking device? Or mysterious machine with dark and frightening powers?
Microwaves just seem to be magnets for urban legends. So we're going to put some of the main ones to the test.
Whoa! You are the man.
Of all the myths surrounding the microwave oven, none is more famous than the story of the poodle sent for a spin in a microwave to dry its fur. The result? One hot dog. Well, meet Jazzy, a 2-year-old show poodle. Jazzy's being groomed for her MythBusters guest appearance, so we'll come back later to check how she's doing. Meanwhile, it's time to turn up the heat on microwave myth number 1. 30 million Americans tan indoors at salons like this. And in recent years, one microwave myth has caught on and spread like good quality tanning lotion.
Have you actually heard the myth of the tanning bed cooking the insides of the bride-to-be?
Oh, yes.
There's a woman who's getting ready for a special occasion, and she decides she'll look fabulous in her dress if she's very tan. So she goes to a tanning salon, and she's very annoyed that they have this half-hour daily limit on tanning. So she goes there, and then she goes to several other places and basically is tanning for hours a day. After a few days of this, her husband says, "Honey, you smell kind of funny. So she showers, you still smell kind of funny. So she goes to the doctor, and the doctor does numerous tests, upon which he finds that she's microwaved her internal organs and only has 2 weeks to live.
Rick Mattoon is director of the National Tanning Training Institute.
How many different versions of the story have you heard over the years?
We have a tendency of getting a different version about every month for about the past 4 years that I've been involved in the indoor tanning industry.
Do you keep an archive of all the stories that you've gotten?
I do, and it's very interesting. It's picked up typically anywhere, or it grows anywhere from the local level to a national level. And bottom line is, it always has a tendency to go back to the microwaving theory or story.
Can a tanning bed act like a microwave oven? Will overexposure result in a baked bladder as well as a golden glow? How are Adam and Jamie going to test this myth? The simplest way would be to strip off and submit to the simulated sunlight. But they don't look like the tanning types.
No, I think it's really quite obvious that I don't tan. Not at all. Just why I've got to wear these glasses in the sun.
So that explains why these chickens have been plucked from the local deli. They'll give the birds 4 straight sessions on the bed and see whether or not the result is lunch.
This is right up there with one of the weirder things that we've had to do. Trying to put a dead chicken in a tanning booth? Hello?
Time to see if the chicken's goose has been cooked.
So how many sessions did these go through?
4 sessions, a total of 48 minutes on the tanning lights.
So if I'd been in here, I'd be pretty badly burned by now.
You would have a severe sunburn at this point.
But would your gizzards be goners?
Not at all. Pink and perfect. Not cooked on the inside at all.
Basically, there's no difference between overstaying your welcome on a tanning bed and spending too long in the sun.
Now, this story has been told and retold so many times, it's a very popular narrative. Indeed, it was published in at least 2 Dear Abby columns, so it's got a lot of veracity. A lot of people believe it. Also, the industry magazine, Tanning Trends, had to publish an article telling people that it's not true, don't worry about it, but clearly the narrative is still out there.
Do tanning beds put out microwaves?
They put out nothing of the sort. They put out light waves, and that's all there is to it.
Besides, for the myth to work, microwaves would have to cook from the inside out, and that's easily tested. Simply throw a roast in a microwave for 20 minutes and carve.
Look at that. I mean, it's totally cold on the inside. It's not heating from the inside out. It's definitely heating from the outside in.
Yeah. The myth is totally busted.
Apart from testing these microwave myths, Jamie also wants to build the microwave oven from hell. Let's take a moment to find out how microwaves actually work. A microwave oven uses radio waves to cook food. A device called a magnetron bombards the inside of the oven with radio waves, which react with water molecules in the food, causing them to vibrate at enormous speed. That friction creates heat, which cooks the food.
The Amana radar range microwave oven is quality.
In the early days, it was hailed as a revolutionary kitchen convenience.
It's a family-sized turkey. 675 watts of cooking power means faster cooking than most other microwave ovens. Uses 50 to 75% less energy than a conventional electric range. 5 and 30-minute timers with automatic defrost cycle.
This store has been selling microwaves ever since those heady times.
The main thing I'm interested in personally is raw power.
Well, the average microwave today is about 1,100 watts, but you can go up from there or you can go down from there. How many people are going to be using the oven?
One very strange television show.
Just one.
Is this the soul of the microwave oven?
More the heart of the microwave. This is a little radio transmitter, and you plug it in and it converts it to DC voltage, and out comes the microwave.
And it looks like Jamie's suffering a little microwave madness.
Sorry.
Did you get enough, Jamie?
Microwaves are really cool. You know, they're like X-ray guns. And I think the same thing that makes people afraid of them and makes them generate a lot of myths about them is what's always fascinated me. I'm gonna, make this super powerful microwave gun that I can heat things up around in my shop with. And, that for me is a lot of fun.
I think he wants to take apart all these microwaves and make some kind of super microwave. And I don't know if he's planned on shielding or anything, but I don't necessarily want to be in the building when he does it.
Back at the workshop, it's time to test microwave myth number 2. That microwaving metal makes the oven explode.
You know, I once had a roommate where I accidentally put a spoon in my coffee cup in the microwave, and he refused to use it ever again. Made me buy him a new one.
Wow.
It's just those kind of misconceptions I want to clear up here on MythBusters.
Yeah.
There you go.
Adam and Jamie are going to microwave several metal objects. Just in case something dramatic does occur, the pair will watch from behind a Lexan shield. Lexan is a bulletproof material used in the windshields of NASCARs. It's time for the first metallic test subject. No, nothing happening there.
Spoon's been in there for 2 minutes. I don't see nothing. Turn it off. So, I mean...
I'm guessing if...
Ah! Ooh. The spoon was really hot. That spoon was really hot, but it didn't do anything. Okay. I mean, it didn't arc, it didn't, like, buzz or, you know, all that stuff.
Something else from the silverware drawer, perhaps?
Fork in the microwave.
Maybe the sharp prongs will cause sparks to fly.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Not a thing.
Adam and Jamie have heard that tin foil scrunched into a ball can have an effect.
Oh, that's cool! Looks like something out of Star Trek.
It's beautiful, actually.
Now,
Really?
that's interesting. The microwaves are causing an electric charge to build up in the metal. Scrunching the foil allows the charge to jump the gaps. Jamie tries again, this time folding the foil into an accordion shape.
Whoa! The Hyneman with the precognitive technique. Look at that!
That's the best.
Dude, you are the man. It just goes.
Spectacular, yes, but explosive? No. A warning, though. Microwaving metal might result in magnetron meltdown.
So metal in a microwave, is it true or is it false?
Well, that's false with provisions. Only in the case of an object that is made out of metal that is contacting the sides, you can create some arcing there that would feed back into the magnetron and reduce its lifespan.
That's 2 myths done and busted. Meanwhile, what's Jamie up to? Does he have a screw loose? Jamie's harvested the magnetrons from 4 microwaves. Looks like he's serious about building that super microwave machine. Scary stuff.
Microwave oven.
So we know metal won't turn your microwave into a bomb. It's time now for Adam and Jamie to investigate a microwave myth that is potentially lethal.
If you overheat water in a microwave, you may take the cup out of the bowl and then the water is going to explode in your face, injuring you or burning you in some horrific way.
We're gonna time how long it takes to bubble.
After a little research, Adam and Jamie know that the only way water could explode is if it's being superheated, that is, heated beyond boiling point, without actually boiling. Tap water always boils because it has impurities. Distilled water has no impurities. That means no boiling.
Yeah, the smaller experiments, you know, they look a lot simpler because they're tabletop, you know, we have small amount of variables, and really invariably they turn out to be the most complex and difficult ones to get a real result from.
They put 2 cups of water in the microwave, 1 distilled, 1 tap. When the tap water boils, they'll know that the distilled water has become superheated. Just dropping in a sugar cube should make the boiling process happen instantly and violently.
Hey!
Spectacular.
That would suffice.
That was exploding water?
It erupted, it left the container.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of it.
If someone were holding the cup, they would definitely have severe burns. But if straight tap water can't explode, how likely is it that people will be scalded by exploding beverages?
On your average day in your average house, it's not very likely. However, with the hundreds of millions of people using microwaves every day to boil water, reboil water, I'd say it could happen a few times a year around, around the world. Myth, absolutely true.
Finally, Jamie's finished playing Dr. Frankenstein.
What we have here is a super duper microwave oven. I've taken the guts out of 4 microwaves, the magnetrons, and I've put them in a box, all aiming at a single glass of water. So in theory, this should heat up that glass of water about 4 times as fast as a regular microwave would. Maybe it'll just go, we'll find out.
Jamie, I'm ready to test this infernal machine of yours, but could you wrap me up a little more? I don't feel quite safe yet.
What are you, a turkey?
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
I know, this could be a wonderful mousetrap.
I'm not sure he's evil, and I'm not sure he's a genius, but
We're ready for a mega microwave test firing.
What, about 30 seconds?
Jamie flicks the switch. The room's filled with an angry buzz.
How come my watch has stopped? I'm gonna give it...
What on earth is happening behind those metal walls?
Let's put the temperature probe in.
That doesn't look like it's boiling.
No, in fact, 66 degrees. You've made a refrigerator.
That's amazing.
For all that humming, you ended up with bupkis.
Looks like that's the evil genius theory out the window. Time for the final myth, the famous poodle in the microwave. It's the moment of truth for our guest star Jazzy, who's been crimped and preened to perfection. Or is it?
There's some things that even we on MythBusters can't do, and I think this is one of them. There's just no way that we could put a poodle in a microwave. It might dry her hair, but it'd kill the dog.
Fortunately for the viewers, this one's just going to have to remain a legend. The story that we're looking at is from 1942.
One of the most bizarre urban myths of all comes from wartime USA and involves America's queen of comedy, Lucille Ball.
I had some dental work to be done. You know, they put in temporary fillings. I was just driving along, and a road that I'd taken many times, and all of a sudden, I heard music. But I mean, with a great beat, you know. And I looked down to turn off my radio, and it wasn't on. And the music was getting louder and louder and louder, and I realized it was in my mouth. And it was beating in my ears. I could hear the tune and everything. I recognized the tune.
The following morning at work, comedy legend Buster Keaton offered this explanation for the ghostly tune.
And he said, what street were you on, Moore Park? And I said, yes. He said, you went by the radio station. You picked it up. Well, you got any fillings? I said, yes. He said, you picked it up in your teeth. Well, I could hardly wait to go by there again.
Here's a challenge Adam and Jamie can really get their teeth into. Is it possible to receive radio transmissions through the fillings in your mouth?
We need to get a skull. 2
of the skull's teeth will be given different fillings. One gold, the other amalgam.
Also, obviously have to have some sort of a radio transmitter.
That transmitter will pump radio frequencies into the air around the teeth. A voltmeter will monitor any change in electrical activity across the fillings.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
First question. Where are you most likely to come across a spare cranium?
The number 4, the bone room. The number 4, UCSF School of Anatomy. The number 4, UCSF Dental School. I'm looking for a human skull. Do you guys have any skulls?
A rental?
Yes.
Finding a skull is hard enough. Finding one complete with fillings, well, that's another matter.
One with fillings. Would any of them happen to have fillings in them? So you don't have any with fillings right now? There's a dental chair.
Eventually, Adam tracks down a skull. It's his father's. Well, his father owns it, that is. Next step, a little dental work.
Hi, doctor.
That's a grody-looking skull. Okay. Is that of a real dead person?
Yes.
You bet. not got much teeth left. He has trouble eating his steak these days.
This guy have a name? He's a very dried out teeth.
Smells the same as it usually does.
Yeah. I have 7,000 patients. I'm a practicing dentist. Never in my career of being a practitioner for 30 years had anybody complain to me they were picking up sounds or signals from their fillings.
Lucy, even in her later years, she was always at the dentist. She was always having some kind of dental work. I don't think she was blessed with great teeth.
If anyone should know about the state of Lucille Ball's teeth, it's Jim Brochu. He was her close friend, unofficial biographer, and one of the last people to see Lucy alive.
I spent every day with Lucy from, I would think, the middle of April of 1988 until the next year, April of 1989, when she died.
And her name is Lucille Ball. Come on!
And although the star mightn't have had great teeth, Jim's positive she was always of sound mind.
Lucy had no kind of psychosis. She didn't hear voices. She didn't put her faith in the supernatural.
Okay, Kay, don't be ridiculous. Well, you just met me.
Hey, listen, a chowhound doesn't have to wait for dinner to be hungry, you know.
Phase 2, Adam's on the trail of a radio transmitter.
A little bit of equipment, and I was wondering if you had them.
Now, this has to be easier than getting hold of a skull, right?
Two-channel oscilloscope, like a sweep generator, with an oscillator and an amplifier.
Seems these radio guys just aren't operating on Adam's wavelength.
He had no idea what a sweep generator even was.
This one had you kind of stressed out, didn't you?
Yeah, this one was a real bear, actually. It turns out that it's very difficult, number one, to get the equipment to generate a very powerful AM frequency, because that's been cracked down a lot, pirate radio stations and such.
Like all great stories, the Lucy legend has plenty of details that lend it credence.
Then there was the radio station, which is a 50,000 watt radio station that we understand now that there was some kind of clay in the ground that aided the transmission, that amplified the 50,000 watt transmission. So I associate that radio station as where she heard the music coming from that night as she passed by.
Things might be looking up for Adam in his hunt for that elusive radio gear. The Foothill Swap Meet is a Bay Area institution. Its stalls are a paradise for electronics enthusiasts. If he can't find what he needs here, he never will. Back at the workshop, this brass screen will shield the skull from outside interference during the tests.
The Faraday cage is, it's like a ground. It eliminates any radio waves from getting to the testing equipment, which makes our test, makes us know that our test is happening in a, experimentally clean space.
Of course, it works better if you can get into it.
I locked the door from the inside. All right. There's my Faraday cage. Let's see. No signal on the cell phone. No signal at all.
One theory is that if Lucy's fillings were made from different metals, then they might just have acted as what's known as a point contact diode.
Point contact diode is the basis of the earliest radio crystal sets. In fact, in World War II, soldiers in foxholes built what's called a foxhole radio, which we have a crude model of here, in which our point contact diode is simply a razor blade and a pencil lead.
Two different metals combining to capture a radio frequency.
I hear a buzz.
A pencil and a razor blade and some coiled, some common household objects. It seems unlikely that we could actually hear a radio signal from that, but we can.
Yeah, well, right now we're hearing a buzz. Yeah, we're pulling something out of the air.
Did Lucille Ball's fillings fleetingly become a primitive radio, picking up a signal and broadcasting it into her head?
everything. I recognized the tune.
One tooth already has an amalgam filling. We need another metal. And Adam and Jamie are going for gold.
That is real gold foil.
The teeth are placed inside the Faraday cage, along with a crude antenna made from a cardboard cylinder and insulated copper wire. 2 probes placed on the fillings will register any change in voltage.
So we're going to inject some modulated AM radio signal and see what the teeth generate on this voltmeter.
Okay.
Frank Hausman has more than 20 years' experience in electronics and computer network engineering. He's agreed to become an honorary Mythbuster
now, as I sweep
just for one day.
The RF field in that chamber, there's no change in the teeth.
Several radio frequencies are channeled into the Faraday cage, but the voltmeter doesn't flicker.
So if the teeth were acting as a diode, which is one of the theories about how they might pick up radio, we would see a change in voltage, but we didn't.
So, in this test, the fillings did not become a simple radio receiver. But even if Lucy's did, does it automatically follow that she'd have been able to hear the signal? Could our nerves transmit the frequency to the brain? Time to get wired for sound.
You should theoretically hear an audio tone. Just like that.
All in the name of science. All right, I'm ready to take the juice. Are you ready?
It's going to you. You can, you've got 0.4 millivolt.
Okay.
Are you on there? Do you feel anything? Okay. Take one off.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to turn it up to 300 millivolts. This is about the highest voltage I'm comfortable putting out into your head.
Of course, you say that, I'm just going to ask you to bump it up one more. No, I don't feel anything. I've just run it across several combinations of all my fillings.
But what if you had metal somewhere else in your head? In 1981, the Veterans Medical Center in Miami reported a remarkable case. A Vietnam veteran claimed he was picking up radio through shrapnel embedded in his skull.
He started to hear music, and then he became very frightened, very scared. He thought that he may be going psychotic, being delusional.
The man was successfully treated for post-traumatic stress disorder, but still, the band played on. It's the only case of this kind in the last half-century to be published by a medical journal. For Lucille Ball, the radio filling story didn't end when the music stopped. In fact, it got even zanier.
I was going up another street, almost home, and I was passing 4 vacant lots. And as I went by there, I heard, and I'm picking it up with my teeth. I stopped the car. Then I looked around, in the Morse code, like. And I couldn't wait to get back to MGM the next morning and tell the security office, and they found an underground Japanese transmitting radio station. Honest to God.
Is that a great story?
A great story, without a doubt. But Morse code? Tapped out through tooth fillings?
One of the theories is that it could be a galvanic reaction, i.e. that the, let's say you have 2 dissimilar metals in your fillings. You have a gold crown and an amalgam filling. That those in the solution of your saliva might actually be generating a small amount of electric current, like a battery. In that case, the galvanic reaction would be building up a charge that it was discharging. Build up and discharge and build up and discharge. And you might actually think that was Morse code.
Jamie and Adam want to recreate what might have happened in Lucy's mouth. It's been a little while since this mouth saw any saliva, so Adam and Jamie are going to sit the teeth in vinegar. Vinegar's level of acidity should make it an excellent conductor.
That ought to be enough for a little galvanic resistance. I have the teeth in solution just so that they're, the metal of the teeth is both in the bath of vinegar and slightly above.
Okay, we'll set some probes next.
All right. We have positive contact on everything here. Great.
Adam and Jamie have heard the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor had just forced the United States to join the Second World War.
It was after they had taken the Japanese out of California and unfortunately put them in the camps.
With people fearing a full-scale Japanese invasion, panic and paranoia raged. Professor Rusty Capps was with the FBI. He now lectures on Japanese espionage during World War II.
There were all kinds of rumors after the attack on Pearl Harbor. There was one I'm aware of a Japanese submarine that fired, and I think the number is 20 or less than 20 rounds into a petroleum tank farm. There were also instances of Japanese trying to bomb America with high-altitude balloons that were going to drop incinerators.
You didn't know how to reconcile this fear. So then suddenly you have Lucy, of all people.
Hey, what am I going to get, a kiss or a quart of milk?
If these incompetent Japanese people couldn't even get one over on Lucy, how could they hope to win out over our American military? So it's really a comforting tale for people of that time period. It's saying, well, they couldn't possibly win.
All in all, I'm quite pleased. Okay.
To test for a galvanic reaction, the probes are once again placed on the fillings.
Right now we're seeing 7 millivolts.
Okay, let's see.
And if you lift the probe off,
lifting,
it should go to 0. And there it is.
The fillings, reacting with the acid in the vinegar, are generating their own tiny current.
This voltage would probably be similar to what would be if someone had a meal and their pH of their mouth was around this vinegar, around 4.5, 5.
Right. That's right.
This might exist in their mouth.
That's right.
Was Lucy's spy message nothing more sinister than a reaction between her fillings and her saliva?
So it's possible someone could mistake that voltage discharge, if they had a nerve close to a filling, for something like Morse code. That discharge would be an oscillation and they would feel it. And it wouldn't be pleasant, actually.
A galvanic reaction can only occur in new fillings before the metal starts to corrode. Lucy's fillings were only a week old when the Morse code began to transmit.
It would be more helpful if she actually knew Morse code and was able to translate the message.
In 1994, 5 years after her death, Lucille Ball's FBI file was released to the public. All 142 pages refer to her involvement in the Communist Party. There's no mention of her role in foiling a Japanese spy network.
If it had been true, I can think of no reason why it wouldn't have been widely published. The FBI, you have to remember, like all law enforcement and counterintelligence services, has one basic rule. If it ain't on paper, it didn't happen. And one of the things that she's thinking about, I'm sure, as she comes forward is, well, how about my career? You know, I'm an actress, but if I'm also a war hero, if I'm also able to help the war effort in this way, I mean, it's going to raise my stock dramatically. I don't know how much publicity this story actually got when it happened. I know eventually there was a Broadway show called Something for the Boys with her friend Ethel Merman in it. And that one part of Lucy's story about picking up the radio signals in her fillings was translated to this musical. I don't think Lucy had a reason to make up a story. I mean, she had a very rich, full life, full of wonderful stories that, you know, she wouldn't have to make one up about herself.
Adam, is the myth true or false?
I think definitively we've shown that 2 different types of fillings do not act as a rudimentary radio crystal, and that there is some potential voltage or battery action occurring if you've eaten a lot of acidic food and you do have different types of metals in your mouth.
It's busted.
Okay, we'll call it busted.
All right.
Thank you, Lucy, for
Pleasure.
talking about
I
yourself.
love it.
We'll,
MythBusters.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Danger at the gas pump. Are cell phones triggering deadly explosions? Can high altitudes cause big problems for silicon implants?
If I were in there with the breast implants, I'd probably be dead about now.
And computer drives. Have they reached dangerous warp speeds?
Oh my God, it's a horror show.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
That's right, you've got some kind of bogus minister thing.
It's not a bogus ministry. I performed a dozen weddings already.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Farewell, cruel world.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths. They put them to the test.
Hey, wake up, farm boy.
What?
Can you help me with directions to Antioch? I'm lost. So what are we doing at the Stoke Gas and Oil Memorabilia Town in Santa Rosa, California?
Well, we're here to see whether you can accidentally blow up a gas station with a cell phone.
And even if we fail, do we still get to blow something up?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
So what exactly is this myth?
Well, it's an email myth that says that the use of a cell phone near a gas station could cause an accidental explosion. And in fact, people have bought into this, and on some gas stations near the gas pumps, you can see a sign saying, please don't use your cell phone here.
But also, it's a very good story, and a very good story is very powerful and promotes belief.
Heather Joseph Witham, resident folklorist, has another dramatic cell phone explosion story.
Well, the story goes that there's an executive speeding along on the freeway in Los Angeles, and all of a sudden he hears the ding, 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 and looks down and he sees that his car is just about out of gas. So cursing and frustrated, he gets off the freeway, he drives up to a gas station, gets out, starts pumping the gas, takes out his cell phone, and calls the office. At which point, there's a tremendous fireball that engulfs the executive, and then the entire gas station explodes.
There have been more than 150 gas station fires across the United States since the early 90s. Could cell phones be the culprit? The Stoke Gas and Oil Memorabilia Town is an ideal location for road testing the cell phone myth.
What are you doing?
It's kind of a lowrider.
Fred Stoke used to collect tractor parts until oil cans proved to be more rewarding.
Wow. Oh, that's amazing.
This is the largest one-quart oil can collection in the world. There's over 10,000 different cans here.
I'm going to do my house like this. Well, we're going to need a big blast chamber, something large enough to contain a large explosion and protect us, and also to control environmental conditions like humidity and temperature and that kind of thing. We're going to need gas and a way to get it in there in a vapor form, and we're going to put a cell phone in there and call it, see what happens.
The chamber will be constructed from Lexan, a polycarbonate product favored by race car drivers and jet pilots.
I find this very appealing.
Polycarbonate is a plastic that is extremely tough. You can about fold it in half and it won't break. It'll stop a bullet, it'll stop all sorts of shrapnel, and I just love this stuff. I love it.
Anticipating a big bang, the guys are constructing the chamber with a failure point, the center of the two halves of the box.
So that if the blast is too big, instead of the Lexan failing or the aluminum welds failing, the box itself will just poof, separate into two halves.
Like a clamp.
Yeah. The blast we might deal with might be a lot larger than we think, and so building in a failure point for this so that it can fail safe seems like a good idea.
Plus it'll look really cool.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely look really cool.
Considering Americans pump gas around 12 billion times a year, there are plenty of opportunities for disaster. Electrical sparks and gasoline vapors are a potent mix, and it seems there is much more to this story.
I think it's highly unlikely that a cell phone is going to do this. It seems like a dumb idea to me.
Well, actually, it turns out that there's another part to this myth. It seems that women are largely responsible for the gas station explosions, specifically because they get in and out of their cars while filling up. And so they'll build up a static charge on their body, and then when they touch either the gas tank lip or the filler nozzle, that will ignite the gas and cause an explosion.
That seems more likely.
I think so.
Over 50% of the accidents occur when a person re-enters their car while refueling.
Bob Renkus of the Petroleum Equipment Institute has studied the hard data. 10 years of statistics place women in the most danger.
We've had 152 cases now that we've confirmed. 78% are women, 22% are men.
The problem comes from getting back into the car while refueling. Electrostatic charges are generated on the seat and clothing due to movement. Getting out takes the charge with you. So if your first touch is near the open fuel tank, the resulting discharge spark could be deadly.
So, silver car, not getting in, he's done.
A MythBusters stakeout showed very clearly that women were more likely to get back into the car while the gas was pumping.
When you broke it down to percentages, women were actually 6 times more likely to get back in their cars than men were.
To investigate this second theory, static electricity, they'll also need to build a device that generates body-to-clothing friction and hopefully create a big spark. So the MythBusters are shopping for something shocking.
So do you ever have customers come in and say, could you sell me something different? This one causes too much static shock when I wear it?
No, but they've said this causes too much shock.
All right. Yeah, we have to define our terms here, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. Should we get 2? 2 of each?
Why do we need 2?
Well, one for each of us to wear.
Well, if we're going to get 2 of them, we might as well get...
Yeah, why don't we get one of those and one of the regular ones? Sure.
Yeah.
The experiment is now focused on creating and storing a strong spark. No one will be allowed inside the blast chamber, so the spark has to be discharged remotely.
So this is called a Leyden jar, and it's actually just Tupperware with foil on the inside and foil on the outside. And it's an early capacitor, which is basically an energy storage device.
Around 1750, in the Dutch city of Leiden, scientists discovered that 2 conductors separated by an insulator could store an electrical charge. Benjamin Franklin used it to shock his party guests, who stood in a circle while the current surged through them. Not a stunt for people with weak hearts.
So the electrons are leaping off the PVC and being stored in the Leyden jar. Ooh, all right, good. Oh. Wow, I got like 3 shocks from there.
With the shocking garments in hand, they're off to the auto yard to find a suitable car seat.
You think we could build some panty friction in the bed here?
Well, that's what it's for, isn't it?
Well, we won't be the first. Oh, ugh. These panties had no idea what they were in for. This is like where panties go when they've been very, very bad. I mean, I don't know which one actually to go with anymore. At this point, it's just like a sea of rubbing and vinyl and wet car seats. It's like high school. That's actually good. I got more of a charge off of this than anything yet.
They have the seat of choice, but will it provide the necessary charge?
I don't see any sparks.
Watch this.
Ooh.
Back at Fred Stokes Gas Museum, the fire department has arrived to supervise the experiment. So, is it cell phones or static sparks that cause gas station fires?
Well, let me see. We've got a crash test dummy with his legs removed. We've got a panty-static generator with leopard fur and panties wrapped around it. It's not exactly hard science.
Nonetheless, the firemen want a much smaller bank. Too much gasoline vapor inside the chamber, and it becomes a very large bomb.
What's the potential? What could go wrong?
Break all the windows around here. You know, that might be the worst case. I don't want to see that happen.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Down, boy. Down, boy. He's being a little conservative, which is his job, and I appreciate that. We will still try to get the biggest explosion we can.
Time for the fire protection suit. Delivering the gasoline to the chamber is Jamie's responsibility. He will use an aerosol device to spray high concentrations of flammable fuel vapor directly inside the blast chamber.
So I rigged up the cell phone in there.
Okay.
When I call it, it says detonate.
Very cute. Okay, we're gonna start the fuel. You guys ready?
For gas to explode, you need the right mix of fuel and air. As the concentration edges towards the flammable level, their gas meter emits a warning.
Okay.
Go behind the thing.
The chamber is primed and ready for the cell phone blast test.
Calling now. Hello, explosion. Hello? Hello? He never answers his phone.
Both Jamie and Adam are confident the cell phone won't cause an explosion. It creates heat, but not enough to cause ignition. Time to test the second theory.
Okay, guys, we're done with the cell phone and we're going to the panty-static generator.
Keep as many unnecessary people back. I really have some concerns about that thing. I really do.
Okay. All right. I will tell everybody. Thank you. You know, you'll notice the firemen are all kind of standing a lot further back than we are.
Yeah.
So this is not to be toyed around with. It is a bomb. Okay?
Okay.
With the chamber saturated in gasoline, it's time now for Adam's panty-static generator to spark an explosion.
All right, we're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We should have had a spark right about then. Come on, baby. Okay, I've gone through what should have been like at least 3 sparks so far.
Okay.
Even with sparks and the heavy fuel load, the gas will only blow if conditions are absolutely optimal. So far, nothing is happening.
How hard can it be to blow up a room full of gasoline?
My guess is just wrong mixture. Just that simple. Wrong mixture.
That's it. We're packing up and we're gonna go home. With our tail between our legs.
So it's back to the drawing board to see if cell phones or static sparks can cause gas pump fires. Ignition is still proving to be difficult, but the personal flashpoint is rising.
Wait, hold on, Adam, before you break up all afternoon's work. Give me just a second.
I thought all 4 sides were taped.
You're a nice guy and all, but sometimes you're a bull in a china shop.
I'm not going to respond to that.
Working with a smaller blast box should help them figure out the right fuel-air mix to achieve ignition.
You know, all of that spray presents a lot of surface area, and I think it's probably sinking down and collecting right at the ground. My guess is that one of our mistakes with the big chamber was that we had the ignition source too far above the ground. So let's just see whether this works.
To get a bigger spark, Jamie connects a device called a Jacob's ladder. You'll be familiar with its climbing arc from those old science fiction movies. But this is no toy. It's high voltage and potentially lethal.
Now be careful on this metal. You know, we've got some pretty heavy-duty currents here, so.
All right, shall we lose the spark and get some gasoline going and blow some stuff up in miniature?
Is gasoline flammable? You'll find out after this.
4, 3, 2. Hey, we made something blow up. We made something blow up.
Adam has improved his Leyden jar. The heavy-duty version will provide a potent spark. And finally, they are getting an ideal blend of fuel and air.
Well, I lost a lot of hair on my arm. How about that? It definitely works. Okay, now I'm afraid.
Adding more gasoline won't guarantee a bigger blast.
You watch yourself there, hombre.
The critical mix needs more air.
That's probably it. That's probably all that it takes. Do you think there's anything left of a fume in there?
Go, go, go.
Okay, here I go.
Let's talk more sparks.
Stop your grinning and grab your linen. Here we go. Oh! The Hyneman was right.
We now know exactly what kind of concentration of fuel that we have to have for ignition. We know that we can create a spark from static electricity off of fabric, and we know that it is something that we have to be very careful with.
I'm fine. Am I missing an eyebrow? I am missing an eyebrow, aren't I?
You lost a lot of air up there.
You're kidding me.
No. You're all right. It's not gonna, it won't look weird after a day or two. I think it took him about 5 seconds to worry about whether he's going to look funny for his date.
I have a date tomorrow.
Is it survival more important or sex?
All in the name of science. Okay, that was probably one of the stupidest things I've ever done.
No problem now with the static spark. The mix is right and ignition comes easily. But what about the cell phone? Will it prove to be the cause of gas station fires?
Nada. Niente. Second call. No explosion.
So Bob, have you heard of this myth regarding exploding a gas station by using a cell phone?
Not only did I hear of it, I'm quoted in the myth that says, Mr. Rinkus says, don't use cell phones. They can cause fire at the pump. That email's gone around, and people take that literally because they are believing everything they see in emails, unfortunately.
After researching hundreds of gas station fires, Bob Rinkus of the Petroleum Equipment Institute says cell phones are in the clear.
Pure and simple, we don't have any accidents involving a cell phone at a service station. It just doesn't happen.
But a dramatic fire department demonstration clearly shows what can happen when static is involved. People who re-enter the car during refueling face the biggest risk.
They're typically younger people, because older people will go like this to get out of their car. And when they do that, they discharge. So they just simply pop out of the car, not touch anything, not shut the door, not ground themselves, not touch this. They'll take 1, 2 steps. They're wearing neoprene shoes, so they're not discharging, they're not dissipating on the concrete. They touch a piece of metal here. The vapors are coming out of the tank. The air is coming in from outside, so that's 2 parts of the fire triangle, and the third part is a source of ignition, which is the spark. The problem comes is when they overreact, they go, oh my goodness, and they leave a stream of gasoline. They already have a fire, it gets underneath the car, or they could get it on themselves.
With the cell phone myth well and truly busted, they still want to make their own big static bang. So they're back at Fred Stokes Gasoline Museum with the fire department there to monitor safety.
You're gonna pump the whole thing in there.
It's make or break time. So today the guys are using a much higher concentration of gas in a much finer spray.
Okay, that's it.
All right, here we go. Watching for spark.
Despite a heavy saturation of gasoline vapors, still no blast.
This is a pain in the butt. You know, we got the darn thing so it's foggy with gas fumes in there, and no boom. What are you gonna do?
Leyden jar, I am finished with you.
Desperate to get their big bang, the boys decide to use extra juice.
Good spark.
That good?
Yeah.
We're using a spark that's actually a smaller spark in terms of the kilovolts, but it's longer. We're using neon transformer to generate it, but it lasts as long as we want. So I feel totally confident we're gonna get the concussive boom that we want right now.
Okay, Adam, let's get ready.
Come on, okay, here we go. Stand by.
I feel like something's gonna happen this time.
In 3, 2, 1. Wow, I forgot to watch. That was really cool. Right on. Whew. Hey, we got it.
Yeah.
That was a lot of force.
Yes, it was.
That burst apart this 24-foot seam of metal tape.
Well, it's about time, huh?
It's about time. Absolutely right.
Don't be fooled. Gasoline vapors and a strong spark under the right conditions spell danger at the fuel pump.
Bob, what is your recommendation if there is a spark, if there is ignition? What should you do?
If you discharge here and you get a spark, don't be a hero. Don't take your nozzle out. Your gas tank will contain the gasoline. We don't want any gasoline spilling on the forecourt or on the pavement. Stand away and notify the station immediately.
Adam, what do you reckon? Myth busted?
Absolutely. This myth is definitely busted. No cell phone will ever cause a gas station to ignite. Just not going to happen.
I agree.
Jamie.
Yo.
I got breasts. Check this out.
There's a myth that when you go up in an airplane, the reduction in pressure will explode your implants.
The basic story is that there's a woman with silicone implants on an airplane, and there's a depressurized cabin because it's a local flight, perhaps from LA to San Francisco. And as the plane goes higher, the implants get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until finally they explode as she's walking down the aisle to the lavatory to see what's going on with her implants.
There we go. Oh, sample not for implant.
One size fits all? There's not like a bigger or smaller one?
So we've got the implants, right? What else are we going to need for this, Jamie?
We've got to have a chamber that will handle both pressure and, vacuum.
So positive and negative pressure.
Yeah, and we've got to have a vacuum pump or pressure pump, and to make it look good, put the implants in a body of some sort, maybe
The ballistics gelatin would be perfect for that. We could make up a torso out of the ballistics gelatin and put the implants in. Be very close to his skin, so we could probably see, if there was any real movement.
And the gel is clear, so we can see what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, that's weird. You know what? Since I've never owned a pair, I don't know what they're supposed to feel like, but these feel pretty good. It just makes me feel more like a woman.
Right, it's giving me the creeps.
Take
those off.
When you do it for cosmetic purposes, probably over 100,000 patients a year have breast augmentation. For that group,
Plastic surgeon Dr. Gregory Georgiade knows his implants. He's performed thousands of procedures over 25 years.
I have heard the myth, and you'd be not infrequently asked by patients, who had active lifestyles if they were going to skin dive, what would happen in their implants or what would happen in decompression in an airplane. And that was a common question.
Have you ever heard any fantastic stories about this actually occurring?
No, I never really have heard any fantastic stories. I have no first-hand experience with a patient that had a, quote, blowout at altitude along the way. But lots of people were worried about it, shall we say.
Adam and Jamie are back in familiar territory, surrounded by scrap metal and high-tech surplus.
I love this place. I spend every Saturday that I get a chance down here. They have coffee and donuts, cryo containers, beer kegs. What else we got?
They're looking for a tank to convert to a chamber. They want to reproduce the altitude pressures that may cause an implant to expand or explode.
Looks like the world's most expensive garbage can.
Yeah. Now there's a tank. Unfortunately, it feels like it's maybe 2,000 pounds or so. I see one back here that's starting to look like...
Oh my Lord! You have to come here and look at this.
By the looks of this is, not ultra high pressure, but it's pretty good. Look at the thickness on those. I love it when I find this kind of stuff. I mean, this is so cool. This is like sci-fi right here. Probably cost somebody maybe 30 or 50 grand new, I don't know. But it's just a beautiful piece of hardware. I get such a kick out of this stuff.
How much does he want for it?
It's going to be by the weight of the aluminum, I'm sure.
God bless them. I don't care what it was. Just tell me how much it weighs. So I'm going to try and implant these in a fake woman.
The first step towards exploding the implant myth is to modify a store dummy. A heat vacuum appliance is used to make a plastic mold of the torso that will hold the implants. Always looking to match reality, Adam will suspend the implants in the ballistics gel.
So if we let this sit for 20 or 30 minutes, the ice against the skin should make that layer of ballistic gel harden, but not the rest. We should end up with a nice fleshy barrier, about that thick maybe.
The skin layer takes about 10 minutes to form.
It's perfect, actually. Yeah, I've got a layer of skin here that's actually like 3/16 of an inch thick. It's not bad.
Now it's just a matter of putting the implants into place.
The silicone is actually a little bit lighter in density than the water, but I pushed them down in and hopefully suction will keep them at the bottom. They're looking pretty good right now. I'm gonna wash my hands and check in 20 minutes.
The important job is to make the chamber as airtight as possible. Some portholes are welded shut, while others are replaced. And finally, an air pressure gauge is fitted. Adam's gelatin torso has set. The implants are holding.
Go. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty. Oh my God, I've done it! All right.
As a parallel experiment, Jamie places an implant in a jug of water. Any changes should be easy to see.
If we find that the implant is actually expanding, the water level will raise, and we can measure that.
Adam calibrates an easy-to-read altitude guide for the gauge.
The chamber is sealed.
So are we ready to go?
For the first test, the implants are subjected to typical in-flight cabin pressure, which for passenger comfort is equivalent to around 8,000 feet above sea level.
Okay. There.
What I see is the bubbles that were on the surface of the implant have gotten larger, and it's maybe raised the water level a minuscule amount as a result of that.
Right.
But I don't see any expansion of the breast itself.
All right, shall we take it up to, let's say, 30,000 feet?
The big test comes as the chamber matches an altitude of around 30,000 feet, an impossible height for humans unless flying in a pressurized cabin.
I mean, it doesn't look like much, but if I were in there with the breast implants, I'd probably be dead about now. Your lungs would fill with fluid, your head would, compress. It's just a whole bunch of conditions. None of them are pretty. You'd probably pass away in about 10 minutes at that height.
Despite the negative pressure of high flying, the implants appear unchanged.
We've seen the implants at about 8,000 feet. Then we bumped it up to around 35,000 feet or so. And in both cases, we've seen expansion of little air bubbles around the things to some degree, but the implants themselves have shown no significant increase in volume.
Adam had a theory that injecting the implants with air might force a failure.
I added some air to each of the implants. To the right one, I added 3 cc's of air. To the left one, I added 10 cc's of air. There we go.
Yeah, we're at about 35,000 feet now.
I'm not really noticing any significant change in the air pockets. We definitely know that air can expand really well. We got a balloon in there, and the balloon's been blowing up to twice its volume, but the air inside the implants is not. I didn't really notice any difference at all.
Me neither.
Yeah, I mean, effectively nothing.
Nothing much happening at altitude, so Jamie hooks up a small chamber to emulate the high pressures of deep sea diving. He didn't figure on explosive results.
We had a seal blow. Are you guys all right?
It sounded like you shot an elephant.
Yeah, it kind of hurt my ears too.
No one hurt, but Jamie had a close call. Rapid changes in pressure can cause serious hearing damage. No changes to the implant at high pressure, so it's back to the large chamber for another low-pressure altitude test. Within a few minutes, it's taken the equivalent of a rapid trip from the ocean's floor to the summit of Everest.
Shall we go up to 30,000 feet? Okay. I don't see nothing.
I don't see any air bubbles. I don't see any noticeable difference.
So this replicated someone diving in water and then immediately getting into a plane?
Yes.
So effectively no difference.
Scientists at Duke University have been studying the rigors of pressure on the human body for many years.
This is the main clinical chamber here. Watch your heads again. And the actual chamber is compressed with air.
Dr. Richard Vann from Duke University's Center for Hyperbaric Medicine knows all about pressure and the concerns of people with implants.
We had several questions that came in with regard to breast implants as to whether there were any hazards with regard to diving. And as a result, we decided we might do a study, and so we approached some of the plastic surgeons who we've been working with.
Well, we found that basically in anything that the patient could survive, it wasn't going to be an issue.
Plastic surgeon Dr. Gregory Georgiade provided subjects for the implant pressure tests at Duke's hyperbaric lab. The results were convincing.
Basically what we have here is we have two implants that were initially the same size. And I expanded it by about 50%, which is the maximum volume expansion we could find in the studies we did, to show you what the implant would look like. And you can see it's 50% bigger. The implant could double or triple its total volume before the shell is ever going to break. So it isn't going to be an issue. And a patient that had this happen would have been dead because of the nitrogen bubbles that ended up in their brain with the bends long before the implant got to this size.
So why do you think people were worried about this to begin with?
Well, I think they were worried about it because the supermarket tabloids had got their attention. And that it's another good story along with Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster.
The myth of the exploding implant appears to be well and truly busted.
I got to do it really hard, right?
No, you can't. Oh, God, God.
But the story has one more chapter.
Adam now tries an inflatable brassiere. Jamie, you want to tie me up?
An earlier version of this narrative that took place in the 1950s dealt with a national sales manager for the inflatable bra, was on, again, a flight in a depressurized plane. She was wearing her product, as any good salesperson would, and as the plane got higher, her bra got bigger and bigger and bigger, and the other passengers were kind of starting to freak out, so she had to go spend the rest of the flight in the cabin with the pilots, which you couldn't do these days.
Okay, wow, that sucks. That sound? That's really bad.
Adam volunteers to give the inflatable bra a personal test at 8,000 feet.
Go for tank depressurization. Slowly in increments.
Adam, how are they doing? Are they getting bigger?
Roger that, Mission Control. My breasts are expanding. Repeat, breasts are expanding. They're definitely getting firmer, but nothing exploded, unfortunately. You know, these don't really change that much. I mean, they've got vinyl enclosures. They're going to be pretty resilient to pressure. But, you know, they were definitely firmer at 8,000 feet, but not by much.
Well, do you want to go all the way?
Hello, camera.
Shall we take it up to 40,000?
Let's do that, but not with me in them.
Okay.
Jamie is keen to push the inflatable inserts to the limit. There should be obvious changes at 40,000 feet.
Those puppies are looking pretty taut. Looks like they're about twice the volume that they started out with or so.
These things are quite resilient. I'm not sure they're going to blow.
Even at an intolerable 40,000 feet, these inflatable inserts are in no danger of exploding.
What do you think? We can see them all expanding individually.
Always looking for a novel twist, the MythBusters loaded food items into the tank for some frivolous science.
Hey, the marshmallows are definitely expanding. They're lethal. Oh, hey, we have a rupture in one of our cream-filled cakes. Look at that.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. I'd say the snowballs are much larger now. They're coming off the plate. I think this just goes to show that if you're a paratrooper and you got one of these cream-filled confections in your pocket of your uniform, you better be careful. So, Hyneman, exploding implants, what do we get?
No results, no expansion whatsoever on these things.
You're more in danger of your cannoli rupturing than your implants actually exploding.
Your cannoli?
Cannoli, it's Italian pastry that's cream-filled.
Oh, okay.
Study euphemism.
Okay. So, as far as I'm concerned, myth busted.
Oh, definitively busted, absolutely. Oh, must test CD-ROM. It turns out that with the brand new extremely high-speed drives, they may actually be exceeding the structural capabilities of the CDs themselves and shattering them into tons of pieces, sometimes even leaving the computer.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're actually going to try and do this. We're going to try and speed up a bunch of CDs under a bunch of conditions and get them to explode in all sorts of spectacular ways.
I like that.
Yeah.
Along with the computer drive, they will adapt some high-speed tools to spin the CDs beyond 30,000 RPM. At that point, they expect to see critical failure.
You know, this could be dangerous.
Absolutely. In fact, sharp fragments of polycarbonate are going to be traveling in excess of like 700 miles per hour. I think to test to see if it can penetrate skin, we'll put our ballistics dummy in there.
I think so.
I think he's perfectly suited to sit in front of this computer and be abused. We are driving through Silicon Valley on our way to one of the largest computer recyclers in the Bay Area, and if anyone's going to have a high-speed, like 52-speed CD-ROM drive for us to test, it's going to be them. If there's something better than a computer store and a shopping cart, I'm not sure what it is. This is Adam's Life 3.0. I need to get a couple towers to put these in. What I'm trying to test is the idea that, you know, these ultra-fast drives have actually exceeded the physical limitations of the CDs and shattered them inside the case. Have you guys ever had that happen?
There has been a couple cases. One customer in particular did bring back a CD-ROM drive, had some contents rattling inside. As we opened it up, we discovered that the CD itself is shattered completely into many, many pieces. That's the one I remember notably.
Yeah.
That sticks out in my mind.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's get this one. 145.
145.
Hey, how about that?
Okay. Good enough?
That's good enough.
Right.
Yeah. We'll take it back to the lab and destroy it.
CD manufacturers are aware of developments. David Bunzel from the Optical Storage Association has been tracking the stories.
And it seems that much of it relates back to an article that was generated by a PC journalist based in Sweden. And he was able to do some testing that he suggested at 30,000 RPM, which would approximate a 52x CD-ROM drive, that they would explode. Over time, we've talked to various people in the industry, and it seems to be very difficult to replicate.
To replicate the CD shattering experience, Adam exposed some computer disks to the kind of treatment imposed on them by users. CDs that blew apart in computer drives may have been damaged by sunlight, corrosive spills, or normal wear and tear. To test this myth realistically, a few CDs had to be sacrificed.
Cracked, exposed to sunlight, 24 hours. Rubbing alcohol, microwave, off-center label, expensive name brand control CD. See how it does. I've just installed Windows on this computer so that I can install this drive
externally, and hopefully we'll be able to operate it while being able to view the CD spinning. And the high-speed camera ought to catch the point of failure if there is one. If there isn't, we're going to make one.
Speed is the key for busting this myth. Computer drives rated at 52 times will be spinning CDs at around 30,000 revolutions per minute. Some disks may disintegrate at this point. Others may require much higher stresses to induce failure.
What do you think about that?
Jamie's quest for more speed involves adapting electrical hand tools and fitting CDs where they weren't meant to go.
Oh no.
Is that sweet or what?
No, it's pretty special.
Worth a trip to the store?
How fast is it?
This is rated for 10,000 RPM. So I'm going to run the 30,000 RPM router into this and out the other side.
Are you sure that this is a balanced enough mechanism to handle 6 times its current load?
It says it's heavy duty.
Adam is cooking up a ballistics dummy to be placed in the shatter zone for a dramatic demonstration of possible injury. It's made from gelatin, a substance which, when set, closely matches human skin and flesh.
Wish I could understand why we can't get this to spin up to its full speed. We've done everything we can to get it to max out, and it may just be that the computer's not fast enough to read it as fast as 56 speed.
The budget computer failed with the latest 56 times drive, achieving only 20,000 RPM, nowhere near fast enough. It should be pushing at least 30,000. Jamie has another plan.
Frankly, I'm terrified of Jamie's drive. He's built the equivalent of a 300-speed drive in there. I don't want to be anywhere near it, and I'm really glad we have it contained in the blast chamber because the drive itself may fail catastrophically.
Jamie is adding more power to the equation. He's adapted a super fast motor and plugged it into a variable speed controller.
Now this motor is set up to go maybe 90,000 RPM, if not for the drag on it. I'm guessing it might go like 80. Ought to go faster than it's supposed to, though.
Oh, this is cool.
Wow.
Look at me, I'm a god.
Doesn't look much like you, Adam.
Looks exactly like me, look at that. You know, I've always wanted a 6-pack. Closer to the center. Okay, there we go. All right. Doctor, the patient is ready.
Revving CDs up to demolition speed is the aim. Jamie's customized drive is about to get its chance.
Contact. Whoa. Oh my God. Faster, faster! That's all of it?
Yeah. It's only reading 20,000.
That might be as fast as it can spin something like a CD. The friction with the air makes it have to draw more amps in order to do it.
We'd do better direct drive right off of the router, and I know it would spin that up.
They're still unable to get to the required 30,000 RPM. But the workshop has other fast tools.
Lathe, 2,000 RPM. Bench grinder, 3,500 RPM. Dental drill, 60,000 RPM.
Air turbine. I'm not sure how fast it's going, but it's awful fast.
I mean, there it is.
None of those tools were suitable, so they purchased a tougher, faster router to direct drive some of the damaged CDs.
Really need to see some explosions now. We've got the microwave CD.
Okay.
That one's been severely stressed.
Adam is convinced the CD he fried in the microwave will not withstand the forces.
All the way, baby. All the way. Come on! Yes! Could this be it?
Everything else is coming off.
Oh! Yes! It just goes to show that you shouldn't microwave a CD and then put it in your drive.
But what happened to the ballistics dummy?
Oh my God, that's a horror show. Look at this. It's embedded like 2 inches into his flesh. That's bad.
To imitate a computer drive, Adam and Jamie set up a high-speed run with a CD mounted in its plastic tray.
Ready? Here we go. That's 25,000, 24. See, I'd turn my computer off if it was making that noise. Oh!
Well,
In
there
the
you
tray.
go.
We got failure at 25,000 RPM.
In the tray.
Absolutely, and that was a control one. We didn't damage that one at all. That CD was whole and intact. And the tray made it fail pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can smell the burning plastic from it.
Yeah, here, look.
Yeah.
Even the computer drive's metal shield is given a solid microwaved CD workout.
That's spectacular. Look at the damage it did to this case. I mean, it spread the sides out.
Yeah, little dent marks.
Yeah, it dented the steel.
It's like hitting it with a hammer.
If the high-speed 52 and 56 times drives are already causing some disks to shatter, what does the future hold?
So, David, are we going to see 100x drives, 200? Where's it going to stop?
I wouldn't really expect the optical drives to go much past the 52x range. I think what you're going to see in terms of increased capacity is going to be done more with different types of lasers, different technology in packing the bits tighter on the disk. And their speed is not as critical of an issue, so you will probably not even need the 52x to be able to accomplish this.
You ready to ramp it up to double speed?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go, Spin Man.
So far, most undamaged control CDs have withstood standard spin forces. Only one disintegrated. Slow-motion pictures show them warping, but not shattering. But Jamie and Adam want mass destruction. They switch from 110 volts to a potent 220. It's party time.
You ready, Baldy?
Wait. Okay,
Ready?
And unplug it right after you're done.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Next one. It's like lighting a match under the thing. Okay, next one. Next one. Oh, couldn't take it.
Plug it. I think it actually blew the router, though. We're done, I guess.
I think we've done a good day's work here.
Any day we create that much shrapnel is a good day.
That's astounding. I mean, it's like almost like Christmas. So listen, even if one blew up in your computer, would you be at risk?
No.
Why not?
Well, maybe if you open the thing up and put your eye right in there, but...
See, that's just the sort of thing I might do.
Well, there are easier ways to poke your eye out, I suppose.
Now, are you worried about CDs exploding in your computers?
No. I have three computers that sit around me, and I don't sit there with any concern that I'm going to have fragments flying at me.
Given the millions and millions of CDs that are out there being burned all the time, and the maybe dozen cases that we've heard of this happening, it's pretty much almost a non-event.
I agree.
It's not something the average buyer has to worry about.
Highly, highly unlikely.
In this episode of MythBusters,
There may be bricks everywhere.
a barrel of bricks and the world's unluckiest builder.
We gotta go now.
Answering nature's call
Oh man, warm.
on an electrified third rail.
You've got the legs almost full.
It's a total disaster.
And the eel and the credit card. The ultimate smackdown.
Electric eel's looking at me right in the eye. He goes zap. Knocked backwards off the rail. Oh, that's disgusting.
Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
30 years of special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
This one is the barrel of bricks myth.
Oh, this is the one the guy is trying to take bricks off of a roof and the barrel's too heavy and it drags him up, hits him on the way up.
Cracks his skull, injures his collarbone, keeps shooting straight up until he's about 2 knuckles deep into the pulley.
Of course, the barrel exploded when it hit the ground, losing the load. Then his weight was obviously heavier than the barrel's weight.
The barrel goes back up, and this guy goes back down. He hits the barrel about halfway down.
And I'd even heard that he then let go of the rope, and what was remaining of the barrel came down and hit him.
But he survives.
Yes.
So we're going to replicate this.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
This is a study in physics and bad luck. Victim holds rope, heavy barrel pulls him up. The barrel breaks and loses its load, so the victim falls. Victim lets go of the rope, gravity does the rest. To test this myth, the guys will have to create a building site scaffold 30 feet high. They'll run a rope through a pulley at the top with a 500-pound barrel of bricks on one side and the victim on the other. The boys are negotiating the tricky question of who holds the rope.
No, stop spinning like this. Roll me into the shop. Oh, God. I'm going to spew. That was evil. Ah.
Looks like another job for Buster, the crash test dummy. That problem solved, Jamie and Adam have some serious shopping to do. First, they need a rope and pulley capable of lifting 500 pounds.
This is a roofer's block. So if you have a 500-pound load of bricks and you're pulling that load of bricks 500 pounds on the opposite side, but with the rope, you'll be putting 1,000 pounds of capacity on the block. This is a more traditional rope. It's manila. It's made out of tree fiber. Of course, it's a little rougher on the hand.
Manila rope. That'll hog tie this myth, which just might have some truth to it.
So is the myth widely known in the rigging industry? I mean, a lot of people know about this one?
I think so. I think that's, yeah, I recall it. I remember hearing the story a couple of times, so it's quite a calamity.
Over at the Brickyard, Kevin's heard about this one too.
I think I may have seen it in a trade magazine where somebody, he had put in a claim to workers' comp or something like that. Truth is stranger than fiction.
According to folklorist Heather Joseph Witham, this story regularly pops up in print.
It purports to be an accident report or a workers' compensation claim or something like that. So it's by showing the written form of it, it has more veracity and seems more truthful. It's almost like Wile E. Coyote on one of his adventures, getting hit here, getting hit there, dying here, dying there. For some reason, we think that's funny or interesting.
It's interesting enough to have the guys testing the rig back at the workshop. Nothing is left to chance. This is serious business.
Thank you. There we go. That's what I knew we could do.
Buster has been fitted with a quick release hand, so the guys can make him let go of the rope at the right moment. In this myth, precision is everything.
We get to see what happens when you fall from 8 feet.
Okay, go ahead.
The quick release failed its first test.
Adam, it's a good thing to figure all this out before we get down there with 500 pounds of bricks on the end of that line.
I have some ideas about how to fix that.
I gotta say, that looks like it hurt.
Unfortunately for Buster, there's more to come. The quick releases are fine.
Oh, how's that feel, sport?
Oh, huh?
It's time to raise the stakes. Raise them by 30 feet.
All right.
Jamie and Adam will use their theater rigging experience to help build a scaffold.
You got any idea what these are for? Oh, okay. Am I about to feel really, really stupid?
Probably.
Now that's a floor.
Both of them know the risks.
More than 10 feet, you can break limbs. At where we are at about 30 feet, you could easily die falling that high.
The pulley is attached to a crossbar at the top of the scaffold. With 500 pounds in the barrel, plus the counterbalance on the other side, there'll be 1,000 pounds of pressure on the rig.
Where the pulley is actually pulling on the backside of the scaffolding. So in fact, a tremendous amount of force is on 2 little bolts that are holding the back of the scaffolding up.
The guys are also worried about the strength of the barrels.
Here's perhaps the critical question. When the barrel supposedly falls, it breaks and lets go of its bricks. Do you think these barrels will do that?
Personally, I doubt it.
See, I think they'll fall out on the first try. I think it'll shatter. Well, you want to bet?
Oh no, here we go again.
Come on, I got $1. There we go. You want to drop some bricks?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Wait a second.
The empty barrel is raised into position on the pulley and tied onto the fender of Jamie's truck.
Latching on. Got it.
Buster's quick release hand is attached.
Okay.
And things start to get dangerous. 500 pounds of bricks will be loaded into the barrel.
Everybody keep their eyes on the barrel and keep yourself out of its path.
A lot of creaking going on up here.
Our main pipe is bending a little bit.
If that pipe bends any more, the whole rig could crash.
Back me away from this a little bit.
Jamie's got the last bricks in, but they don't know how long the rig will hold.
The rope's stretched about maybe 5 feet. We're down to about 20 feet.
I'm not even sure actually that the pulley's going to stay on that pipe.
The pipe's bending. We got to go now.
Yeah.
Okay?
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Barrel didn't fail.
All right, I owe you $1. There you go. No, that's a 5.
I'll take that.
Even with 500 pounds of bricks falling from 20 feet, the barrel stays intact. The barrel is supposed to spill the bricks, fly back up to the pulley, then fall when the rope is released. Instead, Buster is left hanging.
So far, everything seems to be spot on. The amount of weight in the barrel is certainly enough to really launch this guy. It was violent. It made him sling into the barrel. It whipped him around all over the place. And, you know, we just need to get the whole thing timed just right.
It's not only timing. They have to strengthen the rig by putting in a second pipe to share the load.
I think you should just try it again with this barrel. I'm not even sure it'll hold 500 pounds.
Jamie's gambling that it's still pretty strong. In fact, he's taking off some of the steel reinforcing bands.
He's
not convinced that even if the bottom falls out, that the bricks would come out because the barrel has got a shape like this, and I think the bricks would wedge in. I think he's totally wrong. He's on.
They'll soon know who's right. The rig is holding and ready to go.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Damn barrel! It didn't do squat. What is this? This barrel is too damn strong. You know what?
I was right.
All right, you were right.
This 2,000-year-old technology is proving a tough nut to crack. Unexpectedly, the problem isn't the bottom, but the sides.
You know, I'm starting to believe that the myth didn't happen because of the nature of the taper and these steel bands that are on it, it just doesn't want to let go of those bricks.
A board in the drop zone will make for a rougher landing. But Adam's confidence is shot.
I've been wrong every other time, so I don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
They've taken off so many rings, they're not even sure it will hold the brick's weight.
Okay, remember, Adam, it may be bricks everywhere.
So far, so good.
You've got that knife blade of a board down there. I don't know what that's gonna do.
You don't know what it's gonna do? It's gonna wreck the barrel for us. In 5, 4, 3, 2. It worked perfectly.
That was fun. That was really cool. I mean, it went up, it went down, it went up, it went down. It's like dummy getting beaten every which way on all through the whole process. That was hysterical.
Best of all, they finally managed to break the barrel. The board did the trick. But what does it mean for the myth?
If you were dumb enough to load a barrel that had already been modified to fail, I'd see that the sequence of events is definitely possible.
Just the fact that we were able to get what we got is I believe, very strong proof that it was conceivable.
But alas, not true.
Well, in the case of this particular story, it was printed in a 1918 joke book. So it seems that it may have started as the brainchild of one person.
A joke maybe, but Adam and Jamie have proved the barrel of bricks myth is possible. And if it's funny once, twice should be hilarious.
Have a seat there, buddy. Your life's about to get really hard. 3, 2, 1.
Buster is busted. He was designed for testing inside a car with seatbelts. Smashing unprotected into the barrel was just too much.
We broke a crash test dummy, man. I think that's a red letter day. Yeah!
It's late. You've had a few drinks. There's no train expected. Nature's calling. What could possibly go wrong?
Where are we?
We're here at the Golden Gate Railway Museum in San Francisco, and we're testing the myth about peeing on the third rail.
Oh, this is the one guy found himself late at night in a train yard, peed on the third rail, the electrified rail, got electrocuted and died?
That's the one.
Some subway systems are powered by an electrified rail on the track. A steel paddle slides along the top of that third rail, arcing as it draws current. There's enough power in the New York subway to light the whole state of Vermont.
High-tension feeder board.
Rob Lobenstein is the superintendent of that system. He's well aware of this myth.
My first day on the job, they give you all the safety tips and the warnings, and that's the very first thing they tell you not to do.
After 34 years, Rob still has a healthy caution about electricity jumping up urine streams.
Do you want to pee on that, Jamie?
I don't want to pee on that.
Come on, do you feel lucky?
To test this myth, they'll need to make a stunt dummy with the same electrical properties as a human body. They'll have to come up with a system to make it pee, electrify a track, and finally, test urine's ability to conduct a charge. So the boys need a dummy that can answer nature's call. They'll start with a skeleton.
Okay, this is actually a nice one. Did it come with a body bag?
Oh, dang.
Stop.
I'll always miss my old skeleton. It's too bad. He got his head blown off with a Mannlicher Carcano rifle.
In the past, they've encased a skeleton in a product called ballistics gel, which is used to test bullets. The guys think it might work well here, too. It has nearly exactly the same electrical resistance as the human body. They just need to mold it into shape.
We use the vacuform for all sorts of things. We use it all the time here in the shop.
Let's carry this over and cut it out.
We use it for toy prototypes when we're, inventing something.
The same plastic is used in soda bottles. They'll mold the dummies front and back and join the shells together. Normally, they'd use glue to do that. But Adam's made an executive decision. He thinks it'll be quicker just to use tape.
He's looking pretty healthy. I've always wanted my own full-sized, visible human.
The same speed that Adam has when he goes through and does a job will elicit an occasional mistake because he doesn't think before he does something.
The next step is to fill the legs with gel. Crucial for the experiment, that will give them the same electrical properties as humans. They make this stuff out of boiled down animal products like cow hooves.
It's really vile. Stop. Stop.
Adam's tape is not holding.
Damn it. It's leaking from everywhere.
We didn't glue that at all, huh?
No, I didn't.
Adam.
Yep.
Oh, stop playing. Let's do this.
That's such a good sound. There we go. Hey, look at that. It's filling up.
Not for long. Now both feet are leaking.
Come on. Come on. Oh, slanted, sideways. Oh. If we get lots of ice in here really fast, we'll be okay.
Ballistics gel sets solid when cooled, but they only have 4 bags of ice.
I kind of think you're...
There we go. That's fast enough. Is there a spigot on this garbage can?
No.
Total crapola. This is a complete and utter disaster.
It is not. You've got the legs almost full.
It's a total disaster. I mean, the tape not only didn't hold, but the gelatin acts in a completely negative way upon the tape to render it, like, useless.
He just kind of forged ahead because, he wants to get the job done, and I normally applaud that, but it's clearly a situation where we need more speed, less haste.
At last, a break. More ice means they'll get the legs set for the experiment.
One thing that keeps bothering me about this is that, you know, urine itself is probably not going to conduct all that much. I mean, we don't really know, but I can't imagine that you're going to be able to conduct current like you would with a wire.
Yeah.
And so the dirty work begins.
Oh, it's warm.
What this boils down to is how much current can we actually carry through about a 1/4-inch diameter stream of urine? And is it enough to kill you?
The guys know it's not just the number of volts in a shock that hurts you, but rather the amount of electricity that actually flows through you, called the current. They can work out how much current will zap a third rail victim if they know 2 other facts. They need to find out the electrical resistance of urine.
So it's about 10,000 ohms, which is just what we expected.
And they know a subway train runs on about 650 volts. Your home sockets are 110. They'll match the subway with a transformer from a fluorescent light.
If you had a rather robust stream of urine and you were able to spray it up on the ceiling in a, you know, into a fluorescent lamp, you would probably receive the same effect as peeing on the third rail.
A famous electrical formula called Ohm's law says the current equals voltage divided by resistance. So 650 volts passing through urine at 10,000 ohms resistance means there'll be a current of 65 milliamps. Just 30 milliamps is enough to paralyze your breathing. 65 can give you a heart attack. So that part of the myth is true. Urine can carry a shock big enough to kill you. In this dry run, they'll try to pass that current through a tube of donated urine, through ballistics gel, and into a relay switch triggered at 65 milliamps.
We'll be cooking with gas.
And I think we should hear the thing click if it's going to work if I plug it in right now. There you go.
That's fantastic.
Something actually worked for a change.
So they've got the body built, tested the urine, now for the bionic bladder.
Well, here on MythBusters, it seems we'll do just about anything for science. Got 250 milliliters there. It took about 18.5 seconds, and that's what we're going to try and replicate with our rail rig. Here I go. Start in now. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 19 seconds, that's perfect.
That's a relief. But Adam's still got bladder problems.
So the question is pressure, I think.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't let gravity do my trick. You know, there's some pressure involved. So the question is how to add pressure to the system.
What better way to pressurize a fake bladder than with a whoopee cushion?
Yeah, that's holding pressure.
Better still, it fits perfectly. But, of course, that's only half the equipment.
If you make the stream really small and narrow, the surface tension is going to tend to make it go into a spray or a droplet.
Yeah, I've gone as close as I can to the real thing.
You got to fill it up?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Ready.
Commencing. Wee wee. Looks like a pretty convincing stream to me.
Yeah. Getting urine everywhere.
It looks okay, but how close to real is it? What they need is a comparison. Volunteers? Anyone? Once more, Adam is forced to offer his bladder and dignity to science.
Here on MythBusters, we're prepared to put our pants on the floor for you.
The moment to remember will be captured on high-speed camera.
I think I got 100 mils. You ready? All right, here we go.
This This is not our ballistics dummy that we're looking at here, right?
It's a real live dummy, is what it is. All right.
We have a match. Finally, Adam has a leak he's happy with.
You know, the science is good. We know why things are working and why they're not working, and we're getting some really good results. I'm having a great time, as dirty as the work is.
Okay, there we go.
The MythBusters are ready to ride the third rail.
That's good.
Where's the wee bottle I have to go? I guess I can hold it until we're down there. Oh, man.
Jamie and Adam have rolled into the Golden Gate Railway Museum to test the myth about the guy who died the nastiest of deaths, relieving himself on an electrified third rail.
Usually when you hear the narrative, the guy has a name. It's Joseph Patrick O'Malley, a more Irish name you couldn't get. So I suspicion that part of this is a stereotypical legend, and it promoted the stereotype of the drunken, thick Irishman.
O'Malley is in for a rough time. He's been built with the same electrical properties as the human body. The plan is to wire him up so that if the myth is true, current will run from the third rail up his urine stream and trigger an electric release switch, knocking him over backwards. The current by then will be exiting his feet. There's no third rail here, so they'll build their own, attaching a section of track to a 650-volt transformer. And once in position, there's the delicate but most important issue.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
How's the P-aim look?
P-aim looks pretty good to me. I think that's going to hit handily.
Okay.
He looks beautiful. I wouldn't mind having this in my house.
Start to stink after a while.
Yeah, I've had that problem before.
Adam, is your bladder ready to do the real thing?
Yeah, we've got it set up basically the way we think it would be set up in real life, the way someone would actually happen across this situation. It's a dry day, the ground is dry. Our subject is wearing normal rubber-soled shoes. He's having a wee on the rail. There's no wires around him. We'll electrify the rail and we'll see what happens to him.
The guys will stand on a rubber mat to insulate them. O'Malley, well, he probably wishes he'd had that drink. The electric release is like a human heart. If it's triggered, he's a dead man.
Let's make the set hot.
Hot set.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing. The release wasn't triggered. O'Malley lives another day. Adam's putting on a brave face.
That's exactly what I expected. He's got rubber-soled shoes. He's on dry ground. There's no way a mere 600 volts is going to arc through his shoes.
But there's life in this myth yet. Maybe it was a rainy night. The guy's shoes were wet. That would help complete the circuit with the ground.
Bladder recharging.
Hot set.
We're electrified. Here we go. Nothing. Not a thing.
Damn.
He needs to see a doctor. Set is cool. Jamie, dry shoes didn't work. Wet shoes, wet ground didn't work. What's next?
Well, I guess the only thing left is to take his shoes off, and we'll assume he's barefoot.
Okay. Okay, there's 2. Stumbling around a train yard late at night, looking for a place to pee, barefoot. All right, are we good?
Hot set.
All right, here we go. Nope. Nope, there's no connection going.
The guys are starting to suspect the problem isn't in the feet, but the urine stream. Perhaps it's not carrying the current.
Yeah, it looks like those are not forming a solid stream.
Yeah.
But suddenly they've got another, more dangerous issue.
What's that sound?
The wet ground beneath their mat is live with electricity.
Yeah.
Off. Turn it off. Again, it just shows what we knew, which is that the urine is highly conductive, and that couldn't have been a continuous stream of urine, because if it was, we would have activated the relay, right?
Yeah, we should see that on the high speed.
Yeah.
Sure enough, by the time the urine reaches the rail, it's broken into separate drops. It needs to be solid to carry a current. The guys might have a solution for that.
The only thing we have left is to try a larger stream of urine. You know, maybe that'll be more likely to create a continuous connection there with the ground.
That's what we started out with, and that's where we're going.
This could be the best day in O'Malley's life, or the worst. But it's not safe to power up until the ground dries a little. While they're waiting, there is another rail yard myth worth testing. Legend has it you can derail a train just by putting a penny on the tracks.
Guys have actually graciously allowed us the use of their engine to test this. My guess is they don't think it's going to derail the train.
I would agree.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh my God, they're really hot.
This myth isn't just busted, it's flattened.
Actually, it's very rare that you'll get more.
Rob, the engineer, is not too surprised.
So, Rob, do you think a penny can derail a train?
Absolutely not, unless it's lodged in the engineer's eye.
That's good.
The guys are hoping their luck will change. This is their last chance to prove the third rail myth is possible.
We've gone with a more, perhaps, equestrian stream of urine. Pachydermian. I hope we get a continuous stream. I'd like to see this thing work. I'd like to watch it fall over. To be honest, I still don't think it's quite going to work.
The ground is dried enough to safely try again. The larger, anatomically dubious stream will stay solid longer. And they decided to give the myth another helping hand, moving the rail closer.
I always like to hold on tight to whatever I'm pissing on. The bladder is full, the rail is set, the electrics are good. We're good for the close-up test.
Powering up.
Powering up.
If this setup doesn't complete the circuit, trigger the release, and kill O'Malley, it will certainly kill the myth.
All right, and 3, 2, 1. Hey! It worked.
Yeah, it's 6 inches away from the
It just
rail.
goes to show, do not grab the third rail with both hands and on it from 3 inches away. Oh man, wait a second. I gotta take a leak. Woo! That'll never make it in the show.
It was tricky, but they've successfully jumped a current from the third rail up a stream of urine with lethal results.
So after all the testing we did, Jamie, do you think it's possible to electrocute yourself by peeing on the third rail?
Maybe given the right circumstances, it's raining, the ground's wet, his shoes are wet, or maybe he's not wearing shoes. Could happen.
In fact, there are no recorded cases of O'Malley or anyone else dying like this in the New York subway.
Watching it break up in every stream that we've photographed, just doesn't look like you could make a solid connection.
I'd say that's a myth busted.
Not that I'd be peeing on the third rail anytime soon. Hey! Oh!
watching MythBusters. Isn't that right?
2 million dead fish, a demagnetized credit card, more slime than the Ghostbusters, and Jamie and Adam have a slippery myth by the gills.
Well, that's a sight for sore eyes.
Oh my God.
Imagine the wallet that you can make out of this one.
The myth here is that in 1986, reports started to surface that there were problems with credit cards due to eel skin wallets. Apparently, the rumor was that the eel skin wallets were coming from electric eels, and therefore electromagnetic currents or something were causing problems with the credit cards.
Eel skin wallets wiping out credit cards? A fishy myth if ever there was one. There's only one place to start. John McCosker is Dr. Eel. He just loves them. And there are plenty among the 2 million specimens at San Francisco's Steinhardt Aquarium.
I was called about eel skin wallets and the fact that somebody who owned this had on more than one occasion found a credit card didn't work. So she asked me, is it an electric eel?
The eel skin myth slipped out of the deep. It was soon shocking readers coast to coast.
Electric eels really pack a wallop.
This is an electric eel right here.
Yeah, it got about 400 to 500 volts. It sure puts you on your keister. Turns out that there is an electrical discharge in you and me and every fish when they move a muscle mass. But they have concentrated this in muscle packs so that it builds and stores a very large discharge. And it's able to release it all at once. And when it does, it just stuns everything in the water around it, and then it just gobbles it up.
The guys know flowing electricity creates a magnetic field, but surely leather from a dead eel can't hold a charge. Their mission is to put a lid on this myth once and for all. They'll start by making up a bunch of stunt credit cards using a magnetic rider. The strip on credit cards is made of magnetic particles, each about 20 millionths of an inch long. They record information in the same way as audio cassette tape.
They all have the same information on them, and now they're ready to be abused in various ways. Let's see if we can take the information off. Where are we going to start? What are we going to test on this one?
Well, we've got to put cards in wallets, see what happens. We'll leave them there for a while, we'll measure the wallets, see what they do.
It seems our myth is quite widespread. Eel skin has proved to be a natural leather that is harmless to the magnetic strips on credit cards.
They'll be the judge of that. First, what happens after just a few seconds contact?
Want to swipe them, see if anything happened?
Yeah.
There it is. All the data.
No surprise there. Maybe it needs some wear and tear.
There you go. Wallet didn't do anything to it. Let's leave those in there for 24 hours or something and see what happens to them after that. Another theory, actually, is that during the tanning process, residue could get left on the wallet that gives it a small charge that could demagnetize a card.
Something like that might have iron particles or something in it that they've impregnated the leather with.
Yeah, and if such a thing is possible, we should be able to test for it. I can't help myself. I need some satisfaction. It's like a bad television effect, but it's happening right in my microwave. Ah, that's the best.
The microwave arced the metal in the disc. If the tanning process leaves metal in the wallet, it should do the same thing.
Well, normally we'd see some kind of sparking going on, wouldn't we?
Normally we would. You think it's hot?
Might be warming up a little bit.
No sparks, no metal. The guys need to find another explanation.
It's warm. That's about it. You know, Adam, there's a common theme to all this. You're putting it in and out of your pocket, you're creating a static charge maybe that the wallet's retaining, and then it's messing with the credit cards.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, but it's a common theme with all of the stories.
So, can Adam use eel skin to generate enough static electricity to wipe out a credit card? The charge is stored in this capacitor.
Oh, okay. I am able to generate a very small amount of static this way.
Maybe some nylon underwear will do the trick.
Let's see what we get. It works just fine.
They just can't seem to get a grip on this eel skin myth. Maybe that's because there's a twist in the tale.
So eel skin wallets aren't actually made of eel skin at all, right?
Well, not electric eels, not moray eels, or any other kind of eel. Actually, made from a disgusting fish called a hagfish, called the slime eel. Now this is a slime eel. You gotta be a little odd to like slime eels.
Somewhere, somehow, a fisherman discovered this skin makes great leather.
You know, I wouldn't look at this and think, wallet.
No.
This is Adam and Jamie's lucky day. The aquarium has live hagfish.
They just look like snot in the bottom of the tank. Look at this! Wow! Look at this thing. Looks like the mummy. Isn't that great? I'd rather put my hands in formaldehyde than in a tank full of hagfish.
The slime is a defense mechanism in the wild, which seems to work pretty well in captivity too.
Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, that's really spectacular.
Whoa! Oh, please get it.
There we go. There we go.
You guys are hired. I warned you.
Yeah, no, I know.
They are no closer to busting this myth. The slime eel left them empty-handed. Or did it? In the eel skin wallet myth, John McCosker did some myth-busting of his own. He's convinced the fish have been framed.
It wasn't until we finally obtained a wallet that had been used that we then realized what the problem was.
What turned out to be the problem?
Problem was geography. There was a magnet right over the band of the card where the signature was located.
Could it be true? Could a small magnetic clasp be erasing bank details? How hard is it to wipe out a credit card anyway? Jamie and Adam vow to find out.
We should point out that the way this holds the bills together is magnetic.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we try and read it? I read it just fine. I'm actually really surprised how robust these cards are.
So am I. I would have bet money that they would have messed with them.
So why don't we leave this one for 24 hours as well, along with the other eel skins.
There's also a theory you can strip cards by rubbing two together.
That one's good. Yeah, they're both good. Rubbing them up and down against each other didn't do anything.
The guys are desperate to erase a card. They've built an electromagnet so they can find out exactly how much magnetism it takes.
Here, hold still.
By varying the electrical current, they can control the strength of the magnetic field.
Up to about 8 volts.
That's a magnet, all right.
Gauss is the measurement for magnetic strength.
Oh,
It's
okay.
coercivity, I believe. And so we have this little nifty device that reads that.
1.
The Earth's magnetic pull is about 1 Gauss. They'll be testing well beyond that.
So this is 650 Gauss.
Yeah. 1/1000.
Okay. Let's see. Card number 1 is good. Are we going to 700?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll step up the magnetic field until they get a failure.
Fine. 800 Gauss, man. Are you crazy? Nothing.
Looks like the everyday credit card is tougher than they thought. Time to step on the Gauss.
Okay, 1,600 Gauss. Something tells me that nothing's going to happen. It's good. Now, wave this card like half a centimeter above the magnet. Let's see what that did. Hey, we got a read error. Read error. We got a read error.
Swiping the card has proved the key. By moving it through the field, the tiny magnetic particles in the strip are dragged out of alignment.
1,000 Gauss.
Number 4 is totally screwed. Number 4 is bad. I would say that we could call 1,000 Gauss the point at which the cards regularly start to fail.
There's nowhere near that much magnetism in the wallet. So could the person in the myth have come into contact with it some other way?
Calling this cell phone, I didn't get anything above 30 Gauss.
Nope. Nothing. It's going up to around 16 at most. That's a speaker. That's about 70 Gauss.
Nothing comes close to 1,000 Gauss.
That's a wallet with a clasp?
Even after a day's exposure, it's doubtful a wallet could generate that sort of field.
Fine, all the information's still there. Try this one. Go. Nope, all the information's still there. No ill effects at all. Let's try the eelskin money clip that has magnets in it. Nope, all the information's still there. All right, Jamie, so yeah, there's no effect on these cards after 24 hours in a genuine eelskin wallet.
This myth is all but busted. But there's one challenge left.
John, do you have an electric eel we can go visit, a live one?
And a hungry one, and it's storing its charge waiting for you. We have some live electric eels that have caused some workers' comp injuries. Guys feeding the fish got shocked, knocked backwards off the rail, and banged their head. But you can see it really hurts the fish. They kind of wince, they go zap.
There's enough power swimming around the bottom of that tank to stun a horse.
Let's put this card in the tank with the electric eel, who's right inside here. Got the Gauss meter set up all the way at the end, so if he gives a jolt, you should be able to read it. An electric eel is looking at me right in the eye. Are you getting any kind of reading at all?
No, I'm just getting minuscule variations, nothing at all really.
Whoop! He just flinched. Oh, he just bit the card.
You didn't see any sparks fly or anything.
I didn't see any sparks fly, and thank goodness I didn't feel anything. Now he's swimming by it again. He's really very confused. You're not getting anything?
Not a thing. Maybe 1 Gauss.
1 Gauss, that's nothing.
Yeah. You have more Gausses than that.
I have more Gauss walking into a room than that. Now he's just resting at the bottom of the tank. I'd say definitively he's sulking. Look, if people think eelskin wallets can erase a card, sticking a card in a tank with an electric eel, this ought to prove this once and for all. I mean, this is the ultimate test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Myth busted.
All the evidence is still in the card, completely not demagnetized at all.
Myth busted.
I'd say, yeah, myth busted.
In this episode, struck by lightning.
Where's your tongue? Let's see it.
The Mythbusters tempt fate.
This won't hurt you at all.
Feels like I got a barbell stuck in my tongue.
Will body jewelry get you struck by lightning? testing a medieval tree cannon.
I need somebody with a whip and a drum.
It's a blast from the past. And man versus machine.
Adam, the police officer, said you need to drink more.
In the battle of the breathalyzer. Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths.
Farewell, cruel world.
They put them to the test.
Come on, please help me up. Yes, we'll carry you. Hold on. I got struck by lightning? Yes. How the f did that happen? It's not.
In August 2003, Matt Thompson was hit by lightning in the hills outside Keystone, Colorado.
A bolt of lightning taken straight in the chest.
It just came out of nowhere.
The direct hit traveled all the way through Matt's body.
I had no clue what happened.
Matt's story was big news. On websites worldwide, the issue was raging.
Matt, you almost died.
Was Matt's metal tongue stud the reason he was struck?
So my tongue ring.
Oh no, dude, you might have swallowed it.
Let me see. Where's your tongue? Let's see it.
Oh, it's broken off in there, it looks like. Let me see.
Body jewelry attracting lightning strikes? This looks like a job for the MythBusters.
The myth is that wearing a tongue stud increases your chances of being struck by lightning.
So what kind of cockamamie theory is this?
Well, this cockamamie theory says that the lightning bolt is being attracted directly to it.
Like a lightning rod.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds kind of silly.
Being loaded into an ambulance with a fried tongue, you can bet Matt Thompson didn't think it was a silly myth. Still, the boys are skeptical.
It's obvious that jewelry does affect your body if you get struck by lightning, but the question still remains. Does it increase your chances of being struck by lightning?
For the tongue stud lightning test, 2 heads made from ballistics gel will be mounted near a lightning generator. One of the heads will be pierced with metal studs. Adam and Jamie want to know which head the charge jumps to.
That'll be fun.
Well, that's definitely why we're doing this.
The first job is to build a rig that will attract lightning. They need something big, metal, and round.
Ah, here we are.
That's them.
What, these?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we're using woks because the round surface of a wok is a perfect thing to test an electrical field around because it doesn't have any point that can gather the electricity to a single point. 7, 8. It's like they knew we were coming.
Imagine that.
Normally, you'd probably put the heads on a spike, but that would not give us an accurate test as to the conductivity of the piercing as it relates to the whole head.
How am I going to get those out of there?
Back at the workshop, while Jamie grapples with removing the wok handles, Adam is going into reproduction mode.
I am going to take this casting of my head, and it is me, I swear, and I'm going to fill it with some rigid foam so I can cut it in half and turn it into a vacuform mold to make a bunch of ballistic gel heads. This is where things start to happen kind of fast. There's a point at which it gets clear again. There, see? Now it turns dark. Now it's just about to bubble. That's the trick. Now if you look in here, we can watch it. It's gonna glow all the way up. Isn't that amazing? Oh, look at this. Here it comes. All right, so I mixed too much.
Jamie, ahead of schedule, has found time for art.
I don't know what it is, but it's pretty. It's like a big steel tulip.
Adam, meanwhile, has a solid base for his mold.
There is something strangely satisfying about that.
But getting the plastic shell to form is proving to be a headache.
No, no. Come on.
Adam's really hard on my tools. He'll tend to plow through things without thinking.
Every time. I hate this frame. It's ripping my fingers to shreds. A little more comfort in your design. That's all I want.
It'll toughen your fingers up. It's good for you.
You, my fingers don't need toughening.
Here, let's see if it still fits. Ow, no, that doesn't fit. My head's gotten fatter in the intervening years. As if nobody knew that. All right, let's go do another 9.
Jamie is attaching inverted walks to the tops of metal rods. A non-conductive plexiglass spike will protrude above each walk to hold the dummy's head.
It has to be something that's not going to attract electricity on its own in any specific way. So this is a mount for the head, and when the electrical current, when the lightning bolt is attracted to the head, it'll go to wherever it wants to go on the head, not because of the configuration of this.
Adam has finally created 10 head molds. They need more than 2 in case the high voltage strike blows them apart. They'll be filled with ballistics gel and will mimic the electrical conductivity of the human head. Smart work. But Adam's about to do something not so bright. To get into the spirit of this myth, he's volunteered to get his own tongue pierced.
Hi, are you Joey?
Yeah, hi.
I'm Adam.
Nice to meet you, Adam.
Jamie?
Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
Good.
And, I'm here to get a tongue piercing.
Well, let's see your tongue. Yeah, we can put some jewelry in there for you.
All right. Have you ever heard any myths about tongue piercings?
No, I've heard some realities about tongue piercings. I don't know about any myths. What do you have in mind?
Well, there's a story going around about a woman in Britain who apparently was struck by lightning, and she said it was because she had a tongue piercing.
Never heard that one.
You never heard that one?
Never heard that one.
You ever had any complaints of anyone struck by lightning?
None of my clients have ever been struck by lightning. So these are some of the basic beads that I have for you to choose from. Probably the most comfortable size to start with is this one right here. If you want to go with something a little fancier, it's possible to wear gemstones for it as well. So if you want to get really flash, you can wear something like that.
What do you think, Jamie? Should I go flash or plain?
I think you should go for maximum conductivity, actually.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Do you have anything shaped like a little, lightning rod or
No
anything?
lightning rods, and we don't have any copper. I think you're going to have to go with the stainless steel.
All right, the stainless steel ball about that size was exactly what I was thinking about.
Okay, that should be great. So why don't you come on in here, have a seat on the dinosaur chair there.
Oh, do I get a lollipop when this is done?
You do get a lollipop when this is done, but only if you earn it.
He's just seen the needle. For once, Adam's at a loss for words.
All right, so, you ready? It's very, very quick and very, very easy. You can set your glasses right there. What I want you to do is swallow one last time. Breathe easy. Give me your tongue. There you go. This won't hurt you at all. I'm not gonna pull on you. Just wanna make sure I got you right where I need you. Piercing's real quick. I'm just getting lined up. Here you go. Give me a breath in and out. You're done. The jewelry's in. I'm gonna take the clamp off and screw the bead on the bottom, but it won't hurt you. You're absolutely done. Let me just make sure the beads are tight. You can have your tongue back. There you go. You're done.
All right. Woo. That was not so bad. Oh, but now I'm talking all funny. Feels like I got a barbell stuck in my tongue, man. How about that?
Get it back here.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
In August 2003, Matt Thompson was struck by lightning in Colorado.
It's my tongue ring.
Oh, no, dude.
Was the lightning attracted to his metal tongue piercing?
Oh, it's broken off in there, it looks like.
To test the myth that body jewelry increases your chance of being struck, Adam and Jamie have enlisted the help of Delta Star West. They manufacture industrial-grade electrical machinery.
They still feel nice and cool.
Adam's freshly made gelatin heads are the focal points.
He has to suffer as much as I have.
A metal stud expertly fitted to one dummy's lower lip.
I should have been a surgeon. All right, let's see how it does.
We have this gigantic bank of capacitors, which creates over 1 million volts at something like 1,000 amps. And it's sending electricity across this wire through this electrode, and these heads, which are grounded, will complete the circuit.
Essentially, they're making mini lightning at the flick of a switch. 1 million volts stored in a capacitor will discharge down a wire, jumping to the ground through one of the two heads.
We're hoping to find that it shows a preference to go to one head or the other. And if it shows a preference to go to the one with the barbell, then we'll know that you're more likely to get struck by lightning. If it doesn't, if it goes for this head, then the myth is busted.
Real lightning can be over 100 million volts. It kills about 100 Americans a year. This 1 million volt jolt would still turn you into toast. Everyone's keeping a safe distance.
We're good.
The lightning will discharge into one of the heads. It takes just a fraction of a second. It's hit the head on the right. You can see it in freeze frame. Here it is again on high-speed camera.
Well, it went to the one without the barbell in it.
It did.
We learned a couple of really important things from the first test, and the first thing was that the lightning bolt went to the top of the head and no place else on the electrode, which tells us that that our rig is nicely set up. It's pretty neutral, and we are getting current to go through the head itself and not through the steel. The second most important thing that we learned about this was that the discharge actually went to the head without the piercing. So this not looking too good right now.
But the testing has just started. In the interests of accuracy, they move each head to the opposite spike.
We're just doing a control by swapping the heads on the rig and making sure that the rig doesn't prefer one direction or the other.
This time it hit the stud head.
Well, one, I think, really important thing that I just saw was, I guess I was focusing in the right place at the right time. I saw the lightning bolt travel down like this, and it went right along this pathway. It did not go to that. So even in the head, if this was an attractant, thing for the lightning bolt, it would have gone there and down or something like that. It didn't. I clearly saw it take a pathway right down to the top of this.
We're good to go on another shot.
So the lightning hit the head, but not the stud.
Same thing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Interesting that it really doesn't do anything to the gelatin that we can see.
Truly.
So that's 2 strikes to the pierced head, 1 to the control head. Will swapping them back make a difference? It's the pierced head again, but a confusing pattern is emerging. The charge often goes to the piercing side, but it never seems to touch the metal. The MythBusters won't be satisfied until they can see the lightning hit the stud directly.
Jamie, we've now run this a dozen times or more. The heads are working perfectly, the rig is working great, we're getting consistent strikes, always to the top of the head. Not once has the lightning gone right for the stud.
Yeah, all we've got left to do is put a bunch of studs in there, some really big ones maybe, see what happens, see if we can get something to react to them.
Like nuts and bolts and knives and forks?
Yeah.
Adam has apparently read the Hannibal Lecter style guide.
All right, I think that's a pretty good look there, Jamie. What do you think?
Well, maybe more is better.
Let's fire it up.
Okay.
It went
gun to the head with the studs in it.
Still didn't touch the studs. Went right down through the middle.
Yeah.
Maybe even more metal. Of course, if your tongue piercing is this big, lightning is the least of your worries.
I saw it go into the top of the head and go out to the bolt and back in.
It just goes to show, you know, don't put any really big bolts in your mouth during a thunderstorm.
Finally, a test for the mother of all studs.
Well, cheek piercing there.
It's unlikely to catch on at many nightclubs, though it might just help you get in the door. Will it attract lightning? At last, a direct hit.
Well, that knocked the doorknob right out of his face.
The MythBusters are unconvinced that studs attract lightning. While the Zap did seem to prefer the head with the piercing, a lack of consistent direct hits suggests some other unknown factor was involved.
We could have done this 1,000 times and still not gotten that same result. You know, lightning is just really unpredictable.
You know, that might be the case, Jamie, but we do know that metal does have an effect. You know, depending on how much of it there is and where it is on the body. And we did get a strike right to the doorknob, but come on, who wears a doorknob?
The only thing this myth has shown the guys for sure is that Adam's wild days are over.
Heaven. Oh, God. That was horrible. There we go. My tongue is free.
The MythBusters get medieval. Can they turn a log into a lethal weapon?
Fire in the hole!
This myth is from medieval times, actually, and it involves a Hungarian town called Pakish that was being threatened by their neighbors. So the entire town got together in one night. They apparently made a cannon out of a tree.
And they put some gunpowder in there, and they shoot off this cannon.
The entire body of the cannon exploded, killing half the townspeople.
And the mayor, in his infinite wisdom, looks up and said, "If we have so many dead, how many left of the enemy can there be?"
That's the earliest known record of spin, I think.
To test this myth, Jamie and Adam will try to build a tree cannon and see if it explodes when fired. To do it like the villagers, they need to drill a hole into a log using medieval-style tools. They'll have to fashion a cannonball and make some medieval gunpowder.
John, have you ever heard of a tree cannon or a cannon made out of a tree?
No, Adam, I frankly have not.
If anyone can help with this myth, John Morris can. He lives safe and very secure in West Virginia with his collection of more than 100 cannons. Wisely or not, he's agreed to show Adam and Jamie the safe way to fire one.
My back hurts just thinking about it.
So we'll use a pre-measured charge of powder in aluminum foil. We'll make up a small cartridge.
Cannon Firing 101.
Are we ready to load?
I think we're ready to load. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
John's neighbors have learned to love the sound of cannons in the morning. It's only a blank, but this is still dangerous business.
From now on, it's going to be loaded and nobody gets in front of the muzzle. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. We're going to load. Then we'll take the fuse and hopefully it'll touch the powder inside. Ready to proceed?
You bet.
When you are.
Fire in the hole.
I knew that was going to happen.
You did.
They've seen how it's done. Now it's the guy's turn.
Is it possible to put too much powder in a cannon?
Certainly.
What'll happen?
Well, it will overstress the cannon, and the cannon could blow up. Now, you shouldn't be in front of the piece.
Exploding cannons. Food for thought for two first-time firers.
Fire in the hole.
Excellent.
Wow.
Very good. You're now qualified.
That's very exciting. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
That was really cool.
Tree cannons were used in 14th century England and just 100 years ago in Eastern Europe. To make theirs, Adam and Jamie need a European hardwood log, a big log.
This is a piece of English elm here that we took out. It's a tree that actually died from Dutch elm disease, and this weighs several hundred pounds, this piece here.
If I can do that with it, we can get it on the truck.
Jamie, you're doing such a good job.
Get out of my way. This was done in medieval Hungary. They didn't have power tools, and there would have been a lot of things that would be different about what we're doing.
They learned how differently by examining pictures of a 1,000-year-old toolbox found in Sweden. For authenticity, they want to make similar equipment. Jamie's starting with an axe to strip the log.
Getting a little workout this morning.
Adam's having a workout of his own. He's making a medieval saw out of a forklift pallet.
Come on. Now there's some medieval workmanship.
Well, I'm gonna heat this piece of metal up until it gets red hot. Hopefully I'll make something that resembles a spoon drill, which is one of the first drills that they used.
It's the best medieval drill Jamie's made all day. Now there's just one more job before they get started on the barrel. San Francisco has a community arts center that specializes in old-style forging. Instructor Chris Niemer specializes in keeping his cool.
Chris, we need some iron bands around this thing.
Okay.
We're making a cannon.
But if you don't hear from us again, you'll know why.
We'll know what happened.
The steel bands around the log will help it absorb the blast. They'll be heated in a furnace, then hammered into place.
When we start wrapping this, I think I'm probably gonna have one of you two with a hammer just kind of tapping behind me. Test run number 1.
They've got to pull the band tight while it's red hot, then rivet it in place.
That's the ticket.
Oh, that's so close. Oh, it's good.
Rivets.
The band is cooling and shrinking before they can hammer the rivets home.
Somebody else grab this one up here. You got it.
Come on.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
All right.
I got it.
Quenched with water, the band will shrink tighter onto the log. Just 4 more to go.
You know, it's funny how ye old techniques take ye old sweet time to get done.
Medieval techniques take some mastering, but each band is going on easier than the last.
Oh, but the vibration feels really good. Beautiful!
Yeah, good job, guys.
Very nice.
Good job.
Excellent.
It's looking more like a cannon, but there's still no barrel. Will Jamie's medieval drill do the job?
Drill's nice and sharp, and I've flattened this out so that I can grab this like that to crank it.
Remember, according to the myth, the tribe made their cannon overnight. But this is slow work.
We're about ½ an inch in.
I need somebody with a whip and a drum.
They've got to drill through about 5 feet.
You know, just moving more, I guess.
Let's see.
Medieval tools just weren't built with myth-busting in mind.
Based on what I'm seeing here now, I'm thinking it'd probably take a couple of days to get through it. The myth says that overnight they'd be able to drill a cannon, and I would say that that is unlikely. I would say that the myth is busted because of that.
They've come too far to stop now. Adam and Jamie resolve to test the rest of this explosive myth, and that means building the cannon their way.
I'm not doing anything that the Packish wouldn't have done if they had had a chainsaw.
While Adam is bowing to the 21st century, Jamie is staying well in the Middle Ages.
I'm making a cannonball out of granite, or a mess.
He plans to hand chisel a perfectly round cannonball. It's precision versus power.
That is a tree cannon.
Jamie hasn't done a bad job himself.
It's so far beyond anybody's experience that we're all like kind of blown away, right? And don't think he didn't know it.
So they've made the tree cannon, made the cannonball. Now they need to make medieval gunpowder. They've called in expert pyrotechnician Jack Morocco to help.
You know, what we need to do here is something a little bit different in mimicking a medieval gunpowder formula.
Jack knows what ingredients existed around the time of the myth, so they can make up a crude gunpowder. But how well will it work? For safety reasons, they'll light the fuse electronically from a distance.
Ready?
Oh, wow.
Nicely done.
I think that's very respectable.
Okay.
I think that'll do.
I think that's going to work quite well, yes.
I personally don't think we'll be able to blow this thing up. I think you could put a stick of dynamite in it and it still might not blow up. Of course we're going to try to blow it up. That's what we do.
Once more, in the name of myth-busting, Jamie and Adam head into the world, armed, dangerous, and set on destruction. It's a normal day out for the Mythbusters. They're driving through San Francisco with a medieval tree cannon in the back of their pickup. Their destination? The abandoned runway at the Alameda Naval Base. The cannon is a replica of one built by medieval Hungarian villagers, which, myth has it, blew up when fired. With expert pyrotechnician Jack Morocco, they've made up a load of medieval-style gunpowder.
We don't want to drop this, do we?
No, we definitely don't.
You ready to load some powder there, Jamie?
Yeah, let's do it.
They're starting with 2 3-ounce cartridges of gunpowder.
All right.
The cartridges are forced to the bottom of the barrel, and a hole poked in the side for the fuse.
Ah, We are in the load. Tennis ball?
Okay. Well, did you bring your tennis racket?
I could stand out there with this, you know, and try to get a good hit on it.
The tennis ball will squeeze down on the blast, increasing the pressure in the barrel. An electric igniter is taped into place. They're ready to go.
Okay, standing by.
For safety, the MythBusters are behind Lexan blast screens.
Ready?
Fire in the hole!
3, 2, 1.
Hot set! Boo!
Wow, it's still going. Is that a flaming tennis ball? I don't think so. That was a good bang.
Yeah.
Did anyone see the ball?
I'm going to take the bicycle out there.
Is that where the paper cup landed?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It seems their tree cannon has quite a serve.
Oh. A little singed.
You found it?
Wow. That looks great.
Doesn't look very much the worse for wear.
No, just lost some fuzz.
Well, the tennis ball went a little more than a football field in length, which for a tennis ball is a lot. And I think that, you know, when we put the stone in there, it's really going to take off.
Next up, the real thing, Jamie's hand-carved cannonball.
We're debating whether or not to put a single or a double load, either 3 or 6 ounces of powder behind it.
The extra weight of the cannonball will further compress the blast, increasing the force up the barrel. The guys know the safe way to go is a single 3-ounce load.
You comfortable with 6 ounces, Jack?
Yeah.
All right. Loading the cartridge.
It's double or nothing. Twice the powder, twice the danger.
At this point, no one crosses the front.
And be careful with that, because that's going to roll down there fairly quickly.
Yeah, so I gather.
Shock it.
Jamie's great creation is headed for a great adventure.
Satisfying a little thunk.
Do you think we'll be able to find it?
You know, I'm feeling pretty certain that it's going to launch that thing a fair ways, but I don't have a clue how far. Are we ready, Jack?
Fire in the hole.
I don't have a clue where that went.
I didn't see a darn thing. Did you see anything? Wow.
What everyone did see was a remarkably successful tree cannon. They've proved you can make a cannon out of a tree.
A long way.
Really?
Yeah.
But Jamie's cannonball is long gone.
A little bummed out not to find the ball, you know, I put a lot of work into that thing.
It's a rough thing trying to find it. We've got a runway that's 1.25 miles deep. I didn't think we were going to find it, and I don't think it's unreasonable that we didn't find it.
The ball might be gone, but the myth-busting continues. Remember, the cannon in the story is said to have exploded.
Well, we're going to take all the powder we have left, which is about 12 ounces, 14 ounces of powder left. We're going to dump it all in here, see what happens. Remember, children, MythBusters has hired a licensed pyrotechnician to help us blow stuff up. You should never try anything like this unless you have your own television show.
I wish I had my rock back.
This is twice the amount of powder they've tried before. They're jamming everything they can find down the barrel to clog it up and increase the chance of explosion.
You have one other thing you want to add to this, Jamie?
I want to see this thing blow up. You know, it's keeps working. What are you going to do? So I'm going to jam a can of soda down this.
It's a tight fit, maybe too tight.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not good.
Oh, it squirted out of the hole.
The water squirted out of the hole? Oh, whoops.
You could have done something worse, but I can't for the life of me think of what that might have been. Okay, here comes the golf ball. Oh, there's a lot of soda. Oh, yeah, it's definitely been contaminated by the powder.
Their chances of blowing up the cannon seem to have been washed away in a flood of soda. But the Mythbusters won't take a setback lying down. Undeterred, they re-rig, calling in another pyrotechnician. He's got a jumbo-sized bag of gunpowder, and he's not afraid to use it.
Well, we put 6 ounces of powder in last time. What are we going to put in this time?
5 pounds.
Whoa.
Yeah.
5 pounds of gunpowder. On a danger scale of 1 to 10, this rate's about 9. Now it's at 10. They're sealing the end with an aluminum plug.
If this doesn't blow up this cannon, I don't know what will.
This is basically going to be a bomb, and there's going to be splinters going everywhere. So it's not a question just of hard hats. It's a question of you have to have something like a shield or an automobile or something like that between you and the cannon.
I'm going to get back about probably 150 feet out in the field there, just in case.
The rest of the team is even further back. They're hoping that'll be far enough.
Is everybody all right? I mean, like, the heaviest parts go farther than the fence.
There's a piece of log way back there. Look at that.
Oh, my God!
It seems tree cannons can explode with even more force than anyone imagined.
Cannon went away. There's a little black on the ground around where the cannon was, and that's all that's left.
I'd say it's a very efficient way to split wood.
No, we don't have to lug that damn thing around anymore.
My God.
Adam and Jamie have busted a cannon, but proved 2 myths.
Maybe 80 pounds or something like that.
They've proved you can make a cannon out of a tree, and they've also shown the Hungarian townsfolk could have been wiped out when it exploded. Sometimes myth-busting is dangerous work. One for the road, as they say. But they bit off more than they could chew.
Cheers.
Can they beat the breath test?
This is definitely going to be a strange day.
Here we are at the San Francisco Police Department Crime Lab, and we've got the breath tester, and we're going to get drunk today, I think, and see whether we can get around the breath test.
Well, there's a lot of myths out there that are really kind of strange about all these substances you can use to potentially beat the breath test.
You know, Adam, I don't think any of this stuff is going to work.
I don't think any of things are going to work either, but it's up to us to imbibe and then further imbibe all of these things to show this.
So the idea is to get drunk, then put different products in their mouths to try to fool the breath test machine into giving a lower reading. The San Francisco Police Department generously offered its crime lab for the day. Officer Bruce Gendron will be watching over Adam and Jamie. Adam's drink of choice is scotch. Neat. Jamie's mixing vodka with cranberry juice.
I don't know if I've ever had a drink this early in the day. Nostrovia, Kampai, Prost.
Right there with you, buddy.
In California, you're considered legally intoxicated with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08. Spirits are about 40% alcohol. How many the guys need to reach the limit depends largely on their weight and how fast they drink.
A little bit of food to cut the alcohol. I'm lit. It's like 1 in the afternoon and I'm lit.
Food does slow alcohol's absorption into the bloodstream. but their livers can only metabolize 1 drink an hour, and just 5% of alcohol is expelled through urine. Put simply, their bodies can't keep up.
So I've had 4 drinks, right? Yes, this is number 5. Let's try control.
There you go.
Here we go.
You want to try one?
Yeah, let's try one.
Go ahead. Very good. That's very good. Thank you. He's an 03.
That's an 03?
It's an 03.
Wow. I swear I'm a cheap date.
Adam, the police officer said you need to drink more.
You know, my doctor was also telling me that I'm not getting enough tar, so I need to start smoking again. Make it a double.
The guys have to drink up for science, far more than either would normally imbibe.
So we've had 13 drinks over 3 hours. I know I'm drunk, but I can't even remotely tell that you're drunk. It's kind of annoying. I want to see you like put a lampshade on your head or something.
Sorry, bub.
All right, let's go. I feel totally fine. Allow me to place this on your breath testing machine and I'll be happy to be tested.
You are pretty smelly. That's it. Keep it up. Listen to the music, and that's what we're trying to do, is keep that sound going. Very, very good. That's good. Yeah,
1-1.
1-1.
All right, finally. Woo, we're at 1-1. We're over the limit. I'm guessing Jamie goes to 0.9. I think the extreme difference in muscle mass will make Jamie process alcohol a lot more efficiently than I do, apparently.
He's doing fine. You just sit over there and be quiet. It's rough enough having one of you here, but having 2.
Of course I'm causing trouble.
Yep, 09.
09, legally drunk.
Legally drunk and illegal behind the wheel. Strangely enough, the first refuge of a driver pulled over in this condition seems to be breath mints.
Right after you get stopped, and we're making it up to the vehicle and can see them rushing around in the car trying to find mints or trying to find anything to put in their mouth.
In America, if it looks like a rose and it smells like a rose, it's a rose. And if you have your certs and your mouth is fresh and you feel fresh, then perhaps you just aren't drunk anymore.
Unfortunately, you are. A roadside sobriety test quickly reveals that.
Okay, now stop. Want you to turn around just on the balls of your feet. With your right index finger, touch your nose. I think you just fell asleep.
40% of American road deaths involve alcohol. Nearly 17,000 people killed each year. To prove a driver was drunk, police usually rely on a breath test.
This man had already had 5 single whiskeys, which he took some little time ago.
The breathalyzer was invented back in the 50s, where drinking whiskey often happened while wearing a nice suit.
Right, that's enough. He is up about 0.13.
Breath tests work because alcohol is carried by the blood into the lungs and exhaled. The amount of alcohol on the person's breath is proportional to the amount in their bloodstream. Over the limit, the guys will now try to beat the breath test using products that, urban legend has it, will confuse the machine. First up, those mints. Will getting rid of the smell get rid of the alcohol?
Ooh. Okay, that's minty.
1-0.
1-0. Fat lot of good that did me.
He's still blowing over 08. Maybe something with a stronger smell.
Your best bet is probably to hold your nose, literally, and just take a big bite out of this onion.
My eyes are watering here. Let's try and see if you were able to fool us. Nice and steady. Keep going. Keep going. That's good. That's good. Jamie, that was an 08. The onion didn't do anything.
Some breath testing machines act like a fuel cell. The more alcohol blown in, the higher the electrical current produced. That could well have sparked the myth keeping a battery in your mouth would beat the test.
Stuck on the battery now?
You get the battery.
Yeah, I'm letting you off easy, baby.
Being able to put a battery in your mouth and keeping it there without me knowing that it's there would be very, very difficult.
I would agree with him. It would be very difficult to talk with a battery in my mouth.
I'd say you're charged. It's a 1-0.
Another kind of tester relies on a chemical reaction. Perhaps throwing a little extra copper into the mix will fool it.
You ready? Nice, steady blow. That's it. Very good, thank you. 0.09. Pennies don't work.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
A third kind of machine uses infrared light to find alcohol molecules. Adam's going to throw in some denture cream, too.
Okay.
Adam, you did a great
Oh, that was nothing, baby.
0.11.
0.11. So, denture cream, a no-go.
Another pseudo-scientific mythology suggests hyperventilating might cleanse the lungs of alcohol for just long enough to pass.
All right. 1-1.
That doesn't work either. In fact, the myths are running dry. One last contender, mouthwash.
One wonders where you do this in a car while the police are like coming around to your window, but nonetheless, we'll try it.
Just nice and steady again.
0.43.
4.3.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, 0.43. Yeah, that's way gone.
Something's causing a false reading. A little higher at 0.5 is lethal. To iron out glitches like that, police always test you twice.
Very good. One, 3.
So it would appear that mouthwash doesn't work at all. I mean, even if they got two readings that were grossly out of sync, all they do is take your blood test, and your blood test would tell them exactly how much alcohol you have in your system. It would seem that nothing works.
On MythBusters, they do what it takes. 13 drinks, a mouthful of onion, and batteries, and pennies, and denture cream. It appears to be a sobering warning for any potential drunk driver.
Using the machine, you will be busted.
So what do you think? Is this myth busted?
I'd say it's fairly busted.
Pretty fairly busted. I'd say it's definitively busted. You can't beat the breath test.
I'm Jamie Hyneman.
And I'm Adam Savage.
We're going to find out what happens when you strap a rocket to a 67 Chevy.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up, we turn a Chevy into a 350-mile-per-hour road warrior.
This is so exciting. I'm going to have a grinectomy.
Pop rocks and soda. Urban myth or recipe for disaster.
Dude, your stomach's gonna burst.
Here on MythBusters, we're not just going to retell the stories.
Small tin.
We're going to put them to the test.
We're prepared to put our bodies on the line.
There's just one problem. Some aren't myths at all.
Which one would that be?
I don't know yet.
So why should you trust these guys? Well, Jamie and Adam have over 30 years in model building, animatronics, and toy prototyping. They've worked in features, television, theater, and games. They can build just about anything, and probably have.
This is M5, my special effects shop. Come on in and have a look around.
Jamie's amassed an awesome collection of tools, talent, and techniques. If we can't find it here,
I'm trying to locate a pig's stomach.
There's always Adam's eclectic collection.
I come from the planet Butthead.
And if that fails, the guys are backed by experts in folklore, crime, medicine, and engineering.
Ow, ow,
Jamie and Adam are supposed to be experts in what's real and what's not. And they'll need every trick in the book.
So where do we begin? What do we got? Let's go.
This is the big one. What we have is a 1967 Chevy Impala that was taken out into the desert, and somebody had put a rocket booster on it. Now, they found out about it because there was a smoldering wreckage that the highway patrol there found.
We pieced together a gentleman or an individual that had put a JATO, or a rocket assist takeoff unit, on an older model vehicle.
The guy apparently was an Air Force sergeant, former Air Force sergeant.
He made sure he had a long straight road and there was nothing around.
He got up to highway speed, about 80 miles an hour, fired the things off.
The car had accelerated from like 80 to 300 miles per hour in a couple seconds.
Yeah. There was a curve in the road, a slight increase or upgrade, and a mountain shortly thereafter.
So he applies the brakes, and of course the brakes burn out.
They found about 1.5 miles of skid mark.
He didn't make the turn, he went airborne, and he crashed into the side of the mountain approximately 100 or so feet up in the air.
So do we have any corroboration of this, or any photos, or anybody come forward?
Well, that's our job to pursue that, and we need to get a hold of a 67 Chevy or something as close as we can to it, and need to get a hold of a JATO or a RATO, or again something equivalent to it.
I foresee some wreckage, actually.
Well,
personally, there's so many variables here in terms of, you know, a car that's got to accelerate even to 150 miles an hour for a 35-year-old car. It'll look really cool.
It'll look really cool. I mean, that's going to be big flame shooting out the back. It's going to be great. I can't think of anything more fun than doing this.
No, you know what? I really can't.
I first heard about the story approximately 1994 when I was, my job was a spokesman for the Department of Public Safety. I received a phone call from a local reporter asking about a Darwin Award that was on the internet. The way the story read was that the Arizona Department of Public Safety, or the Highway Patrol, was the ones that did the investigation on it. I thought it was a very real possibility that it could have happened, because Arizona is home to several air bases. Thus, military personnel could have gotten a hold of a JATO unit to use in this fashion.
JATO, or Jet Assisted Takeoff, has been around since the Second World War. We should call them RATOs, because each canister is filled with solid rocket propellant. A single unit puts out 1,000 pounds of thrust for 12 to 15 seconds. Up to 8 JATOs are used when large military aircraft are operating with heavy loads or from short runways.
Do we think the military's just going to hand over one of these JATO bottles? What do we do if they don't actually let us have one?
Well, I kind of doubt that they will. This is not the kind of thing that you would want to let the general public have access to.
Yeah.
Air Force Public Affairs. I'm not at my desk right now, so leave a message.
We'd love to have the military there and involved. We would like the assistance of the Blue Angels. We're trying to get a hold of and get the military's assistance with operating one of these RATOs or JATOs, just so it's clear we're not trying to get a hold of one of these things and do whatever we want with it. We want you involved.
Okay.
Well, we actually got to talk to somebody. She said they're very expensive units, and that I don't know whether it's going to be possible. This is an unusual request.
Most good urban legends have good details, names, places, dates. In this case, often it's a Chevy Impala that the man was driving.
So we need to find a 67 Chevy. I wonder where we're going to do that.
Well, I picked this up at a flea market, actually. This here is a 67 Chevy Impala. That's our goal.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to find a junker, something with a crappy body. All we need is for it to run.
We live in America where, unless you're in New York or a place that has a subway, you must have a car to survive.
Not an Impala, we got a Pontiac.
It runs? The Pontiac runs?
Not at the moment, it just needed the transmission on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Only?
Yeah, but you know.
And a car not only is about survival, but it's also a symbol of adolescent freedom. When you get a car, you can leave the nest.
We're going to be putting some rockets on the top of the car and setting them
like
off.
the guy in the desert, the old urban legend.
That's it.
So you want
Exactly.
it's a 72 Impala or 69 Impala you're supposed to use. Yeah, everybody.
We'll take anything that looks like, I mean, a Falcon within a couple of years.
Something of that
kinda...
vintage, as long as it runs. Don't care about...
T-Bird? You want a Thunderbird?
Well, it got to be cheap.
62. Well, $750.
That's
have a look
very
at it.
plausible.
It's also a symbol of sex. This is where a young man can have his first sexual experiences in this car.
Oh, yeah. That's the we're done.
I'd be kind of ashamed to destroy it.
We don't have to destroy it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my God, I'm loving this. Oh, look at that. Wow. Oh, this automatic windows. Oh, yeah.
Is that your premise, though, to do that urban legend?
Yeah.
Well, you should get a Chevy, because I always heard the story with the Chevy. Because I always understand it'd be like a 69 to 72 Impala.
Okay.
Chevrolet, the beautiful shape for 1965.
The Chevy Impala is an ideal candidate for urban legend status. It was first introduced in 1958. From the start, it was a prestige car within the reach of the average American.
A completely new look time cannot wash away.
By the end of the millennium, sales exceeded 13 million, making the Chevy Impala the most popular full-size car in American history.
See the beautiful shapes of Chevrolet for 1965 at your Chevrolet dealers now.
We need it to run.
Need it to run.
Needs
This one
it.
may run. It's got a bomb motor in it. What do you mean? You're gonna put rockets on it? It'll go.
We're going to destroy the car.
Of course you are. That's half the fun.
Thank you anyway.
Thanks very much.
No problem.
Despite its popularity, the Impala is proving as hard to procure as JATO rocket.
We called you last week concerning procuring a JATO. Procuring a JATO or a RATO. So far, we've had very little luck with getting anybody to return our calls.
I'm Sergeant Bob Stein with the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and you're watching MythBusters.
Jamie and Adam are following a promising new lead on that 67 Chevy.
Well, we're gonna strap some rockets to its back end.
Yeah. You know that thing where they took it out in the desert and set those up?
I got the perfect car for you.
We're going to do that.
You got it.
It's a 67, all right, but unfortunately, an Oldsmobile.
Heavy.
Very.
450.
So far, we haven't seen a single 60s Impala.
We were looking at a T-Bird. It was that they had for $750. It was pretty nice.
Adam's beautiful T-Bird's already been sold.
67.
This is your car if you want a car to put a rocket on. She's fast.
Just as we've given up hope of finding our car in time,
It's officially an Impala.
Would it be all right if I drive it around the block?
Oh, yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa.
I got it, lady.
it's a working 66 Chevy Impala with some decidedly non-standard features.
This is without a doubt our car. It's destiny.
I think the hydraulic aspect of it is just hysterical. You know, this thing we get a couple of get the rocket mounted right up here. I mean, this is nice and sturdy.
We're gonna mount it on top?
That's what the legend shows.
Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. We are 8.5 miles from where we bought the car.
It's 100 degrees. We're 3 hours from the shop. And thanks to a blocked fuel filter, our rocket car is doing exactly 0 miles per hour. Thank goodness Adam's got the gold breakdown package.
So, the Air Force apparently called us back and turned us down on the JATO rocket?
Permission denied.
Yeah, I think, did they call us back again just to deny permission again without being asked?
Twice.
So we got these things.
Yeah.
How are we gonna, these are the hobby rockets. This is like an example, one of the tubes. How are we gonna fire these off?
Well, these are actually more powerful than the JATOs. The ones that, you know...
But they're smaller, how's that possible?
Well, we're gonna use more of them. While they're running, they put out 1,500 pounds of thrust as opposed to 1,000 pounds, but they only last for 4 seconds. We're going to get several of them, and we'll set them off successively. So we're going to put 3 of them on, and we'll probably put them on the car like this. We have a qualified operator that you have to have a license a federal license to be able to purchase these things and operate them.
I would hope so.
Yeah, and so we're going to have those guys set them off, and
so that's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're going to do. We'll have to reinforce it and everything.
That's all fine in theory. But it's an awful lot of power to put on the roof of a junker.
One pound of thrust is 2 horsepower.
So one of those rocket motors at 1,500 pounds of thrust is 3,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
That'll make our Chevy almost 4 times as powerful as an Indy car.
think of putting another car on top of this car. It's that kind of weight that's up there.
So we want to probably build some kind of steel cage within the car's body to support this.
Yeah, we need to have.
We don't just want to like tie strap it to the roof or anything.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Could probably rip the roof right off the car.
Oh, how about that? There
Adam, you're going to get sick.
I believe I'm already sick. Give me the fire extinguisher. What the?
This time it's no joke. The fire's burning through the hydraulic lines.
That sawdust with the hydraulic fluid's a nice little kind of wicky thing.
Yeah. Wiki.
I was thinking that we would drill up through here and bolt the top frame onto here.
With this design, the whole roof structure becomes part of the rocket rack.
Well,
those 1, 2, 3, let's jump together.
These tubes will hold the hobby rocket motors firmly in place.
Fins for the rocket. Now, it turns out besides this legend, other people have strapped rockets to cars before, haven't they?
Yeah, there are world speed records that have occurred by using this.
In 1965, Walt Afrons built the first rocket-powered land speed car. Wingfoot Express 2 was initially designed with 10 JATO units, but that wasn't nearly enough. 25 rockets eventually blasted the car to an unofficial top speed of 605 miles per hour.
Of course, you have to remember that those are unusual cars. They're usually very long and
they're basically
built
like
for
rocks
this.
with wheels.
Yeah.
So this also begs the question: where do we fire this car off?
There are some lakes, dry lake beds to the south of here towards LA. So we'll probably try one of those first to see whether we can get access to something like that.
Jamie's having second thoughts about getting behind the wheel.
If this behaves like the legend says, we're going to have a 3,000 to 4,000 pound projectile out there. And I guess the other thing that I thought, with that in mind, if we do lose control of it, obviously we don't want to be in the car. So we're probably going to...
You don't want to be in the car?
I would love to be in the car. But
I think you should drive the car.
Well, I think I should too, but we've radio-controlled cars before, and it's a lot of fun.
So we'll make it radio-controlled?
Yeah, I think that's the safest way of dealing with it.
Oh, that's the coolest toy ever.
Yeah, it's a big kid's RC car. We're going to do it.
It's not quite as simple as a radio-controlled toy. At 300 miles per hour, the forces on the steering servos will be immense.
Servos are motors that are positionable, so we can precisely control the steering on this. We need to have something pretty good, because if it's going that fast, we need to really be able to dial in on the aim, or it may go out of control.
The transmitter also has dangerous limitations.
One of the things is that these radio controls are only good for 1,000 meters or so, plus or minus.
About half a mile.
Yeah. For us to, if this thing is going 300 miles an hour, it's going to get out of range from us real quick, even if we're driving alongside. So we're probably going to have to think of ways of either getting we're going to have to go out and rent a really, really fast car, or we'll have to get a helicopter. It'd probably be the safest way of dealing with it. I'm going to try and start it.
All right.
Yeah! Jamie's going to need every bit of control when he hits top speed.
At 350 miles an hour, a Chevrolet Impala, all the windows will pop out of it and the roof will peel off.
Andy Granatelli knows all about speed. He holds 21 Hall of Fame records. Many were set in conventional vehicles. He claims the top speed for a street machine, an awesome 241 miles per hour. At this velocity, wind resistance is the biggest enemy.
The car would become airborne at a little over 200 miles an hour. The car would just raise the front of it up and would flip over. In other words, because the air would get underneath the front of the car.
Yeehaw!
Jamie plans to use the Chevy's hydraulics to combat those forces. Lowering the hood should give considerable aerodynamic efficiency. It will also help with what he's been told is the most vital factor.
The most difficult thing about this whole deal is probably getting this straight on the car. There's no real true center line that we know is actually the direction the car is going to go. We have, according to the experts, a 6-degree misalignment is going to put about 100 to 150 pounds of push on the tail of the car. You come over that way.
I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm just fine. Nothing's broken. Nothing's hurt. That was a little bit of a shock. I just had a massive release of adrenaline.
Okay, so...
I am my own stunt double.
That way.
All right.
Yeah, that's as good as anything. So that's right about 86. And that's right about 86.
Beautiful. Let's tack this puppy down.
I can't wait to set this thing off. I'm going to be in a helicopter, and I've never ridden in a helicopter before, radio controlling a 3,000 horsepower rocket-driven radio-controlled car.
What could be better? You know, you could just kill yourself when you were done, because it's just like, it
It's
ain't getting any better than that.
It's all going downhill from there.
Hi, I'm Andy Granatelli, and you're watching MythBusters.
And so the fun begins. It's such a treat to see the sunrise over the desert. What am I saying? It's a treat to fire over a rocket car in the desert.
Finally, all the pieces are coming together on the lake bed. With a bit of luck, we'll soon know if the JATO rocket myth is indeed possible.
I'm just setting the fail-safe on this. These radios actually leave an instruction with the receiver to return to a certain position if they should lose communication.
Yeah, I think so.
Jamie will be joined in the chopper by Eric Gates. He and his brother Dirk have over 20 years' experience in amateur rocketry. They plan to fire the motors by remote control.
Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jamie's gonna do a dry run in the car. The rocket guys, I think, are gonna do a test fire, so all systems are good. I expect it's probably about an hour to actual firing.
The remote control and fail-safe are working perfectly.
Well, you know, I'm not at all happy. The reason being that that unless something goes wrong on the first test, it makes me nervous because that means something's going to go wrong later.
How you doing?
Adam Savage.
If this new visitor is right, Jamie may just get his wish.
I looked at it, the mount's not strong enough, number one. The mount's not straight either. We warned them about straightening the mount. It's got to be dead straight or it'll steer the car all the time.
George should know. Not only did he work on the Apollo program, he's conducted numerous speed trials out here.
8 points welded into the frame of the car. I hope it works. I mean, you know, because I don't want you to dig up my leg bed.
Not exactly comforting words for our final briefing.
The helicopter's going to do a pass around just like we did the last time. About the time that it passes in front of the car, I've released the brakes and the car's going to start to roll.
Like the Myth, our plan is to get the car up to 80 miles per hour before firing the rockets.
Giving it a lot of gas.
When the motors go, they're going to have a tendency to scare you. So when you're hearing the 3, 2, 1, brace yourself, don't veer.
You sound like a jet engine. It's going to get a 15-foot flame out the back.
15. Yep.
Is that when the rocket fires, is it going to cause the...
We don't know. We don't know. The car might end over end, whatever. You want to be far enough away that you have, you know, several seconds.
Cool.
And if you do, a general rule of thumb with that kind of thing, if you do see something coming at you, go off at right angles to it. Don't try to outrun it.
The crew are not the only ones who'll be keeping a close eye on the rocket car. It seems to have attracted the interest of security at nearby Edwards Air Force Base.
Let's have a good bird, man. Get your game face on.
Good luck.
This is so exciting.
Cardboard box at the front of the
I'm going to have a grinectomy. Green light to go. They're starting their circle now. Brakes are coming off. We are a go.
Nothing's happening. We're aborting? Yep, we're aborting. We are aborting. We are aborting. Copy that. Copy that. Let's abort the whole thing. Okay, helicopter's coming in.
Doesn't it go through the inside? So how do you get it?
Looks like the car's old gremlins are back to haunt us. With all the focus on horsepower and thrust curves, we never did fix that fuel problem.
The problem is that this is an older car, and we've been stirring up sediment in the bottom of the tank, and it's gotten into the fuel filter and clogged the fuel filter. All we have to do is pull the filter out and flush it out once in a while. We should get a good run here soon. That sort of answers my need for a small failure. I'll accept that one as a small failure.
Been a long road, but finally, we have liftoff. 3 rockets, 4 seconds, and 1,500 pounds of thrust apiece. That's 3,000 horsepower for 12 seconds. Just like a JATO.
outrageous.
What kind of speed do you think it got to?
I don't know. The helicopter was having trouble keeping up with it.
The chopper's top speed is 130 per hour.
Hey! Ah! That was beautiful. We lost track of it.
Oh yeah, we couldn't keep up with it with the helicopter. It just once those suckers lit, it just like.
It's one thing to see them go up, it's another thing to see them go horizontal.
Leave you guys in the dust.
Just the dust trail from the car. It's so beautiful.
I was quite impressed. I was hoping it would go good, and it did. You know, I was a little apprehensible, but no. Jamie did his homework.
Over the years, many have claimed they were the inspiration for this story. For those who really tried it, the results were the same. In 1957, Dodge was filming an ad on this same lake. They replaced the gas tank with a single JATO bottle. The car topped out at 140 miles per hour.
So, Jamie, given the structure of the original myth that the guy ignited the rocket, accelerated to like 350 miles per hour, supposedly hit the edge of a curve of the road and was airborne for several seconds before hitting the side of a cliff, do you think it's possible?
Didn't happen.
Yeah.
They'd have to have at least around 4 times the power that we did.
Back in '46, Andy Granatelli and his brothers did just that. They put 8 JATOs on an Indy racer.
The explosion was horrendous, and the thrust was such that you couldn't believe it. We looked at each other as if we were going to the moon. The rocket left not a little fizzle like this, but for a lot 300 feet long, for wider than the road and higher than the telephone wires, a tail of fire. And the car accelerated up to approximately 180 miles an hour. I mean, and believe me, I mean, it was unbelievable.
Andy's antics may well be the origin of the JATO myth. One thing's for sure, we can all quit calling the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
There never was a crash site found in Arizona, nothing even vaguely familiar. On occasion, we still get people inquiring about it, and we posted it on our website stating that it is a myth.
That was a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, that was great. Just those few seconds being in that chopper, right trailing behind the car, seeing those things set off, it was indescribable. Just seeing that car kind of go. I mean, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous.
Coming up next,
Pop Rocks and soda, myth or recipe for disaster.
I'm Jamie Hyneman. You're watching MythBusters. I hope you cut that out.
So do you remember Pop Rocks?
Yeah, they were invented in 1956, the year of my birth.
Really?
Yes.
The legend we're approaching now is the legend that little Mikey from the Life Cereals commercial.
I remember it so clearly. The kid goes, "Let's get Mikey to try it. He won't eat it. He hates everything."
Whatever Mikey could eat, everyone could eat. That was the idea.
Anyways, Mikey at one point becomes a teenager.
He ate 6 cans of soda and 6 pouches of Pop Rocks.
And this has some kind of chemical reaction in his stomach.
And exploded, and he died.
So the myth is that, you know, that a combination of 6 packs of Pop Rocks and a 6-pack of soda is a lethal combination of gases that will make your stomach explode. We'd like to determine a couple of things. We want to see how much pressure is generated by a rapid infusion of 6 packs of Pop Rocks and soda. We'd like to determine how much pressure a stomach can withstand. I've been thinking about this, and I think to imitate a stomach, the pressures of a stomach, that the best course is to use a pig's stomach, which is actually physically very close to a human stomach, which can hold about between 1 and 2 pints, generally, of liquid. I'm trying to locate a pig's stomach. A pig's stomach. With this, should we continue further? Is this about the size of a human stomach?
I really could say.
How large is it? I mean, it's obviously it's deflated, right?
Like a swimming cap.
What?
Like a swimming cap.
Like a swimming cap. A very, very meaty swimming cap.
Originally, the idea was to create an instant carbonated soda by General Foods.
Can I try some?
Yeah, absolutely.
They discovered actually that when you ate those nuggets, there was like a sizzling or popping sensation in your mouth.
I'll tell you, it's been 25 years, but I know exactly what this is going to feel like. Have you had them before?
Long time ago, yeah.
All right.
And in 1975, they decided to launch Pop Rocks, as we all know Pop Rocks.
It's kind of gross.
The difference between normal candy or normal standard hard candy and Pop Rocks is that when the candy actually is still like melted, you put carbon dioxide under certain conditions of pressures that I believe is 600 psi.
This isn't getting us any closer to that pig stomach.
Does it have like the esophagus and the intestines attached at all?
No. Just the stomach.
I need all the tubes attached to it. Would it be possible to get it with as much of the attachments to it as possible?
No.
It turns out that the Food and Drug Administration have listed the esophagus and bowel as hazardous substances.
5825 South.
It looks like that says 580 is going. Well, I think we should just get a real pig and feed him. It'd be kind of fun to watch see what a pig does when you feed him a bunch of it.
See, again, there goes your lack of political understanding. You can raise so much hell with that.
It's better to kill the pig first and then give it to him?
Absolutely. And people are much more comfortable with that arrangement. All right, here we are. 4 stomachs. Terrific. That's them. The specific instructions on the thing, complete with esophagus and intestines. It's actually becoming a reality.
That's one important mission accomplished.
Yummy. That looks like right out of Aliens, doesn't it? Looks like I can feel. All right, yeah, I've got my finger all the way down in there. So that's I don't know which one's the intake and which one's the output.
This weird. The worst part is the breath coming out of here. Soda.
It's interesting that the valves on this thing actually work. That's like it's holding its pressure. You know, I mean, we just put air in there and walked away.
And how do you think we'll get the Pop Rocks and the soda actually into the stomach?
To get these in there, we have to get them wet, unless we're gonna. I mean, they're not gonna pour. They're gonna stick along the side. They're gonna immediately clog the hole. You know, I had an idea.
Yeah.
What if we got a hold of some tea bag type stuff and kind of wad them up in little packets and drop them down in there? It's too big. Well, the packet's not going to work. It's too bulky, and so that's that.
I think we want to equate a worst case scenario here. You know, like the Pop Rocks are going in one bunch along with the soda, I guess as rapidly as you could do it. I mean, as rapidly as someone might drink it.
Big syringe then.
A big syringe?
The myth appeared, I believe, was in 1979, 4 years after the candy was launched. and actually has devastating consequences for the brand name. Sales dropped down to almost nil.
Okay, so one of the things we have to figure out is how are we going to hang this thing?
What about mounting it in our skeleton over there?
Sure.
There's plenty of tie points in the rib cage.
Yeah, and it'll, you know, we'll get to see, you know, fluid dribbling out out of the skeleton, and you wanted the dramatic effect, that'll do it.
Yeah, and of course, actually, the inlet tube will have to come up and out through the mouth of the skeleton.
Yeah.
And you know where the outlet tube is going?
No. Where is the outlet tube going?
Oh, don't make me say it. By the time we're done, he'll be playing the piano just like old times.
What the company tried to do to address that problem was basically they ran around 45 advertisements, big full-page advertisements in magazine, and they wrote about 50,000 letters to different high school headmasters and school headmasters explaining that there was no problem.
Frequently, legends are believed, and what happens is something called ostension. Ostension means that a legend is believed to the point that you change your behavior. Once a belief is out there, it's pretty difficult. You have to take some gargantuan steps to disprove it.
We've got to mix up one last ingredient before the experiment can begin.
I'd say it's about a pH of 2.
Okay. So that's the equivalent of one stomach's contents of hydrochloric acid,
That's 1.7 pounds of water.
Okay.
Gastric juice is secreted, actually, we believe, as a protective mechanism. It's not designed to aid in digestion. It's designed, the hydrochloric acid along with pepsin is designed to kill things. So it's kind of protection over when we were back there fighting the hyenas for the bones.
It might not aid in digestion, but we think a quart of hydrochloric acid will be critical to busting this myth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Your gloves.
Now, the fun begins.
Once you're pouring the liquid, I'll be opening cans of soda, handing them off to you.
Okay. We're clamped everywhere. All right.
Oh, man. All right, Mike, he's had 2 cans. He's out of control. Oh, my God, he's going for another one. Mikey. All right, Mikey, man, you can't drink those last 2 cans of soda. Dude, you are an animal. Dude, your stomach's gonna burst. All right, here comes the plunger.
Slow down. You didn't need to drink it that fast. Listen to that. You can hear those pop rocks going for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Oh, there goes a burp. Mikey's burping. Come on. Oh, man.
Look how big that stomach's getting.
All right.
It's more or less got it.
All right. Wow. Okay, I wouldn't have called that he could drink all that soda and pop rocks at once.
That's huge. That's like 3 times the size of what it was.
We're not reading any real pressure in here.
By its nature, the human stomach is a capacitance organ. That means it's designed to stretch. Receptive relaxation is the concept in human physiology, so it will relax and stretch up to some limit.
So my guess is Mikey's feeling a little ill right about now.
I know I would be.
Do you think we should give him some time to digest?
Sure, why not?
You got 2 built-in vents, one on either side of the stomach, that should be the places that this air goes if you reach those kinds of pressures.
Even with time for digestion, the Pop Rocks and soda just don't produce enough gas.
We put 6 cans, about another, almost a liter of acid, 6 doses of Pop Rocks.
I can still hear it, can't you?
You can still hear it crackling.
Yeah, Pop Rocks are going.
So, does this myth contain any elements of truth?
The human stomach clearly can rupture. There's no question about that. You can get rupture in blunt trauma, automobile accidents, for instance.
It's starting to get kind of special in here from a olfactory standpoint.
After a quick reset, we're going to try and see if we can make our pig's stomach explode.
Who the hell could be calling me? I can't answer that. I'm tying a pig's stomach into a skeleton. Clamp.
My name is Fernando Arguis, Vice President General Manager of Pop Rocks Incorporated, and you're watching MythBusters.
Now, it turns out that in the annals of medicine in the last century, there are a half dozen cases of people's stomachs exploding from an excess of CO2, usually from something like baking soda. We're going to see how the bicarbonate of soda compares to the Pop Rocks in terms of the expansion of the stomach. Oh, right. 1. Let's do 3.
That's an awful lot of sodium bicarb.
Well, you know, I've taken 2 with heartburn. Let's say someone feels
Unlike
really bad
Pop
now.
Rocks, the baking soda and acid react.
Injecting acid. All right.
The result is carbon dioxide gas. Lots of it.
Okay, 1 down. Yummy, and good for you. The single most popular food item in the United States. 3 cans down. 4. Come on, you gotta drink a little faster, piggy. 5. 6. We've fully drunk the soda. Bicarbonate.
You ready?
Ready. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. He's still drinking.
Now it's getting really big.
He can't hold it anymore. Clamp it.
See what the pressure is rating.
Whoa. Okay, that's much bigger than before. It's still hardly reading. It's reading about half a PSI.
There are probably lots of folks out there who have for years and years and years been using baking soda. And in the amounts that would be prescribed to reduce acid, there's very, very little gas formed. It usually stays in solution, comes out, doesn't cause very much by way of distension if you stay within the limits that are recommended.
Here on MythBusters, we're never afraid to push the limits.
1 second. Okay, ready?
Ready. Oh, I feel the pressure.
If you have a stomach that's greatly distended by a large meal, and then you add on top of that either gas in the form of sodium bicarbonate to try and relieve acid indigestion, you can, in those very, very unusual situations, see gastric rupture. But no one should have the impression that this is common by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
Whoa! Wow.
Well, that did cause a reaction.
That turned out to be a little too much. Yeah, that's what we call a hell of a Saturday night. Oh my gosh. Totally blue. With the addition of a little more stomach acid and the bicarbonate of soda, what was that, 2 tablespoons?
Yeah.
Just ripped a hole right in the back. I felt the pressure as I was plunging it. You know, wanted to push the plunger back out again.
Yeah.
And then that final bit, I don't know if we were watching what the meter said, but it might have spiked.
Yeah.
I mean, in a body, something like 2 or 3 PSI is a huge amount of pressure.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a human consuming that much crap. Well, maybe I can, actually.
Well, the sodium bicarb with the person's own stomach seems to me to be the main thing.
Yeah.
Somebody that's just taking, you know, eating candy or something, I don't see it happening.
MythBusters tried to contact John Gilchrist, the actor who played Little Mikey. He never returned our calls.
Another one bites the dust.
In this episode,
Whack 'em!
the MythBusters are busting out.
Count on getting very, very cold.
Can they escape from Alcatraz?
Quack, damn you.
Science or quackery?
I want you to do this. Got it?
Does a duck's quack echo? And out of their skulls, have we all been injected with mind control chips?
I feel perfectly normal now.
Who are the MythBusters?
Is my missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
The spoon proves mightier than the bars at supposedly escape-proof Alcatraz prison. The men the walls couldn't
It's Alcatraz's greatest mystery. What happened to these men? Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, Clarence and John, bank robbers and escape artists. One night in June 1962, they busted out of the rock and dropped off the face of the earth.
Whatever their fate, the three convicts have apparently accomplished a feat that many have tried with no success.
The authorities presume the three drowned, but the myth says they got away clean on a homemade raft. 40 years later, Jamie and Adam aim to prove it might have happened.
Well, you know, Adam, we're based in San Francisco doing a show about myths, so obviously we have to tackle the myth about the escape from Alcatraz.
That three prisoners in 1962 built a raft out of raincoats and got off the island?
Yeah. Did they actually do it? Was it successful? Where did they go?
According to folklorist Heather Joseph Witham, this story has endured because people often cheer for the underdog.
The idea is, you know, David against Goliath, the little man really winning out over the concrete authority, the faceless, nameless concrete authority.
America's worst were caged in Alcatraz's 9x5 cells, cold as stone, perched high above the currents that chain the island. Officially, no one ever escaped and lived to tell, though in its 29 years, 34 prisoners tried, and as many as 11 died in the attempt. Adam and Jamie will follow the most famous escape attempt of all. It began here, in these cells.
They painstakingly fashioned dummies of plaster with hair of paintbrush bristles to stand in for them during cell check, while they covered an escape hole with a cardboard grill. All of this was within easy visual range of the guards in the gun galleries.
Alcatraz had begun to crumble. Morris and the Anglins were all able to chip through ventilation grills using spoons.
I believe that this one is a MythBusters special, so you feel like squirming through the hole?
Sure, why not? You think you'll fit?
I think I'll fit. I'm not so sure about you.
Let the breakout begin.
Well, I don't know.
Seems beer and fast food wasn't on the menu at Alcatraz. Incredibly, the escapees found themselves in an empty service shaft.
You know, Jamie, note to myself, if I'm ever designing a prison, I don't think I would ever design it with a huge, secret, unmonitored walkway behind every cell.
Leaving dummies behind in their beds, night after night, the plotters climbed undetected into this service corridor.
I think I tweaked my back.
From there, they climbed the pipe's 3 floors to the cell block roof.
This is where it all happened. This is actually where our story begins, Jamie. This is where they got to with all their equipment and actually built the rafts over a period of months.
Prisoner Alan West was in on the plot. He told the FBI the trio had managed to steal more than 50 raincoats and, undetected up on that rooftop, turned them into a pontoon raft.
You whisper and everybody can hear it. You can't like drop a single bolt or nail. You can't kick a piece of wood without everybody on the cell blocks hearing you do it. Imagine that every night for months in pitch black.
The night they were finally ready, the three broke out through this vent onto the rooftop, then climbed 50 feet down to the ground.
They went down about here. The original pipe's been removed, but we do know that they went across underneath the water tower and down to the shore on the side of the powerhouse over there. It's a lot of distance to cover in the middle of the night with all that equipment, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
The swirling tidal currents around Alcatraz were more feared than any wall. But at the water's edge, Morris and the Anglin brothers pumped up their raft, jumped in, and disappeared.
The escape triggered the greatest manhunt in San Francisco's history, as agents of the FBI, Coast Guardsmen, Highway Patrol, sheriff's deputies, and local police join in the search.
Jolene Babiak lived on the island when the escape happened. Her father was associate warden at the time, and she's written 3 books about Alcatraz.
Do you think that they made it?
Well, they could be here today on the tour, but I doubt it.
Alan West told the FBI the plan was to paddle the raft north to Angel Island, then onto the mainland. Jolene thinks that was optimistic at best.
I don't think there was any physical way they could ever get to Angel Island, and if that was their goal, it was not well thought out, because when you get in the San Francisco Bay, it's not about currents, it's about tides, and if the tide is going out the gates, so are you.
It seems too simple an end. Frank Morris was no fool. He spent his life in and out of reform schools and prisons. But he also happened to have an IQ of 133. He knew how to escape, and he must have known about the dangers of the bay.
So you think they were clever enough to have counted on the tides, using them to their advantage?
Well, they were clever about the whole thing from the get-go, like, how they got the materials in the first place, where they assembled it, right under the nose of the guards. It was all very well planned out. So it's only logical to assume that they gave a fair amount of thought to the currents as well.
Maybe Morris figured a way to ride the feared tides to freedom.
It does look like it's more aggressive on this side.
He could watch the ebb and flow and plan his route for months. The MythBusters don't have that long, but they do know a shortcut.
Joe, grab onto the pylon. Come on. Oof.
The Bay model was built in the mid-50s to test the environmental impact of a proposed development in San Francisco Bay. It's a perfect scale model covering 2 acres and replicates a full day's tidal movements in just under 15 minutes.
If we took a small model boat and put this in here at Strategic Point, would it actually tell us what would happen to that boat in the currents?
I think that it would. Up until the year 2000, it was primarily a scientific research and engineering facility where many, many experiments from A to Z were conducted daily. And I think it replicates very accurately the tides, currents, motions of the bay.
The guys know the high tide had just turned when the escapees hit the water.
I'll just wait for the signal.
In the compressed time of the model, that's due in about 2 minutes.
The water's having an effect on me. I don't know what it is.
Once again, the MythBusters' professionalism is winning admirers.
Oh, we're good. Drop it. Nicely done.
Remember, the myth says Morris and the Anglins were heading north to Angel Island. The current tells a different story. The raft is heading west in a hurry.
We're escaping Alcatraz at Mach 1.
No wonder they didn't find them. They're probably in Japan by now.
Stand by, Jamie.
Okay.
Release it, Jamie.
The same thing happens every time on this tide.
There they go. Now the current catches them.
The raft is always washed west to the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's doubtful the escapees could paddle against it for long.
Basically, there's no way, I think, they'd make it to Angel Island, though.
The guys think Morris was smart enough to work that out. So, despite what they told other prisoners, maybe Angel Island was never in the plan at all.
I think they actually took advantage of the currents and got on them as a you know, like a river headed towards the Golden Gate Bridge, and specifically the north side of the Golden Gate Bridge, where they could easily make it to shore.
The Mythbusters have hatched a new theory and a new plan. Forget Angel Island. They're going to see if they can build a raft and paddle across the tide to reach land around the Marin headlands.
Jamie, what do you think our chances of success are?
100%.
100%?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
No doubt about it. We can pretty well count on getting very, very cold.
Jamie sounds like he's getting cold feet. But before he does, the guys have a date with some webbed feet. Another bird-brained myth to bust. Could it be true? Or have Adam and Jamie gone quackers?
Anything to say to the ducks back home? So, Jamie, what are we working on? Why are there ducks pooping all over your desk?
Well, the myth is that a duck's quack does not echo.
That sounds kind of simple.
Well, I guess we'll figure out a way of making it complicated, won't we?
This really is an internet story. Not even a story, just a little factoid. And it generally comes out on these internet lists of facts that are very odd. In the past, they would have circulated as Xerox lore or fax lore.
The boys will take the lore into their own hands down on the farm.
Adam, don't let their looks deceive you. These are actually quite deadly.
If anyone can answer this myth, it should be Jim Reichart, part of America's oldest duck farming family. The Reicharts have been listening to ducks quack for more than a century. But there's one thing they haven't heard.
Jim, have you heard of the myth that a duck's quack will not echo?
I've never heard that. I've grown up on the ranch, you know. I've never had anybody ask me.
It's pretty hard to ruffle Jim's feathers. He's agreed to help the Mythbusters with some test subjects.
I asked for volunteers this morning, and I came up with a couple, you know.
Meet Bob on the left and Roy.
I'm gonna go in from this side.
All right, you go down that side. I'll walk him down this way.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
That wasn't so bad.
All right.
So, they've got their ducks in a row. Now they need a man who can catch an echo. That would be him now. Roger Schwenke is an acoustician, which means he knows a thing or two about noise.
Roger, have you heard the myth about whether a duck's quack echoes?
I have heard that myth. Mostly I see it in these lists of factoids and jokes that you get in emails.
Roger's agreed to help catch a duck's echo. The science is simple enough. Sounds are just vibrations in the air. An echo happens when those vibrations hit something and bounce back.
So one of the challenges I have for you is we're going to use a tie clip mic as the trigger mic to start the recording, and we need to attach that to the duck.
Duct tape.
Yeah. Oh.
That microphone acts as a trigger. It'll hear Bob quack and switch on the main mic a few yards away. That will record the initial quack, then listen for echoes bouncing back. The whole shooting match plotted by a computer.
You know what happens to ducks that don't cooperate, huh?
Yeah. Got it.
That was a test. You can see the initial shot from the starter's pistol is the peak on the left, and the smaller bumps after it are the echoes coming back. The system works. Now, for the ducks.
I'll tell you guys to be quiet because any sound will start the computer recording, and then you need to silently induce the duck to quack.
Can you quack?
Silently induce a duck to quack.
Look me in the eye and quack. Quack. Come on, boy. Quack. Quack.
All right, see if they're ready.
Are you guys ready?
Don't mess with me, duck. When I say quack, you're gonna quack, right? I'm the boss here. Don't give me any beak.
Quiet.
Give them the thumbs up.
It's like he's trying to collect a loan from the duck. Duck Loan Collection Agency. We want to talk to you about some outstanding feed.
Who'd have thought ducks get cold feet?
Oh boy.
There's nothing but wind noise. Clearly, Bob's got stage fright.
I want you to do this. Got it? Quack. Quack, damn you.
Done.
I'm gonna swap him out with the other one.
All right, I'll bring him over to you.
Bob's out. Roy's in. But a funny thing happens in the changeover.
Oh, maybe bringing them together.
Yeah.
They just needed someone to talk to. Seems obvious now. The MythBusters are back in the hunt.
Ah, that looks like a quack.
It's astonishing how well that works.
There's something else astonishing. They've got the quack, but they don't have an echo. Not a one. But then, there's not much here for the sound to bounce off.
In terms of trees and plants and so on, you don't get very much of an echo, certainly not off of leaves.
Roger thinks if there were any echoes, the background noise drowned them out.
A sweetheart duck.
To prove that, and bust this silly myth once and for all, Bob and Roy will have to go hi-fi.
Okay, that's really cool.
Meyer Sound makes top-of-the-range concert speakers. Roger's their staff scientist.
Hi, guys.
They plan 2 experiments at the lab. First, to capture a crystal-clear quack with no echo. Then, they'll record Bob and Roy in a room that does echo. The computer should show if there's a difference. To get the clear quack, they'll use an anechoic chamber. It absorbs echoes by trapping sound vibrations in baffles on the walls and ceiling.
All right, let's take them into the chamber.
There we go.
Bob and Roy are game.
I noticed there's a hole in the screen. Maybe I can goose the duck.
Quack!
Nothing. Bob and Roy have wised up.
Jamie, I have an idea. We get underneath the platform and we stay there for like a full minute or two, and then we both pop up on both sides of them.
A duck ambush. It's risky, because if this doesn't work, Jamie and Adam will look really stupid.
Anything? Nothing. Nothing at all.
Peep.
Not a peep.
It's all starting to look like a high-tech waste of time. When, for no apparent reason, Bob and Roy get chatty.
Got something.
It's a pristine quack. And it turns out there is something different about it after all.
Well, I never, he's saying.
It's a series of exponentially decaying impulses, which looks almost exactly like room reverberation.
This is the exact moment Jamie is blinded by science.
Have you been paying attention?
What they found is that when you plot it on the computer, the quack looks exactly like an echo. And that could explain the origins of the myth.
Its echo might actually sound just like its quack. It might blend together for you.
So you might be hearing an echo, but think you're still hearing the quack. Time to crank up the second experiment in the echoey room. Hopefully the computer can tell the difference.
You ready to quack for science?
Okay, quiet, please. Go. Got it.
You did really, really good.
Good job.
No, you did excellently.
Finally, Bob and Roy have produced on cue. This cavern of a warehouse is perfect for echoes, if there are any. The moment of truth has arrived.
Okay, so you want to see our quacks? So here's the duck quack that we recorded, and I think this initial part here is the quack.
Yo, well, does that mean it echoes?
You know what? It's just hard to tell.
Really?
The reverberation looks just like the quack.
You'd think the combined brains of man and machine would be more than a match for Bob and Roy. But somehow, once again, they've frustrated science. And for one final time, they'll have to sing for their supper. Roger knows the echo is there somewhere.
Got it.
And sure enough, amid the techno babble, at last he finds what he's looking for.
This series of decaying impulses is the reverberation, definitely the echo.
Definitely the echo.
Myth busted.
Don't be so hasty. Myth busted, let's go home. See ya.
They've conclusively shown that although a quack's echo might be quiet and tricky to hear, it does exist.
So, how does it feel to be riding the absolute crest of urban myth busting?
Busterific.
And for their contribution to modern science, Bob and Roy have earned a rent-free Bayside home for life.
Well, what do you think? Looks good? All right.
Where were all those quacks when we needed them?
Jamie and Adam are immersed in the Alcatraz escape. Did Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers drown, or could they have gotten away on a raincoat raft? To find out, the MythBusters will make a raft and attempt the crossing themselves. Some living history will help their cause.
That's the raincoat.
So this fabric now is very fragile. If I tried to unroll it, it would deteriorate, it would fall apart.
This brittle old raincoat was actually part of the escapees' raft. For some reason, they left it behind on the cell block roof. It's kept in archives at the Maritime Museum and may yet give up a few secrets.
And you can definitely see the glue on the edge of the seam here, contact cement.
The tiniest hints will help them make their own raft more authentic.
Yeah, it definitely looks, like a military-style raincoat that I've seen.
2 paddles were also recovered.
Look at that, that's the real thing.
It actually kind of sent chills up my spine to see these things, you know. There was somebody in a dark kind of alcove somewhere out there on Alcatraz that was secretly pulling these materials together and building this stuff, and we actually, you know, handled it.
They've reached back 40 years to touch the myth. But can they get their hands on the right materials today?
Well, that's the American one.
Like, as long as we scuff it up with a little sandpaper,
yeah,
contact cement ought to hold all the stuff. That feels much better.
Seems they could rename this place Alcatraz Escapes Are Us.
40 regular.
There are hats, too.
Yeah.
It's too big.
Yo, what is up? Peace to your mother.
I'd say we did pretty good in there.
Everything we need.
And a bunch of stuff we don't.
Back at the shop, it's down to work. First, the easy part, making the paddles based on FBI drawings.
One prison escape paddle. Jamie, you want to come over here and bend over? I think we could have a little prison hazing ritual. Whack!
There's a bigger pain in the backside ahead. Now our wannabe jailbirds have to make the raft.
I actually am feeling really confident about how this boat's going to do. Of course, the very next cut in the show will be us like flailing in the bay in the dark, freezing and screaming.
They might not even get that far. 2 seconds into construction, and they've discovered their raincoats are PVC, not rubber.
No. Stuff isn't remotely airtight.
The plan is coming apart at the seams.
It's a totally different material.
At this point, it looks like I'm not getting off the island. I'm gonna have to finish this life sentence.
Turns out the right stuff is almost never used anymore. But Jamie tracks them down. It's delivered direct to the big house.
This, I swear, this is exactly what they used on the Alcatraz one.
The raft was never found, but according to FBI intelligence, it was made of 3 pontoons. It was 14 feet long and 6 wide. It's going to be a rainwear massacre. The plan is to first cut them into equal panels. Morris and the Anglins used more than 50 coats.
We are on our way to Alcatraz.
According to the FBI, the escapees had access to contact cement in the prison workshop. Jamie and Adam will use the same stuff to glue the panels together into long sheets.
What I was thinking of doing was basically something like this.
Folding it over, okay.
Yeah, see? So you do glue, 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 glue.
Sounds easy, but the glue's becoming a sticking point.
Do a full-on, like 2.5-inch lap.
Why don't we compromise and make it like 2 inches?
Why do you want to do a smaller one?
Because it just is, it's like, it's not really going to help us any.
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
It's insurance. I have to insist on this one. It's absolute insurance. You know, it just, it
Make it 2 inches. That's like double what you would, what you need.
All right.
And so we'll just each take a table.
To make sure the raft is airtight, each seam needs to be glued, dried, and compressed together. The real escapees did this in the dark and silently.
Wait, was that a guard? No. Yeah, check it out, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 5. We're just over 6 feet here.
That's big enough for the first pontoon.
Might help.
They just have to roll it up like a rug and seal the ends.
I'm a little worried. It looks a little too good. And it's almost going to be like, no, we swear it was raincoats.
Hey.
The fact that they even made something that was remotely inflatable for a period of time, got it up the roof through the blower, down to the shore and into the water is astounding.
If they get this done, it'll be quite an achievement for the MythBusters, too.
My calibrated eyeball detects no leaks whatsoever.
Dude, that's a boat. I'm really impressed with these prison guys. Come on, get in. Hurry up, they're coming.
The last step is to build in the floor. Just a thin skin of raincoat between them and the sharks. But before they do it, there's a distraction no prisoner ever contended with.
It's a little hot.
They're needed for a Discovery Channel photo shoot. They've got to stop playing at bank robbers and start pretending to be stars.
Ow!
I don't do makeup. They get near me with you know, some powder and some scissors for my mustache. They're going down.
Well, maybe just a little touch-up for the tough guy. You want to look your best.
Is it okay if I trim this as a tidbit?
No.
No, it's not?
Just a little bit. Put it around
Put these guys in there?
Yeah, he's tough, all right. It's a good thing they're not in Alcatraz now.
Oh, baby!
Here comes the other lady of the evening.
Man, you look so beautiful.
They say these guys can make anyone look good. Sometimes they just have to try a little harder. Mugshot's over. Back on the cell block. The guys are making up for lost time.
Lower your end a little bit.
You drew the line, so you have a good idea about where the whole deal sits, yeah?
Just do it one a section at a time.
It's gonna wrinkle.
Yeah.
They're nearly done. Just a last check for leaks.
There's one. See that? That's a leak.
And a rousing sea shanty to get in the mood.
Oh my God.
According to the FBI, the gang modified an accordion to pump up their raft. As always with these instruments, silence was golden.
I am your father.
Using a ping pong ball, Jamie engineers an ingenious one-way valve so the thing will blow air in but not suck it out again.
Works beautifully.
That's pretty good.
Working.
Yeah.
It took 30 raincoats, but the MythBusters have their raft. They're ready to use it to escape the rock.
Based on the information that we have, I think the raft is very similar to what they had on Alcatraz.
I give us a 60% chance of making it, 20% chance of immediate catastrophic failure, and 20% slow descent into the depths of hell.
Hell will have to wait. It'll be a few days before the tide is right to make their attempt. In the meantime, the MythBusters have another mission. Adam and Jamie are about to go deep undercover, armed with only their wits and a large television production team.
You're really sensitive. You've got a sensitive kind of belly button there, don't you?
They plan to tear the lid right off a scandal that could rock the Western world.
And see if we can determine when exactly the government installs their mind control chips.
These guys laugh at danger if there's a myth to bust. And they know this one must be true. After all, they found it on the internet.
This one comes fresh off the net. The writer of this myth claims that he had had a chip embedded in him while visiting his local hospital. And he was so afraid of this, that this was some kind of mind control chip, and he wanted to check for it. So he went to the local Home Depot and he got a stud finder. And he ran the stud finder over his arm. And sure enough, right there, he detected both electrical activity and metal.
This legend also links up with the idea of alien implants. The idea that aliens are implanting us with some kind of chip to control our minds or to monitor what we're doing and what we're saying.
Stud finders, aliens, and mind control chips. Chuck Hager can help with the first part. He's a stud finder stud.
It sounds like something that might be right out of a science fiction novel.
Chuck designs and makes stud finders.
Well, Chuck, can you give me a demonstration about how the stud finder actually works?
You bet. Let's see what happens. I'm going to place the unit against the wall. Let's turn it on. Now I'm going to slide it, and as I approach the stud, there's the first edge.
All right.
Stud finders are used by builders and home handymen about to punch holes in walls. The finder uses an electrical field to detect wooden studs, metal beams, and wiring hidden behind the surface.
There must be some metal back there.
But can it find a mind control chip buried in someone's arm?
If there were metal embedded under the flesh, in metal sensing mode, again, if the metal were large enough and not too deep, we could certainly sense that.
Adam and Jamie will be counting on that back at the American Red Cross. They're still answering questions.
The name Kennedy was not mentioned, nor were any other political officials.
No questions about my political affiliations, not that I could determine.
In fact, the only questions were health-related. The guy's cunning plan is to give blood. and everyone is screened before making a donation.
Oh, that's nice. Wow.
They can't drop their guard. According to the myth, the IV needle they are about to receive could well contain a mind control chip.
You can proceed, but we're watching you.
Okay.
Before going undercover at the Red Cross, the Mythbusters needed to be Jedi Masters of the Stud Finder. Jamie's making a builder's nightmare, a wall with more studs than a Saturday night, wiring in between, and a sprinkling of microchips.
So I'm supposed to use these things to try and find the wood, the metal, the conduit, and the microchips, hopefully? This is like a big grown-up version of Battleship. That's cool. You're messing with me. I'm trying to work it out, but I'm not happy about it.
Adam's map is pretty close, but he still hasn't found a microchip. And there's a nasty black hole top left.
Come on around and
Can I come check it out? Interesting. It's funny that, like, yeah. That's it. That's what I couldn't see.
And you didn't pick up any of the chips as far as I can tell at all.
No, none of these showed up as a hot spot.
There's too little metal in a chip to show up through a wall, but Adam's hoping they can be detected through flesh. This gel replicates human tissue.
P.U. That's rank. Woo! I'd really like to see someone come across this and try and piece together for themselves why it exists. It does seem to be picking up this chip over here. They're definitely picking up, hints of the chips. Some of them pick them up better than others, and the bone.
But stud finders are designed for use on solid walls. Wobbly flesh gives plenty of false readings.
No, we're just trying to find the vein. It's almost there. Are you okay? Want some juice?
What the guys really need is some practice looking for chips under living flesh. Microchipping seems far-fetched, but responsible pet owners have been doing it for years.
And the idea behind the microchip is to make a kind of permanent identification of that animal that can't get lost or worn away like a tag could.
Less than 1 in 7 pets lost in America are returned to their owners. These tiny chips act like barcode. They're read with a radio frequency scanner. The ID number is registered to the owner.
Is it possible to actually exert like a radio frequency on this chip to control the mind of the animal? Like you could push the stop ripping the curtains button and the don't pee in the corner button?
Free of mind control, Bethany the dog is being chipped today. She's kindly agreed to also let the Mythbusters scan her. The chip is inserted with a hypodermic needle.
And the needle goes in. Once the microchip is placed, we want to make sure that it still works. And so we'll use the scanner to scan right over that area, and we get the unique identification number again.
That's great.
Now, it's only meant to be found with a radio frequency scanner. But can the chip be located by a stud finder's electrical field?
I'm getting a little blip, actually, right over the site.
There you go.
I think I found it. Yeah, right about there. Yeah.
Everyone's happy. And armed with their new chip-finding skills, Jamie and Adam are ready to spring their surprise back at the Red Cross.
We want to make sure that we're starting out with no mind control devices embedded in our arms already. So we're going to use a stud finder. Here you go, Jamie.
If there are mind control chips being dispensed here, it looks like the game is up. All clear. It's time to make their donation.
A little sting. Here we go. That's not so bad.
Common sense says the Red Cross is far more interested in collecting blood than brains, particularly in the case of these two minds. But Jamie and Adam have put their heads on the block in the name of myth-busting. Could they pay the ultimate price?
I don't notice anything at all. I feel perfectly normal now.
Everything feels great. Life is good. The world is in perfect order.
That's Adam's mind in normal, out-of-control mode. And any attempt by the government to bring it some order seems to have failed. Those stud finders aren't finding anything.
It would seem that their technology is far more advanced than I previously suspected, and that I'm riddled with microchips.
Or maybe there are none. What do you think?
That's right, that is a third option. Didn't even occur to me.
Anytime there's a story...
The Red Cross's Becky O'Connor has heard her share of ridiculous stories about blood donation.
So you categorically deny it?
I do categorically deny that there is anything left behind when you make a blood donation.
The Red Cross always needs new blood donors to help save lives. Less than 5% of eligible Americans donate.
I would think that if we were actually somehow controlling people, we probably wouldn't have a shortage, because the first thing we might do is encourage them to come in more often.
I really think that's one of the sillier myths that we could have run across.
I think we should look for a couple more interesting myths to dispel, so, hopefully more people will do this.
The MythBusters have come through with minds intact, a giving glow, and myth busted. The night of June 11th, 1962, 3 desperate men break out of Alcatraz and trust their lives to the black water. They are never seen again. Frank Morris, Clarence Anglin, and his brother John.
You look funny.
You don't?
In fact, Jamie and Adam are wearing what the escapees would have been on the night they broke out. Dressed like this, could the 3 have paddled their raft made of raincoats to safety? Tonight, the MythBusters will find out. The FBI files say the escapees were aiming for Angel Island, but the MythBusters will test their own theory, that they were smart enough to use the outgoing tide to carry them to the Marin Headlands. Of course, there were 3 in the real escape attempt, so young Will Abbott has been drafted from the workshop to be their partner in crime.
It's gonna be a whole other world, not to mention the shock of the cold, cold water.
Just remember, kid, if it doesn't kill you, it just makes a great story later on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Will's about Frank Morris's weight. He'll wear a buoyant wetsuit so he can immediately help the guys if things go wrong.
Just so that we can communicate for emergency situations, this means I need help. This is not hello.
Okay.
This means I'm okay, everything's all right. All right?
The guys will also wear strobe locator lights.
Well, we'll get you a battery on that just as soon as we can.
It'd be a good idea.
On the northwest edge of Alcatraz, the tide is rushing out at more than 3 knots. The water just over 60 degrees. The wind about 5 knots. Those conditions are very similar to what faced Morris and the Anglins. And remember, they are presumed to have drowned.
Dead or alive, I imagine that the 3 escapees would get a kick out of the fact that we are getting into a boat and retracing their steps for an entertainment show.
I can only imagine what the convicts were saying when this was occurring. I guess nobody will ever know. But I'm pretty sure they weren't talking about how nice the view was.
They're in position just off the spot where the escapees took their chances. Like them, the MythBusters have no idea if their raincoat raft will float.
You and me, 4 and F with Will in the middle. That puts the lightest weight at the highest
Okay, we're
weakness.
in the same.
It's cold, it's dark, and it's time to go. Paramedics and a trained lifeguard are standing by.
Got it?
Got it. Go, Jamie. It's all you, buddy.
Oh, Jamie. You're the man, baby.
The raft's passed its first test. It's holding Jamie's weight.
Here I go, Jamie. Here I come. Oh, yeah. We're taking on water. Okay.
Okay, I'll take that. I got it.
I got 1 paddle.
Okay, we're off.
Good luck, gentlemen. Here we are.
Somewhere around here, no doubt, Morris and the Anglins celebrated too. They'd escaped Alcatraz. But what lay ahead?
If that raft sank, they were swimming. If they were swimming, they would be in trouble relatively quickly. It was 9 or 10 hours before they were found to be missing. If you're still in the water that long, you're not going to make it.
I have no idea where we are.
Adam, Jamie, and Will are paddling across the tide. If they've miscalculated, the current will sweep them under the Golden Gate Bridge and out to sea.
I can't see Alcatraz because there's some damn big boat in the view. Our legs are falling asleep.
The raft is getting weaker. Every 10 minutes, they have to add more air. And the tidal rip is getting rougher. Did the same waves sink the escapees? No signs of them were ever found on land. But the water gave up clues.
The most important thing was a packet of photographs. Also, there were 9 slips of paper with names and addresses of people they were going to contact. Now, unless you're in a life or death situation, you're not going to let go of that bag.
Hey, Adam, we can see Alcatraz straight behind us right now. Wow! We've come quite a ways, haven't we?
We have.
After about 40 minutes, they're closing in on the bridge and the shore. If the real escapees made it this far, their spirits would be starting to lift by now, too.
This is so cool!
It seemed impossible, but the MythBusters are almost there. Paddling a raincoat raft more than 3 miles across a rushing tide, making landfall just east of the Golden Gate Bridge.
We made it!
If the escapees came ashore here, they've stepped lightly ever since. There were no stolen cars, no phone calls home. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers disappeared without trace. In doing so, they created a great myth.
There were sightings in New Orleans and Washington, D.C., and I personally had a guy tell me that the Anglin brothers were down in Florida playing golf, and they were not the type of guys that would be allowed on a golf course.
As for the MythBusters, their running days are over.
Beautiful, man.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Dan.
Given a reasonable amount of intelligence, I think it's entirely possible that they made it. Again, I think the most damning evidence that they didn't is the fact that no one's heard from them since.
Unless they find any specific evidence that these guys, lived happily ever after or something after they got ashore, we won't know whether it was true or not. But we know that it could have been done, which is cool.
Here's something to ponder, though. The tide carried an oar to Angel Island. That tide came directly from the Marin headlands. How did the oar get there, if not with the escapees? The mystery remains.
I'm king of the world!
Here come chickens of mass destruction. The MythBusters are firing their chicken gun to see which does the most damage, thawed or frozen.
I would say that what you got there is a potential supersonic chicken.
Doing the laundry can be a killer chore, but can it actually kill you?
The washing machine from hell
is about to be unleashed upon the world.
Adam and Jamie are getting intimate with a giant octopus. Could a human give birth to one?
No, really, honey, those are octopus hickeys.
Who are the MythBusters?
Is my missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I always enjoyed seeing Adam in pain.
Oh! And Jamie Hyneman.
Jamie wants a big boom.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Feel kind of sexy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Well, Jamie, I got an angry chicken, a really big gun, and an airplane. What are we working on?
Well, we're here testing the myth of the chicken gun.
Scientists conduct impact tests by firing bird carcasses from big guns. With more than 3,000 bird strikes each year, aviation authorities spend millions trying to protect the cockpit crews.
We know that the military uses chicken cannons to test windshields, you know, how they would do with a bird hit. What's the myth?
Well, the myth says that the British borrowed this technology from NASA to test high-speed trains. But they ran into a problem, and the problem was that the chickens were going right through the windshields of the trains and even embedding themselves in the seats further down inside the train.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Well, the British were horrified at this, of course, and they sent a tape back to NASA asking for help. NASA replied saying, "Gentlemen, thaw your chickens."
Well, so this is what we're testing here today. Not that there is a chicken gun in existence, but whether or not there's a difference between a frozen and a thawed chicken at a couple 100 miles an hour to an airplane windshield.
That's correct.
To fire thawed or frozen chickens at high speed, the MythBusters will need a sealed tank and compressor to supply air for the massive gun. An industrial-strength butterfly valve will provide an explosive release for firing the carcass down the long barrel. The target? A used fuselage and several spare windshields.
There are loads of stories where one country pokes fun at another, particularly where America is involved.
MythBusters folklorist Heather Joseph Witham.
There are versions of this narrative where it's the Royal Canadian Air Force, for example, that invents the chicken gun, and it's borrowed by American airplane manufacturers who don't know how to use the gun right.
First stop for anyone buying light aircraft spare parts in California is Ken Faith's yard in Sacramento.
Windshields I'm thinking about might be over here, some of them.
Acres of used light aircraft components make it a prime location for Jamie and Adam to find a fuselage and extra windshields.
I love places like this. I could spend hours here looking through the gauges and headsets and seats and, you know, hats.
Look, a chicken. Looks like a bird already went through it.
It did. What about something like this, Jamie? You know, we get double the bang for our buck.
I certainly like the looks of these better.
Aircraft chosen. Now, how to get it home. Jamie and Adam have been all over Kenny's yard, but there's one question they forgot to ask, an oversight that will come back to haunt them.
Not bad, sir. Very good.
Never done that before.
Keep going. Good.
Got a lot of Stranger Things in my pickup at this point, so this is another one to add to my list. Okay, set it down.
Back at the workshop, the plane is stored until the chicken gun is built and ready to fire.
Well, we've got our target, so the next step and the hardest step is going to be to set up the chicken gun. That means that we have to build a large tank to hold a whole lot of high-pressure air and rig some kind of a valve to let go all that air all at once to fire a chicken. It's kind of tricky. It's a lot of work.
And Jamie should know. He's solved the compressed air problem once before.
Yeah, baby.
He built this 7-Up vending machine with attitude for a TV commercial.
Cool.
With impressive results.
One of the things that I noticed was that the firing system that we set up required a large valve that delivered a whole bunch of air all at once. And we thought, wow, this is great. You know, we should use this on the chicken gun because it requires exactly the same thing. It's a simple, elegant design. It's exactly what I like to see come out of the shop. It's fun, yet deadly. What else could you possibly want to come out of an effects shop?
So the search for the perfect high-pressure tank begins.
Wow.
The Machinery and Equipment Company in Brisbane, California is a vast supermarket for used tanks.
You can flip this in any direction. That could be upside down. You can hang it from something or leave it like that.
What do you want for this thing?
This is $750.
Okay.
Jamie, it still occurs to me that it's way overkill for what we want to do.
Jamie has made his choice, but Adam is not happy about safety. He feels that the tank is too sophisticated and that over-modification could weaken the structure.
It's like your intuition is that it's not like a bomb.
Yeah.
But if it is, we're all dead and
Well, this is true, but...
So, erring against the side of caution,
Okay.
even if your intuition is right, is stupid.
Okay, well, think about it, though, before you go off like that.
Well,
when everyone who you talk to describes 250 pounds per square inch as being like a bomb, and Jamie just says, well, I'm not that concerned about it. It's like, that's not good enough for me.
Adam was just having a little bit of a hissy fit about the safety aspect of this thing, and, I don't hold it against him at all. The possibility of having the tank rupture and somebody get hurt is something that we should be very concerned about. However, I don't think it's going to blow up.
But Adam's not convinced. He's called around town and found another tank.
What I've got, I found a guy who's got one. It's about half that size. I think it's just perfect for us up in Petaluma.
Okay.
I need some cash and I need the keys to the car, Dad.
Okay.
500. All right.
Drive carefully.
Vegas, baby!
Adam's ideal tank is waiting out back at Maselli & Sons.
And what's it rated for?
200 PSI. There you go.
That is good. I love it. Let's do it.
That's it.
Meanwhile, Jamie has found an oversized butterfly valve that will release the pressurized air. He also ordered 20 feet of quarter-inch steel pipe for a 10-inch diameter barrel.
Hey, Savage.
Yo, Heine.
So,
Here she is.
Even Jamie is impressed with Adam's purchase. It's an ideal tank for storing enough compressed air to propel chickens.
I recognize that your intuition, like mine, is...
It appears Adam has a little something to get off his chest.
I didn't mean to call you stupid this morning.
Did you call me stupid?
I didn't. I said stupid, and I was talking to you, but I wasn't calling you stupid.
Okay. Nobody ever calls me stupid.
I've called you stupid, but not to your face.
Not in live.
Jamie's using a plasma cutter, a high-energy precision tool to cut the pipe to length and to make a hole in the tank for the barrel. For the explosive release of air, the butterfly valve will be fitted between two lengths of pipe. Adam's job is to fit the short end to the tank.
I just dropped the temple of my glasses here into the tank, the really heavy, big tank with a hole in it. Got some chewing gum?
Just goes to show, where there's a will, there's a way.
There we go. One glasses temple. Now I can get to work.
The big valve is the most critical aspect. It's the only mechanism standing between a great shot and a weak one.
When we pressure this tank up, this can hold 250 PSI. We'll get it to about 200 and then yank on this, and chickens be flying.
The air compressor is connected to the tank. Time for a chicken-free test blast at 200 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Stand clear.
There goes the neighborhood.
Give us a countdown then.
2, 3, 1.
It looks impressive, yet the white smoke is simply water vapor forming droplets when the previously hot compressed air meets the cool.
Feels like a Mack truck just drove by me. I just wonder what a chicken breaking the speed of sound sounds like.
If you're going to let your chickens fly free range, there's no better place to stock up than Tarantino's. Tony's family has been in poultry for years, and he's heard all the chicken stories.
Tony, do you think there'd be any difference between whether they use frozen or thawed chickens?
I would imagine frozen would be harder.
They could do more damage.
Do a little bit more damage. I think the fresh just might kind of splat.
Yeah.
So if you were in a plane, you'd rather hit a thawed chicken than a frozen one?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's many frozen chickens at 2,000 feet.
No, maybe. It's cold up there.
And freezing down here. Their chickens of choice, 8 rock-hard 4-pounders. The key to launching chickens explosively is to ensure they fit the barrel snugly. Adam places them in a mold of expanding rigid foam. The result is a sleeve called a sabot. It enables projectiles to be fired from weapons of a larger caliber.
So once the foam sets up and gets rigid, what we end up with is this perfect sort of molded cartridge for the chicken that equals the size of the barrel and allows us to propel it out. I would say that what you got here is a potential supersonic chicken.
Just a few bolts to tighten, and this very potent chicken gun is ready for its first outing. Bringing up the rear is Bruce Bradford, a man who knows all about gigantic guns. He's the designer of one called Second Amendment. At the annual Punkin Chunkin in Delaware, these huge air guns blast pumpkins nearly a mile. With Bruce, the 2002 and 3 world champion, who better to consult on the business of big barrels?
I think it's a great looking gun. It's got all the basics. It's got a tank, it's got a valve, and it's got a barrel. Excellent job of welding by Adam, that's for sure. And it's going to shoot a chicken at high velocity.
The countdown to chicken blastoff has begun. Unsure of the chicken gun's firepower, for safety reasons, they sit the plane inside their blast chamber.
You want to lean it right there?
To check their aim, they need a test shot. So a sheet of Lexan is positioned to protect the windshield.
So our first test is a frozen chicken. Let's see here.
The tank is primed to 120 pounds per square inch of air pressure.
There we go. That is one loaded chicken gun.
I'm good.
All right. Get out of here. We are arming the chicken cannon. I'm going to stand back here.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
All right! I told you right there. Oh, good man.
Out of the barrel and free of the sabot, the frozen chicken clocked 121 miles an hour.
Wow!
So much for the blast shield.
So even if you're flying with a rated plexiglass shield in front of your plane,
you're in some serious danger.
Where's the chicken? Oh my God. You know, who knows what the damage to the neighbors would have been if this had gotten out. Oh.
You know, that's about one of the more destructive things that I've ever done. That was cool.
Yeah, that was exceedingly cool. Let's do a thawed.
A replacement windshield is fitted for another shot. This time, a thawed chicken. The big question, will it cause as much damage as a frozen one?
3, 2, 1.
Under the same pressure, the thawed chicken was marginally slower than the frozen one, but still reached a destructive 99.5 miles an hour. For the next shot, the tank pressure will be reduced by more than half, down to 50 psi. They're hoping to see a difference between frozen and thawed at a slower speed.
And 3, 2, 1.
another frozen bird is blasted. This one at 128 miles an hour.
Jamie?
Yeah?
There was no difference in speed between 120 psi and 50 psi.
It may just be that initial blast, like it's probably within the first like eighth of the valve opening, it's gone or something, you know?
The rapid air release is crucial. Bruce's winning blast flew a 10-pound pumpkin almost 4,000 feet.
Sometimes we can shoot just as far, shooting 75 pounds as we put 200 pounds in.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, just the timing and the way the valve opens. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Once more into the breach for the thawed bird at the 50 psi mark.
1.
Its clocked speed a shattering 132 miles an hour.
You know, if anything, the thawed chicken leaves a bigger hole.
Which would kind of make sense.
It would. Its impact spreads out as it hits, but it's still the same amount of mass going through the same amount of space.
Right now, they're all going right through the windshield. So assuming that there is a minute difference and we want to find out whether there is, we're going to have to lower the speed down to find out exactly where that butter zone is.
They cut the pressure again to just 25 psi for the frozen fowl. And then thawed. The MythBusters' awesome outcome, all their flying poultry highly destructive.
I'm totally shocked.
Does that mean that the myth is busted?
I think that would mean that the myth is definitely busted.
But wait, there's a hitch. Those light aircraft windshields they bought are not rated for bird strikes.
Well, Jamie, that's the biggest screw-up we've ever done. I mean, we're supposed to test the difference between frozen and thawed chickens, and the Piper Cherokee, its windscreen is not even rated to be smacked into by anything.
Yeah, it was like trying to check the difference between a 22 and a 357 by shooting at a cardboard box. I mean, it looked really destructive. It looked great, but it didn't really tell us anything.
Yeah.
For the moment, the MythBusters are stymied, but already they're formulating a new plan to measure the chicken's force of impact. We'll tell you about it a little later in the show.
It automatically deboned the chicken, didn't it?
Now, here's a twisted tale. It involves a strange proposition in the park.
Does the Dane have to pee?
And the MythBusters airing their dirty laundry.
His feet go up and in, and then we lift him up.
No.
While building the appliance Bride of Frankenstein.
We're about to blow the lid right off this puppy.
You are about to get a load of the myth that defies the imagination. The killer laundry.
In 1998, a Charlottesville man attempting to do a large amount of laundry stuffed his washing machine with 50 pounds of clothes.
So he wants to get all of his laundry into the machine at once. So he takes this 50 pounds of laundry and he's jumping up and down on top of the machine to get it in there when his foot accidentally kicks the on button.
He sort of fell into the machine. His legs got stuck by the laundry and he banged into the shelf. He hit some bleach. Bleach blinded him. Apparently he might have even swallowed some.
At this point, his dog runs in to see what the commotion is about. And as he spins around, this time he hits the shelf again and some baking soda pours out. This startles the dog, who then urinates on the baking soda,
causing a small explosion, at which point the laundry machine went into its spin cycle, turning him at about 70 miles an hour, where he smacked his head into a shelf and died immediately.
Well, that sounds ridiculous.
Now, we do need some dog pee, but let's not rush into that. Start simple. Buy a washing machine.
What's the largest one that you would have in stock?
The large one.
Yeah.
It's a heavy duty, super capacity.
Do you think that this could hold 50 pounds of clothes?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
All right.
So what do you think, Adam?
My vote would be this one.
Yeah?
Yeah, for the volume.
Okay. We, of course, went for Super Capacity Plus from a major maker of washing machines, and hopefully it'll be as powerful as about anything that's out there.
And already, one part of this myth is looking a little busted.
The very first precept of the myth, which is that he's standing in a washing machine that's running, is probably impossible. All the washing machines they have in here have cutoff switches when the lid is open.
But this visit has proved one thing. Adam Savage can never leave a junk shop empty-handed.
I'm thinking of, like, you know, maybe having it a way that my kids can get the toys out of their closet.
Next on our laundry list, 50 pounds of clothes. Adam's favorite thrift store has what we need.
Men's, women's, children's, you know, lingerie. You can get a lot of lingerie for 50 pounds.
We actually use a lot of lingerie on this show, don't we?
We
For
have,
some strange
actually.
reason.
Okay, let's see how much we got there. You got the scale?
There we go.
I say we're good, 50 pounds. 50 pounds of laundry is a lot bigger than I thought it was. I mean, it's like 2 full, hard-to-lift garbage bags of clothes.
I know we're not going to get all of that in the washing machine. You know, maybe about half of it at most. And that wouldn't wash it very well.
The guys construct a mini laundry in the workshop. Just like in the Myth, bleach and baking soda are placed on the shelf.
As far as I can tell, it's working.
The machine runs like a dream. But they need to disable the cutoff switch so it can spin with the lid open.
Go ahead.
So is this the moment of truth?
So it doesn't even want to spin me around. Like, I can go like this. I can stop it. All right.
Okay, myth busted. We're done?
No. I think the next thing is to get 50 pounds of clothes and see if we can even get this thing to run with that.
Okay, let's load it up.
Oh, yeah. Bring it on.
It's not in the machine.
Well,
Well, I guess this is why the guy stood
this is
on
why
it.
the guy started standing on it. But, I mean, we still have 10 pounds left, and I can't even make my feet into it. I mean, he's supposed to have sunk all the way to the bottom. All right.
Let's see if the machine will wash it.
It wants to spin. It really does. It's not even spinning, it's not agitating, it's not doing anything. So the only option open to us now is to pull all this out, start pulling the guts out, and just make this thing spin hell or high water, no matter what the hell is in it.
It's the moment Jamie and Adam have secretly been waiting for. We're talking about taking stuff apart.
What's that? That can't be that necessary. I don't recognize it.
Ooh.
This is the clutch, man. I think you're probably right, 'cause I don't see any belts right offhand.
Why don't we run it through a light cycle right now
Okay.
and observe it? This should be pretty cool. How many of you have ever seen a washing machine naked?
To prevent accidents, like the one in the Myth, the machine has an emergency clutch. It stops the wash cycle before the motor burns out. To make this machine spin Buster, the crash test dummy, the clutch will have to be bypassed.
Yeah.
Well, we have done what we can to modify this machine to get rid of a clutch and get rid of actually every safety feature it possesses. Now we'll find out if it is in fact strong enough to do any damage once those have all been overridden.
The washing machine from hell
is about to be unleashed upon the world.
Before Buster and his dirty clothes go back in, a test run.
It's spinning. It's going real fast.
But despite 630 revolutions per minute, they can stop it with their bare hands.
That was the thing that was going to break. We removed the clutch. That was probably that little plastic.
That's that little piece of plastic. So the motor has like almost no torque at all.
This so-called washing machine from hell turns out to be, well, just another washing machine.
This is an example of one of the most powerful consumer-level motors you can get in a washing machine. This myth is totally busted for the third or fourth time today. I can't even remember which.
The myth is busted. However, as is our way here on MythBusters, we are going to show what would happen if it did have enough power.
So this once humble super capacity washing machine will mutate even further. It's goodbye, baby regular motor. Hello, Big Daddy. They're upgrading to a motor from an electric car. a motor Jamie just happened to have lying around.
These motors are 10 horsepower as well. They will literally pick this thing up and throw it. They will toss the dummy across the room or something like that. These propelled a full-sized electric car, so they're not something to be toyed with.
Attaching the motor will be tricky. But Jamie has come up with a brilliant solution. Now the spin cycle is powered like a motorcycle. The car motor is connected to the main drive shaft by a motorcycle chain.
Ah, there we go. Good.
We have a very solid plan for making this thing go like hell.
Jamie wheels in a special guest, the robot he built for a 7-Up commercial. By plugging the washing machine into the robot's power source and speed controller, he'll be able to easily direct the washer's spin speeds.
And what that gives us is a tremendous amount of power that we can control from relatively slow to as fast as it'll handle before it flies apart. This will fly apart at some point. The machine is not built for this kind of power, and we'll probably find another weak link, and another, until we end up having no washing machine left and some big massive motor and a drum that we've made from scratch just so we can swing the damn dummy around. Right now, this thing doesn't really resemble a washing machine anymore so much as it does an electric car.
Time to bring the Franken washer to life.
This should be live, so watch out there.
Is it faster or slower than the spin cycle?
That looks pretty close to the spin cycle to me. It looks a little bit slower, but it looks pretty close.
Okay, I wasn't going all the way up yet. So we've done it.
We got it.
Okay, I'll power it off.
With the washing machine ready to go, it's time to tackle the task that can be delayed no longer. Does dog pee plus baking soda equal explosion? According to the amazing killer washing machine story, it does. Jamie and Adam need some willing donor dogs.
Does the Dane have to pee? Oh, no. Now, where's the likely tree? Any ideas where the most likely tree is?
That garbage can right there.
That garbage can?
Is that it?
Stop and pee on the garbage.
Excellent. Okay. All right.
Jamie is sticking with the cup and stick method, while Adam is confident the foil pans will produce the gold. And sure enough, here's our first customer.
Jamie!
What?
He was going to go in my pans. You messed it all up. Here, you take this camera and you go over there.
Okay.
You and I'll stay right here.
Then a dog-loving friend of the MythBusters tries a rear guard action. Meanwhile, out on the park's perimeter, a lone wolf is on patrol.
So, is your dog like getting close or no? Yeah, he's not putting out.
Then a bounty hunter nabs a sample.
Wow. Thank you. Good job.
Seconds later, the persistent tailing by our panhandler brings up a speck of gold, too.
There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. That's not much, but that's all that I need. I got it.
At the workshop, Buster is hauled up for another traumatic test of endurance. Even for a crash test dummy, he's constantly outside his comfort zone. The MythBusters have dropped him, crushed him, blasted him, and still
Buster survived!
The dummy soldiers on till another day. But even lifting Buster's 180-pound frame into the washing machine is causing aggravation.
Grab one of his feet.
Tell me what you're doing.
If you followed me, it would all happen
We got a forklift here.
His feet go up and in, and then we lift him up.
No.
No.
Well, we got a forklift. You're complaining about how heavy he is. We got a forklift sitting right here.
In 2 minutes, we'll be done. So he's swinging the butt all the way upside down, like this.
There's a camera out of there?
Yeah. Here. Now we lift him. Oh, wait. He's copping a feel, right? There we go. Buster! See? See? We're done! See, that was easy!
Some of last season's fashions are packed around his legs.
I told you no colors with the whites.
All right, we got the bleach up here? All right, let's do it.
Okay. I'm gonna operate it from over here at safe distance.
Jamie throws the switch on the Frankenwasher.
I'm glad we were all suitably safe distance.
That was a lot of fun. That was pretty cool. He was like a top or a Tasmanian devil.
And now, for the experiment's final phase.
There's the baking soda. It's dumped all over the place.
I think that's exactly where a dog would pee if a dog came in and was startled by all this.
Which it no doubt would be. Well,
So we have our carefully collected specimens. Shall we see if this causes a small explosion?
Did someone say explosion? We'd better dress for the occasion.
Basically now I'm about to pour the dog wee on the pile of baking soda, which, if the myth is correct, should cause a small explosion. Or if we're actually on Earth, we'll do absolutely butt-less.
Fire in the hole!
Nothing happened. Get me the Jack Russell Terrier urine. That ought to do it. They're hyperloop creatures. All right, everybody behind the Lexan shield. Are you ready? Hot set!
well, what do you know? Nothing happened.
No explosion at all. Well, Jamie, that's actually, I think, a first for us. There's not one fact about this myth that's true.
Yeah, you know, usually at least there's a tiny grain of truth somewhere in the stuff that we're dealing with. It has to start somewhere. But, you know, this one, it just isn't there. It's not practical, it's not reasonable, it doesn't make any sense.
Myth decimated.
One myth busted. But what about the unfinished chicken gun business?
3, 2.
You'll recall that while testing which chicken hits hardest, frozen or thawed, the guys discovered that their light airplane windshields were not rated for bird strikes. As a result, all their flying chickens smashed every windshield.
This chicken went through it like butter.
Whoa.
So this is the experiment take 2.
To finally lay this myth to rest, they have rethought their methodology. No more windshields. This is purely a moment of impact test. The chickens will be fired at a solid steel plate. By using the high-speed camera to measure the time between the start and finish of impact, they hope to see a difference between frozen and thawed chickens. The 3 frozen chickens clocked more than 140 miles an hour. The impact time, 7 1/1000ths of a second.
It automatically deboned the chicken, didn't it? 3, 2, 1.
Impact times for the 3 thawed chickens showed a perfect match with the frozen poultry, 7 1/1000ths of a second.
Here we go. 1 point of impact, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then now it's starting to move back again. It's given all of its impact in that amount of time.
The results from the high-speed camera seem to be fairly convincing.
You know that adage that it's not the falling that kills you, it's the stopping? The stopping is where the force gets imparted. So both the frozen and the thawed chicken have the same mass. They have effectively the same speed. So the only difference between the two is going to be how much time they take to impart their energy to the plate. And on the high-speed camera, we showed that each of them exerted all their energy in 7 milliseconds, almost exactly. Basically, there was no difference.
So does that mean the myth is busted?
At these speeds, frozen or thawed chicken, myth busted, no difference at all.
Now that we're done testing, we get to have some fun.
That'd be pumpkin chunkin' kind of fun.
Dude, look at this. It's what you get when the pumpkin chucking champion buys your pumpkin for you. It's perfect.
With the day almost done, what better way to finish than with a few pumpkin chunkin' rounds of their own?
Was there anything in its way? I suspect that the pumpkin went through here. Oh, here we go. Jamie, can I ride it?
3, 2, 1.
Woo! That was so cool.
You feel a little tingle between your legs when that sucker went out?
I do. It's gonna be hard to top that.
The MythBusters are about to probe the mysteries of the deep in the aquarium at California's Monterey Bay, one of the world's largest marine sanctuaries. This odd story is one of the more enduring legends, with its origins way back in medieval times.
No, really, honey, those are octopus hickeys. Well, this one might seem a little silly at first, but I think we're gonna have some fun with this. This woman admitted to the hospital with abdominal pains, and the doctors, upon examining her, thought that she was pregnant, so they did an emergency cesarean on her and pulled what turned out to be a live octopus from her belly. This is the myth. It seems that perhaps 6 months before, she was diving and ingested an octopus egg while diving, and it had grown to full size in her stomach.
I think partially this story is playing upon young girls' fears of pregnancy and their mothers' fears that the young girls could become pregnant. I mean, it's almost the same as the story that you can get pregnant by going in the swimming pool if there happens to be sperm floating around in that pool despite the chlorine.
To ground this myth in reality, Adam and Jamie consult the experts at Monterey Bay Aquarium.
We have shrimp and squid.
That's exactly what I had for dinner last night.
Sauteed in a little butter.
Yeah, exactly.
Feeding the giant Pacific octopus is Julia Mariottini's job. But today, it seems Adam is on the menu.
You taste different.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you must taste really good. Because he's really interested in you.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, he's very excited.
While Adam's making a new friend, Jamie tackles the big questions.
Julia, what kind of conditions do the eggs require to be successful at bearing little octopuses?
Well, they really do require the attention of the mother. She will blow jets of water on them to make sure that they're aerated. She'll clean them. They also require the correct temperature, the correct salinity, and if all goes well, then they'll hatch out. For giant octopus, it's about 6 months later.
Is it possible, let's say, if an octopus egg had just detached and was floating free, could a diver actually swim in and swallow one of these things?
That's the only part of the story that could possibly happen. By some fluke, the octopus eggs are small enough that maybe a person could swallow them, but there's no way they would hatch out.
The conditions in the stomach would not be amenable to their hatching.
Not at all.
The octopus myth is already looking pretty shaky. The MythBusters must now take another tack.
You know, Jamie, talking to Julia, it's really obvious to me that the whole idea of octopus pregnancy is just ridiculous. I mean, octopus egg can't even survive in open water without constant tending from the mother. It's definitely not going to survive in someone's stomach.
Yeah, but there are myths around other creatures like frogs, lizards, snakes, even newts, that this can happen with.
The octopus is perhaps the most recent incarnation. Other recent incarnations of this narrative are where a boy is getting water out of a garden hose and he swallows frog eggs, or newts, toads. Going back to medieval times, you have serpents and snakes, perhaps the most wicked seeming creature.
Many stories were fables created to scare children. Others were chilling examples of what would happen to sinners. Sometimes the sufferers would regurgitate the unwelcome visitor, but usually the episode would end badly.
So it's something taking you over, something insidious, something making you bad, and I'm sure in some versions of the narrative you did something wrong to let it in.
So, is it possible for foreign organisms to survive inside the human body?
We can replicate a stomach or several of them and put, stuff that eggs would run into, like acids and maybe salinity, temperature factors.
And we'll see which ones survive and which ones don't, and which environments they work in.
Yeah.
Busting the pregnancy story means a MythBusters trip to the lab supply store. Or should that be candy store?
I love this stuff. One of everything. I've never seen continuous pipe cleaner before. I didn't even know it existed.
Which is smoother?
That's smoother. Do you think we need to get some beard covers here? What you have isn't really quite a beard, though.
I'm not sure what it is.
It's like an accessory tuft.
Ever wondered what's really inside Adam's head?
Now somebody wave from the other side.
Oh, that's cool. When do you ever get a chance? Oh, I'm a little embarrassed. That was kind of a personal experience.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Adam, do we have everything we need here for this experiment?
I think we do. We've got the acid, we've got the salt, we've got the voltage meter for testing salinity, thermometer, and perhaps most importantly, in fact, without this we couldn't do the experiment, we have our test subjects here, our frog eggs.
With the octopus angle ruled out, they have opted for frogs' eggs and tadpoles, small and common enough in nature to be swallowed, and they don't need constant parental care.
Yeah, those puppies came all the way from Florida. They have a lot of frog farms down there, I understand.
3 flasks represent different conditions in the stomach. One for body temperature, water heated to 98.6. One of salt water, the same salinity as the human body. A third with a pH of 2 contains acid, imitating human stomach juices. A 4th flask is the control sample.
All right, so we got some tadpoles and some eggs in there. Let's say we do 2 of each.
Okay, you got the little squirt bulb?
I do. Here we go.
The control sample of eggs and tadpoles will swim in a flask of aerated water, the ideal environment for tadpole survival.
You ready for the acidity?
Okay.
Okay, which one is that? Acid, this one here.
Hydrochloric acid actually secretes in the stomach, and it's powerful stuff. Extremely corrosive. A single drop can eat through wood. Jamie and Adam need to dilute their pure hydrochloric to match stomach acidity.
Yeah, real close.
All right.
1.99. All right.
The pH scale runs from 0 to 14. Pure water is neutral with a pH of 7. Anything below 7 is acid, and anything above is alkaline. Common examples range from battery acid at 1, the stomach at 2, an apple scores a pH of 4, and milk of magnesia a mild 10.5.
Doesn't seem to be doing so hot. He's definitely more laconic than his racetrack friends here, you know. He's just kind of sitting there on the top.
Next, the body temperature test. They heat water to 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, here we go. He's not, you know, doing a racetrack thing like his brethren down here in the Pyrex.
For the next phase of the experiment, Adam's making a personal contribution.
Here we go.
What Adam's doing is measuring the electrical conductivity of his saliva. Now, we're going to try and replicate that conductivity in water by adding salt to it.
Electrical resistance is the best way to determine salinity because dissolved salts are strong conductors. In Adam's mouth, the resistance is low, measuring around 4 kiloohms.
There's one. He's doing pretty good.
No, he's actually doing fine.
Here's another. Salinity, they both seem to be doing okay, so we should leave this overnight, see how it does.
Yeah.
Tadpoles might find it tough going in the stomach, but are there any life forms tailored to the conditions?
Come down here, I got some worms all set for you.
If anyone knows about creatures surviving in the human stomach, it's Dr. Jim McCarroll from the University of California at San Francisco. As a professor of pathology, he's heard all the stories.
Why would it not be possible for a thing like an octopus or a snake to grow and develop in your body?
The acid in your stomach is there to dissolve meat and other food materials, and any type of living organism that doesn't have a way to protect itself against that is going to just wind up as digested food.
So are there creatures that do have that type of protection that can make it through the acid in the stomach?
Oh, most certainly. Tapeworms, for example, which are a type of parasite that you get from eating undercooked pork or beef. Also, certain types of roundworms, where in this case it's the egg of the worm that makes it through and then hatches in your intestine. And in both of those cases, the reason that they can actually make it through the gastric acid is that they're coated with a very hard shell. It's called a cuticle, and it's about as hard as your fingernail. So by having this, basically this armor on its surface, these worms can make it through the gastric acid, get into the small intestine, and basically live in paradise because they have as much food as they want to eat.
In the United States, between 1900 and 1920, tapeworms were being advertised for weight loss. Each segment of the worm was sold individually with claims like no ill effects and easily swallowed. Today, worldwide, about 1 billion people are infected with parasitic worms, particularly in tropical regions.
You know, with things this big and this prevalent, it's not surprising that a lot of stories probably evolved because people were seeing these things in their environment all the time, and they probably attained mythical proportions.
When you look at these, the leap to an octopus doesn't seem like that great a leap.
Sure, I mean, and imagine these all bunched together. You know, it would be like a Medusa head. Mm-hmm. And they'd often be passed by a child that way, so you actually would see something that looks like a Medusa head lying in the crib.
That must be it. What do you think?
I think no pasta for lunch.
All right, Jamie, it's been 3 days. How are our frogs doing?
Well, most of them are still alive. You know, the control group is great. They're happy little tadpoles swimming away in there.
They look even bigger than they were a couple days ago.
I believe they have grown a little bit. And the salt water seems to be fine with them.
Yeah, they're
you know,
still going.
They're doing just as well as a control group, actually.
What were the killers?
The real killers were the acid and the high temperature.
Well, that killed them each in like 10 or 15 minutes, didn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, Jamie, I think we've done everything we can to show that octopus pregnancy is absolutely ridiculous. We've busted it wide open.
And the octopus really liked your hand.
I think I'm actually in love.